Back in Britain, as bombing sorties increased, relentlessly targeting industry, U-boat bases and cities, Arthur Harris pushed for more and more Lancasters. As operations stepped up, so losses mounted. But it was clearly the premium weapon for the war that Harris envisaged as he set his eyes on his next major target. By 1943, Avro's first factory at Chadderton, near Oldham, had increased its floor space to 1 million square feet, and Lancaster production, using a workforce of close to 11,500, touched 150 per month. The factory at Woodford, south of Stockport, had 3 assembly lines, each 1/4 mile long. Woodford was an assembly plant for the manufactured sections, with an airfield and test flight centre attached. As 1943 progressed, production increased to 170 aircraft per month, later peaking at 293. Such a high rate was increasingly necessary. The average life of a Lancaster was a mere 23 operational flights. Not many, given that they were undertaken on an almost nightly basis. The presence of an airfield meant that after a final lick of paint, finished and tested bombers could be flown directly to the RAF stations that were to use them. This task was performed by pilots of the Air Transport Auxiliary, many of whom were women. Women, too, drove the tractors that hauled the finished Lancasters on their 5'6" diameter main wheels, out onto the runways from which they began their flights to destiny. There are few records of women flying Lancasters, though they certainly ferried the giant Halifax and Stirling bombers to their operational units. Sometimes the appearance of these women pilots from the cockpits caused quite a stir. Jim Penny clearly remembered the moment one of the aircraft was delivered. Several of us were sitting outside the crew room waiting to fly when a Stirling landed and taxied round to stop on the perimeter track across from us. It was big. The door at the rear opened and a ladder was slipped out. A slight figure descended, paused at the foot of the ladder and took its helmet off. Long golden hair fell to her waist, and there was a gasp of awe from the watching young pilots. She was flying this monster alone, with no crew to help, and but she was a bonny lass. Another ATA pilot, Mary Ellis, met with similar disbelief when she delivered a Wellington to East Anglia. As she came into land, the ground crew assembled to see their new bomber complete its journey from the factory to the front line. Gathered at the dispersal point, they watched in admiration as it taxied towards them and came to a standstill. The engines shut down, and as the propellers slowed to a halt, they came forward to greet the pilot. They couldn't believe their eyes. To their astonishment, it was not a man, but a petite woman who climbed down from the cockpit, carrying her parachute. "Where's the pilot?" they shouted in disbelief. "I am the pilot," Mary replied. They simply didn't believe her. It must have been a practical joke. A couple of them clambered in to check the aeroplane for the missing pilot. They could not believe women could fly these aeroplanes, so it was a huge surprise for them to see me, a slim, blonde, 5'2" female, flying such a giant aircraft. Regardless of stature, women adopting those major and important roles in the war effort was something new wherever it occurred. When Sophie Pape started work at the Woodford Lancaster factory, she remembered that the presence of the first women employees caused some disquiet among the predominantly male workforce. On my first day, 2 other girls and I had to wait while the union officials met to consider the reaction of their members to our arrival. I was sent to work on the shop floor, where the Lancasters were assembled. As my small stature was ideal for working in restricted spaces, I joined the team that fitted oxygen systems into the aircraft. I also did other tasks, such as pop-riveting the skin to the fuselage and fitting the rubber seals to the undercarriage. Sophie worked long hours under stressful conditions. There were few health and safety requirements 80 years ago. But she was a skilled worker. Unskilled workers earned £2 per week at the most for a woman, £3 for a man. This, however, compared quite well with the wage of a Bomber Command sergeant pilot, who received £4.75 a week for the privilege of risking life and limb nightly, taking the war to the enemy. The presence of so many women working alongside men on the factory floor was something everyone had to get accustomed to. The war, with its tensions and threat, supercharged an atmosphere in which traditional social and sexual attitudes were being challenged, added to which many women missed male companionship with their partners away at the front. Long night shifts provided a perfect theatre for romantic and sexual liaisons to flourish. Many of these were sincere, and Avro sweethearts were quite common. Others were more opportunistic. Sophie Pape remembered working alongside a handsome but shy bachelor who stimulated a lot of interest among Sophie's female workmates, while Joseph Barry, a male fitter who started work as an apprentice at Chatterton, soon found himself besieged by female colleagues, some of whom could be alarmingly forward. In one job, when I had the duty of collecting tools, there would be girls saying, "Come round here," trying to get me to go with them behind their machines. Some even started to take off their overalls. Men were equally keen to form liaisons, casual or permanent. There were a lot of babies born at Avro, and there were a lot of abortions too. If the lads from the Air Force had known what had gone on in some of their Lancasters, and not just on the night shifts either, they would have been really surprised. Some babies were started in them, and a few were born in them too, recalled a female worker at Yeadon, Avro's other main factory, a few miles northeast of Bradford. Yeadon was another massive plant. It employed 17,500 workers, 60% of whom were women. But even at its most efficient, Yeadon wasn't enough. Lancasters and their components were produced in factories all over the country. Their manufacture was even expanded to include a plant in Canada, where Victory Aircraft built them under license. The Canadian Lancasters only differed from their British counterparts in that their instrumentation and electrics were American, and their Merlin engines were built locally by Packard. Ford had been approached initially in the USA, but declined, possibly because Henry Ford thought Britain unlikely to win the war. In the meantime, Packard made a huge success of the Merlin concession, and its engines were to equip the Mark III Lancaster. The use of the Packard Merlin 28, capable of delivering 1,420 horsepower at takeoff, was the only real difference between the Mark I and the Mark III, and 3,020 Mark III Lancasters would eventually be built, some modified to carry the famous bouncing bomb used on the Dambusters raid. Many Merlins were, in fact, subsequently produced by Ford in Britain, after cordial talks between the head of the Ford Motor Company in the UK and RAF Mandarin Sir Wilfrid Freeman. The reason was simple. Demand for Merlins overreached Rolls-Royce capacity. A factory was established a few miles from Manchester city centre, and part of another factory nearby was given over to drawing offices and tool-making. Rolls-Royce was delighted with the arrangement, and the two companies found on meeting that they already held each other in high esteem. However, Rolls was in for a shock when it came to discussing the technical nitty-gritty. Ford was a car manufacturer. Would it have the sophistication for aircraft engines? Stanley Hooker, a young designer at Rolls who was behind huge improvements to the Merlin supercharger and would go on to pioneer the jet engine with Frank Whittle, was sceptical when he first met them at his Derby offices. A number of Ford engineers arrived at Rolls-Royce HQ and spent some months examining the drawings and manufacturing methods. One day their chief engineer said, "You know, we can't make the Merlin to these measurements." I replied loftily, I suppose that is because the drawing tolerances are too difficult for you and you can't achieve the accuracy. The Ford man replied, On the contrary, the tolerances are far too wide for us. We make motorcars far more accurately than this. Every part on our car engines has to be interchangeable with the same part on any other engine, and hence all parts have to be made with extreme accuracy, far closer than you use. That is the only way we can achieve mass production. Hooker was duly impressed, and though the new technical drawings required by Ford took a year to draw up, the subsequent production proved immensely successful. Hooker saw Ford producing engines like shelling peas, and very good engines they were too. Precision brought its own problems, however. Specialist machinery was needed to make the tools that made the components, and Britain didn't have enough of them. 3 attempts were made to freight a crankshaft machining tool from the USA, but 2 of the 3 ships were sunk by German U-boats. Their Swiss-made jig borers could work to within .00005 inches. Merlin engines had 72 gear wheels, and under Ford's regime, measurements for their manufacture were in millionths of inches, a higher specification than would be needed for a chronometer. And not one of the 30,400 Merlin engines produced by Ford failed the Air Ministry's standards. Quite an achievement, and a tribute to the automobile manufacturer's production technique, whereby any given worker specialized in one particular part, and each part was rigorously inspected. Of their 17,316 employees, well over a third of whom were women, working on the Merlin, fewer than 300 had any prior experience of making cars, let alone aircraft. American aid was also enlisted in a very different way. A vital installation like Eden, pumping out the one war machine whose use against the enemy could be viewed as all but infallibly destructive, had to be protected at all costs. It needed an elaborate system of camouflage. To do this, Roy Dobson engaged the services of designers from Hollywood, including the young Xavier Atencio. Atencio had joined the Walt Disney Company at the age of 19 in 1938. After America had entered the war, he served as a photo reconnaissance analyst for the United States Army Air Forces, USAAF, stationed in England. Atencio and his design colleagues from the film world had earth-banked up the walls of the factory in a 45-degree slope, ensuring that the sun would cast no shadow. The factory's flat roof, meanwhile, was grassed over. Hedgerows were erected to demarcate fields, and dummy farm buildings were installed on it, complete with stone walls, a duck pond, and movable life-size model cows and sheep, whose positions were changed by members of the night shift. The disguise was so effective that not only was Eden unmolested by enemy bombers throughout the war, but even friendly airmen who knew of its existence and location sometimes had a hard time finding it. By late 1943, Arthur Harris had built up the quantity of Lancasters he needed for his next major assault, and had the men to fly them. The number of airfields had increased enormously, and thousands of women had joined the WAF to staff them. Harris was ready for an all-out assault on the German capital. Concern continued to mount in some quarters about the bombing policy, and major figures were already expressing firm disapproval of civilian casualties. On the 27th of May 1943, in the House of Commons, Richard Stokes, Labour MP for Ipswich and a powerful independent voice, asked Sir Archibald Sinclair, Secretary of State for Air, "Is the Right Honourable Member aware that a growing volume of opinion in this country considers indiscriminate bombing of civilians both morally wrong and strategic lunacy?" There were many, however, who thought Harris's strategic bombing policy was correct. He still had Churchill's support, that of the public and that of the press. One Daily Telegraph article might, from its tone, have been written by Harris himself. "He who took up the sword shall perish by the sword, and the flames in which he swore he would convulse the world will, in his fall, be the flames of Berlin and the cities of Germany." And for all Harris's belligerence and awkwardness, and despite the demands he made on his men, he was generally popular with them. Jim Penny thought it was appropriate to record the great regard bomber crews had for Butch Harris. Black humour was the ethos of the time with us, and we were proud to be the butcher's men. Butch was a term of affection. I don't expect those not there to understand that. There is ample proof that the Hitler regime was truly evil, intent on enforcing its will with great barbarity. The bombing campaign was indeed terrible, but in the context of the time, it was essential. To men like Jim Penny and his Lancaster crewmates, Berlin was the capital of that evil regime and the center of the Nazi administration. It was also a pivotal transport hub and the location of several key industries. There had been a number of raids on the big city previously, and everyone knew the Berlin defenses would be prepared for them. But after what he perceived to be the success of the Hamburg raid, it was time for a truly massive attack. With the help of the US 8th Air Force, he thought he could bring about Hitler's downfall, saving the wastage of a huge land offensive. It might cost the Allies up to 500 aircraft and over 3,000 airmen, but it would cost Germany the war. His pilot training complete, Jim Penny loved the Lancaster he and his new crew would take to war. From my very first flight, I knew it was a pilot's aircraft. I had real trust in it. The controls were just right. It was beautiful to fly, and it handled perfectly. It was a delightful aeroplane and did exactly what it was designed to do. Jim and his crew were assigned to 9-7 Squadron, RAF Bourne, west of Cambridge, where he found there was still a lot to learn, which he did from his wing commander, a law unto himself, who handled an aircraft as if it were a part of his own body. "What can you do if you get cornered in searchlight, sir?" "Stop and go sideways." "You're having me on." "Haven't you ever heard of a stall turn, lad?" The wing commander's way of flying the giant bomber, like a fighter, was very different to what Jim had been trained to do. You pull the nose of your Lancaster up through a quarter loop until the speed falls off to a point where it won't support the aircraft any longer, and the nose drops sharply. Then you kick the full right rudder, which sends you into a steep right dive. You stop and go sideways. Not for the faint-hearted, but that wasn't all. "Have you rolled your Lancaster, lad?" "You're having me on again, sir." "I've been blown on my back. Find out how to recover." So Jim tried it. On a test flight one sunny day, he performed a barrel roll, a maneuver normally reserved for fighters or aerobatic aircraft. While flying straight and level, Jim pulled the Lancaster into a climb, and rotating at the same time, his flight path mimicked the shape of a barrel, the upper surface of his aircraft remaining in contact with the imaginary barrel throughout the maneuver. So at the top of the roll, Jim, his crew, and their Lancaster were upside down and facing earthwards. Completing the roll to the usual more sedentary position, the aircraft handled like a dream, but at a price. Jim's navigator had managed to get hold of a pound of tomatoes, and not having time to stow them before the test flight, had brought them on board. Jim had warned the crew about what he was going to do, but the navigator had never been in a barrel roll before. None of them had, pilot included. When the Lancaster was inverted, he came off his seat, and held aloft by his safety harness, dangled upside down. When the aircraft eventually righted itself at the bottom of the roll, he plunged back onto his bag of precious tomatoes. I was not a popular skipper with my navigator that day. Sitting on a bag of squashed tomatoes was one thing, but the higher you flew, the lower the pressure, which could have an irresistible effect on a man's bladder and bowels, so relieving oneself was among the more usual discomforts to plague Lancaster airmen. It was possible in extremis to make use of the El San portable lavatory, but not over enemy territory. Leaving a gun turret unmanned, engaging the automatic pilot, or handing over control to the flight engineer were never options when you might be obliterated at any moment by an enemy fighter. Wireless operator Reg Payne paints a familiar picture. The gunners either had to hold on to it, or, as was more often the case, just let everything go in their flying suits and then get washed and cleaned up once back at base. On one trip, Don, our flight engineer, noticed sparks coming from somewhere along the fuselage and, busy with his instruments, asked me to investigate. When I got to the area around the mid-turret, there was some smoke, but no sparks or flashing lights. All seemed well. It wasn't until years later, when Jock, the mid-upper gunner, and I were chatting about that tour of ops, that the subject came up again, and he admitted that he had been the culprit. Unable to hold on any longer, he had wet himself so much that the urine had run down into the electrics around his turret. It was a fairly regular event on those long, cold trips deep into Germany. Using an empty bottle was awkward, and the risk of missing or spillage made the prospect an unpleasant one. It wouldn't have been applauded by the ground crew either, as they'd have to mop up afterwards. So Jim Penny sought their advice. On his next outing, he found they'd clipped a largish funnel to the front of his seat, attached to which was a tube that ran through the metalwork and outside the fuselage. It was a perfect solution. Though trying to extract the appropriate member through multiple layers of thick flying clothing when strapped to your seat was still quite a problem. That clothing was also fraught with other difficulties. The first layer was a vest and scratchy long johns. Jim wore pajama trousers instead, and his mother knitted him some knee warmers, since Lancaster pilots had to put up with a fierce and constant draft. Next came a thick sweater and battle dress uniform, and Jim liked to wear an overall flying suit on top of them, though some pilots preferred the fleece-lined leather Irvin jacket. He kept his hands warm with silk inner gloves covered by soft leather gauntlets. His helmet was also soft leather, with connections to the intercom and clips for the oxygen mask. The whole ensemble was topped off by a Mae West life jacket, the parachute harness, and last but far from least, the parachute itself, close at hand to be clipped on if the worst came to the worst. Jim and his fellow airmen carried other equipment into battle. A small knife with which to cut down his flying boots so that they'd look more like shoes and be less noticeable if he were shot down. Their escape pack had been designed to fit into a flying suit or trouser patch pocket and included silk maps, a small rubber water bottle, Horlick's malted milk tablets, a miniature compass, matches, a needle and thread, chocolate, amphetamine stimulant Benzedrine tablets, and chewing gum. Appropriate foreign currency was also issued, depending on the target. Escape packs became standard issue for air crews, but many flyers took extra kit. Thomas Murray disliked strategic bombing and was relieved when he transferred to special operations. One of my greatest friends was my .38 service revolver, and I kept it with one round in the second chamber, so you had to click it twice. I kept it in my flying boot. The thing that gave me the most fear was burning to death. You saw a lot of it on operations over Germany. A plume of flames, and you knew another aircraft had been shot down. It was pretty horrific, And as captain, you knew you would never leave the aircraft. At least I never would, since you never knew if your crew were all right. It'd have to be a very controlled operation in which you could be sure that all your crew had bailed out safely. So I never expected to leave. The gun was for me, so I'd never have to face that last bit. It was good for my morale. Tail-end Charlie Bill Kiley shared Murray's greatest anxiety. I never really worried about death. It almost seemed unreal. I worried about being burned, though. Stationed near Cambridge, I was walking in the town one day and saw 6 aircrew, all terribly burnt. They were some of the guinea pigs, airmen who had been severely burnt and were undergoing pioneering plastic surgery. Their faces were terrible. One had no hands. Yet they were chatting away together, laughing and talking, and they were in uniform. That was the only thing I worried about. The one thing I was afraid of, burning alive. Rituals mattered too, as did mascots. A lucky coin, a girlfriend's suspenders, a dab of her scent on the silk scarf worn to protect the neck from chafing when on ops. Whatever a man thought might protect him when there was nothing else to turn to for reassurance. Pilot Officer G.J.L. Bate, Jim Penny's popular and efficient mid-upper gunner, wore the battle dress he'd donned on his first tour on every subsequent operation. It was his lucky uniform. Battered and frayed, torn in places, it had certainly seen better days. But it wasn't doing anyone any harm, and bomber crews weren't sticklers about uniform. One night, however, just before they were due to set off, Jim and his crew were having a last cigarette near their Lancaster, and Bate hadn't yet put on his flying suit over his battle dress. Their group captain, who was making his way from aircraft to wish his crews well, took one look at the scruffy uniform and told him to get a new one. Bate explained why he couldn't, which got the senior officer's back up, and he was ordered to report to the commanding officer the following day. That night's target was Mannheim, but less than an hour from base, Jim's starboard outer engine caught fire, and he had to boomerang return to base. He managed this with great skill, and left leg aching from pushing the rudder control hard against the pull of the port engines, saved both the aircraft and the lives of his men. Busy discussing what had gone wrong with the ground crew, it wasn't until later in the day that he heard from his flight commander that he would be assigned a new mid-upper gunner. I protested, saying how much it meant to us having Bate in the crew, how it gave us confidence. He said he quite understood, but it was no use. The group captain and pilot officer had had a stand-up row over that battle dress, and Bate had been posted elsewhere. We never saw him again. Jim found out later that Bate had been promoted to flight lieutenant and awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross. I bet he wore that scruffy, lucky battle dress on every op. He was a grand chap. Bate would never know how fortuitous that contretemps with the group captain had been. There was never time to reflect. Raid after raid, no let-up, as summer passed into autumn and the nights grew longer, which allowed deeper penetration into Germany. Ops to Berlin loomed. Jim's crew soldiered on, but the threat of death was ever present, and not just over enemy territory. Reaching the end of a pre-op flying test, Jim was preparing to land when he noticed that the windsock for the runway he'd been assigned was flying at right angles to his approach, blowing across the runway, which made landing much more dangerous. He called the control tower to ask permission to use the alternative runway so he could approach into the wind, but was refused. 3 times the controller told him to land, assuring him that another Lancaster had done so perfectly safely a short time before. Jim knew they were on ops that night. He had to get the Lancaster refueled and loaded with bombs, so he did what he could. On the approach, I crabbed in at a pronounced angle, and as I rounded out, kicked the Lanc straight and closed the throttles. At that moment, however, as Jim had feared, they started to drift sideways, and fast. The right tyre burst immediately it touched the tarmac. As we began to slew to the right, I opened up the starboard outer engine to lift the wing and held it up until I'd cleared the runway. They were now bouncing across the grass. I closed the throttles, and the undercarriage immediately collapsed. We swung right round with the undercarriage legs sticking through the right wing. Jim made a quick check. All the crew had already taken up crash positions. They were badly shaken, but otherwise unharmed. His rear gunner was out of the main exit almost before the Lancaster stopped moving. He wasn't fast enough, for the fire wagon was at the aircraft as it came to rest, and he met the full blast of its foam as it sprayed over the starboard wing. Jim scrambled out as quickly as he could, and began making his way fuming to the control tower. His progress was stalled by the arrival of the group captain. "Where are you going?" "To thump that bloody controller." "Leave this with me, Flight Sergeant. I'll deal with it." As everyone had seen what had happened, the controller couldn't pass the buck. Responsible for wrecking an expensive operational aircraft and potentially killing its crew in the process, he was relieved of duty and left the station that same day. Accidents in training were all too frequent. While working as a navigation instructor at RAF Feltwell in Norfolk, Reg Davey witnessed one of the worst. I was on what was supposed to be a rest period between operational tours. One night, 2 of our Lancasters, with pupil crews, collided and exploded over the airfield. There were 14 bodies, badly smashed up, and we somehow had to find 14 coffins from around the local area. It was a most gruesome task for the medical orderlies. We heard that the ones who had to collect the pieces of the dead men and gather them together were in such a bad way that they were drinking formaldehyde to get themselves through it. When they put the pieces in the coffins, they had to make up the weight of a human body by using sandbags. I'd never experienced anything like this before, and it brought it all very close to home for me. We just thought, thank goodness we weren't on those aircraft. But if it doesn't happen to me, it happens to somebody else. On a week's leave home, Jim was able to have lunch in Stirling with his brother Laurie, a private in the Black Watch. Normally Laurie wouldn't have been allowed out without prior permission, but his regimental sergeant major was so impressed by Jim's RAF uniform and credentials that he bent the rules. I explained my errand, and that I had to leave that evening from Glasgow to rejoin my squadron, which was operational. The sergeant major rose to his full 6 foot plus. He was a splendid figure in his Black Watch kilt and his 2 rows of medal ribbons. Leading me outside, he bellowed a command, and a corporal shot out of the guardroom like a jack-in-the-box. In a stentorian voice, he ordered him to fetch Recruit Penny. Laurie rapidly appeared, quivering at attention, with a tin hat wobbling on his head. "Get changed. You'll be going out for a meal with your brother, the flight sergeant. He hasn't got much time, so be quick about it." In Glasgow, Jim basked in the comfort of home and his parents' company. He was 21 years old. Inside, he was still a boy. And yet he wasn't. He was a man who had both dealt and faced death on a nightly basis for many months. A man who took responsibility for the lives of 6 others as well as his own. A man who had travelled further than he could have imagined in his wildest dreams. At home, though, there was no discussion about the war or what I'd seen and done. I was conscious of protecting my parents from the reality of my war. I didn't want them to worry about what I was doing. They didn't ask, and I didn't say anything. They were 2 very separate parts of my life. Leave was a respite from war. This would be Jim Penny's last respite, On the evening of Thursday, the 18th of November, 1943, Arthur Harris's planned series of massive raids to smash Berlin began. For Jim Penny, those Battle of Berlin ops were a disturbing experience. I remember my navigator stuck his head out from behind his curtain once. When he saw the flak we were flying into, he said, "This is bloody dangerous," and his head shot straight back. He said he'd never look out again. It was the only time any member of my crew made any allusion to the dangers we faced. But I always had every sympathy for the people whose nerve broke and couldn't go on. But we never spoke about our own fears. You just didn't. There was never any thought of the death and destruction we were causing either. There was a job to be done, and we had to do it. Our thoughts were concentrated on winning the war. Jim Penny and his crew, now chosen to fly with the Pathfinder Force due to their excellent navigation and bombing skills, were at the forefront of raids on Berlin that winter. His second op, on the night of the 22nd of November, was relatively, for Bomber Command, uneventful. Waiting at the end of the runway, he looked down as the station's pipe band played its bombers off on their operation, the tradition at RAF Bourne. Jim couldn't hear them over the sound of his engines, but the sight was enough to cheer my Scottish heart. Now for takeoff, one of the toughest moments of all. If you went wrong in an aircraft full of explosives, the chances were your mission would end before it had begun. Jim could feel rather than hear the sharp intake of breath around him as the Merlins thundered to full power. They were all right. The slight passing sense of weightlessness mixed with relief took hold of them all as their Lancaster swept regally up into the night to join the bomber stream. They all knew well enough what a long haul they were in for. They knew Berlin was heavily defended. They'd not only have flak, but groups of fighters to contend with, as well as those armed with the dreaded Schrägermusik, the upward-firing cannons. But now the Lancasters were fitted with a new defensive onboard radar, Monica, capable of detecting an enemy aircraft approaching from behind far faster than the rear gunner could. Initially, Monica was enthusiastically embraced by the crews, but as with so many technological developments, best intentions could have a sting in their tail. Learning of this new detection system, German scientists designed their own Flensburg device that could home in on Monica's own radar signals. The War of the Airwaves was also gearing up, and here, too, being one step ahead was vital to safety. A new, highly specialized type of Lancaster was accompanying the bomber stream on these ops that was equipped with ABC, or Airborne Cigar, as it was nicknamed by the crews, because of the shape of the aerials involved. Its secret and highly sophisticated radio equipment, operated by a new 8th, highly trained, German-speaking crew member, could detect the enemy communications with its fighter force, which could then be jammed or used to direct their aircraft to false locations. The German controllers found both difficult to counter, and one wireless operator reported that they'd resorted to having their instructions sung by Wagnerian sopranos in an effort to convince the RAF eavesdroppers they were just listening to a music station that wasn't worth jamming. Wireless operator Reg Payne's Lancaster crew was on those same ops to Berlin alongside Jim Penny. He was always on the alert for other radio information being broadcast. The half-hour updates from our controllered group would send us new information such as course changes, wind strengths, or raid instructions. After a while, I became curious to see what was happening, so I turned out my light and stood up in the Astrodome. It was very dark out there, but I could see the mid-upper turret behind me moving around as the gunner kept a wary lookout for fighters or any of our own aircraft straying too close to us. Collision in the stream was a constant risk. Reg returned to his position to check the broadcasts again. But it wasn't long before his navigator announced that they'd be over the target in 15 minutes. The bomb-aimer then reported from his position in the nose that he could see searchlights ahead, illuminating the cloud base. Back in the Astrodome, I could see the first of the Pathfinder Force sky markers come into view, before drifting down into the clouds below. Then, as if in slow motion, the strings of red and green sausages of flak came rising up through the clouds and burst around and just below us. Looking down, I could see the black shapes of other Lancasters and Halifaxes crawling over the tops of the clouds, silhouetted by the glow of the defending searchlights. Reg decided he preferred his own position, where he couldn't witness the action unfold. Jim Penny could see everything as he flew in at 19,000 feet to find Berlin under thick cloud. Searchlights were already probing through it, and as they started their bomb run, flak opened up, bursting around them like giant black snowflakes, and so intense that Jim's bomb-aimer, 22-year-old Bob Campbell, cracked the well-worn joke that the flak was so heavy the skipper put his wheels down and ran in on it. And there were other on-board problems. Jim's mid-upper gunner had broken his oxygen supply, essential for flying over 10,000 feet, so he had to move forward to the Astrodome and plug in there. He could still keep a lookout from there at least, but it meant that his Brownings were unmanned. Concentrating hard in his office in the nose of the aircraft, Bob, the bomb-aimer, dropped sky markers, used when the ground was obscured by cloud. These would float on parachutes above the cloud, giving an aiming point to others in the stream. All he could see of the city was the reflection of the fires already burning there. Jim studied his instruments as he followed Bob's instructions on this blind bombing run, at the same time keeping a weather eye open for the flak that continued to burst all around and above them. Bob lay prone below his twin Brownings on a padded board, scanning the fiery night through his perspex cone. His cool, undisturbed voice had a calming effect on the rest of the crew, and Jim appreciated it. I was always amazed, because he was looking right down through those flak bursts. As part of the Pathfinder group, they were carrying 1 cookie and 6 high-explosive 500-pounders, in addition to their 6 target indicators. Cookies weren't the most popular bombs to carry. Owing to the airflow over the detonators in their noses, they would often explode even if jettisoned unarmed. And it wasn't safe to drop one at any height below 6,000 feet, since you risked damage from its immense 360-degree shockwave. Bombs away and the Lancaster, freed of its load, leapt upwards. If it could have sighed with relief, I'm sure it would have. Now for the camera run. Jim hated that extra delay, when all his instincts were to turn and get away from the flak bursting so close that he felt the next had to be on target. Then there was the intense camera flash, and once Bob had given the all-clear, Jim performed his now customary and preferred routine of climbing to 24,000 feet, corkscrewing from time to time as an insurance against undetected enemy fighters. After that, the long haul over the North Sea, where Jim made a gentle descent, resting his eyes and his brain for the next difficult bit, the landing. He'd known too many aircraft crash on the home threshold, and he thought with envy of the airfields already equipped with the new FIDO, Fog Investigation and Dispersal Operation, system. The device used 2 pipelines fitted at intervals with burner jets along each side of a runway, creating a flare path and burning off the fogs that plagued RAF airfields. It burned untold amounts of fuel, up to 100,000 gallons an hour, but saved many an aircraft from crashing in winter fog. Tonight, at least, the Met officer hadn't issued any bad news. In a real pea souper, you couldn't see your hand at the end of your arm, let alone a landing strip. By the time he came down, Jim had been flying his Lancaster for upwards of 7 hours. The effect of the methamphetamine, wakey-wakey Benzedrine tablets, doled out by the medical officer as part of the pre-flight routine, had long since worn off, and all Jim could think of now was breakfast. If he wasn't too tired to eat it. and bed. 11 Lancasters failed to return from that raid, 2 from his own squadron. Worse, one of the missing crew shared a billet with Jim and his men. Jim had got on particularly well with his fellow pilot. Arriving at their room in the early hours, it was hard to take in the news and to see the empty bunks. Jim was all too aware that a new intake would be occupying those beds later that day. The machine needed constant feeding, and survivors had to battle on. There was no time to brood, and brooding itself was dangerous. It was certainly upsetting, but it was a fleeting moment, and you just moved on. You had to. You just got on with it. I was with a brilliant crew, and we all trusted each other with our lives. I had no doubt we would see the war through. If another crew got the job, so be it. The attitude was, it will never happen to me. Later that same night, the 23rd of November, 1943, Jim Penny and his crew were off again, to the same big city. They were still tired, but at least they were rested. There was always a bit of apprehension, because it was a Berlin job, and Berlin was always dodgy. Other than that, however, it was just another day on Bomber Command. Joining the raid again that night were wireless operator Reg Payne and bomb aimer Les Bartlett, who were good friends, and their crew from RAF Skellingthorpe near Lincoln. We sat around the aircraft chatting and smoking as we waited for takeoff, and one of our ground crew polished the cockpit perspex. The moment came, as it always did, too soon, and yet not soon enough. The adrenaline was pumped up, but now nerves gave way to concentration on the business of getting to the target and back. The ground crews rushed out to heave away the great wooden blocks in front of their Lancaster's wheels. "Okay, brakes off." They taxied round the perimeter track to the end of the runway. It was still daylight and a great sight to see. Les Bartlett watched from his position in the perspex nose, the usual collection of ground staff, aircrew who weren't on the battle order for that night, the station commander with some visitors and friends, and a bunch of waifs waving goodbye to their boyfriends. Then it was their Lancaster's turn. The Aldis lamp flashes green from control, and with the mighty roar of the 4 Merlins we give the crowd a quick wave and tear down the runway, Frank Swinyard, the navigator, giving the airspeed to the pilot, and the flight engineer's eyes locked on his 101 instruments until we are airborne and the wheels come up. The old man of the crew at 27, Frank suffered from acute airsickness, something else to be aware of. Reg Payne had lost count of the times it had to clear up. Dusk is rapidly falling, and at 9,000 feet still climbing, we break cloud. It's almost dark, yet all around we can see shapes, vague yet resolute, all moving in the same direction. It's comforting to know you're not alone, and we know from the briefing that for every kite we see, there are 100 we can't. Up and up we go, and finally at 20,000 feet we level out and settle down to a steady cruising speed. Already we can see the attempts of the enemy to stem the attack. All along the Dutch coast the bright flashes of the German heavy flak light up the clouds. Their aim is bad, though, and the shells burst way below us. They encountered more flak over Hanover, but the route they'd taken was out of range of the guns there, and the clouds protected them from the searchlights stabbing up at them as they flew closer and closer to Berlin. Far ahead, Les could see the first wave swinging into action. I get busy, checking my bombing panel. Bombs selected, fusing switches on. Everywhere for miles around us is burning, throwing up pink and scarlet through the clouds, making it so bright that I could have read a newspaper in my bombing compartment. As Jim Penny and his crew flew in, they saw that once again the city was covered in cloud. Below them, powerful 128mm Flak 40 anti-aircraft guns were opening up. Capable of firing shells up to 48,500 feet, they were one of the most effective heavy AA guns of the era. Through intelligence briefs, they knew the double-barreled versions of the guns, the Flak Zwilling, were mounted 4 apiece on a tower in the Tiergarten Park in central Berlin. There were similar installations on other towers around the city. The high-explosive shells weighed 57 pounds and travelled at 2,890 feet per second. You didn't want to get in their way. Bob's calm voice directed Jim so that he could release the target indicators. But just at the end of their 2-minute run-in, he interrupted his commentary. "They've recentered. Carry on straight and level, Skipper. It's going to be about 2 more minutes." Jim and his crew had received new instructions. Tonight, his Lancaster was one of the backers-up to the first Pathfinders, who had dropped red markers. Bob was now being told to drop his green ones further on. Bloody hell. Jim was not happy, but there was nothing for it. We just had to press on regardless. The 2 minutes passed agonizingly slowly, but then they were over the new dropping point. "Steady, steady, steady," Bob said, his voice rising once more. The moment was imminent. But the delay had given the anti-aircraft gunners far below time to latch onto them. They scored a hit, direct to the bomb bay. The target indicators exploded immediately. The electrics fused and the intercom ceased to function. Jim had instinctively released the catch on his seat's Sutton safety harness and leant forward to wave to his flight engineer, Dickie Fathers, who had joined Bob a little earlier in the bomb aimer's office to help him throw out window. Jim indicated to Dickie that he should come back and get his parachute from its stowage point behind the pilot's seat. There was no sensation of being hit, but I knew what had happened because the target indicators were burning, and they cast a fiery green glow throughout the aircraft. I also knew that with the bomb bay on fire, we had a matter of seconds to get out before the cookie exploded. Bob already had his hand on the release panel trying to jettison the load. I knew my crew could all bail out in around 30 to 60 seconds. We had practiced it often enough. Jim couldn't give orders to the other men with a broken intercom, and he knew the forward escape hatch wasn't open. But he had full control of the aircraft. He kept the Lancaster steady to give his men the best chance of getting out. As Dickie moved forward, Jim started counting. 1, 2, and 3. I had 2 thoughts. The first was, Mum isn't going to like this. And the second, very strangely, for I'd never considered this before, and I'd certainly not yet slept with a woman, was, I wish I'd left a son behind. 8, 9, and 10. Jim clipped his parachute onto his chest. I wasn't afraid. I felt perfectly calm in the realization that I was going to die. My thoughts were for my crew. I needed to sacrifice my life so they could get out. That was my responsibility as their skipper. The oldest member of the crew was the navigator, who was 28. The rest were all around Jim's own age, just 21. Seconds passed slowly, like hours. 15, 16, 17. By now flames were flickering between Jim's body and his instrument panel. 18. Dickie had reached Jim's position and was bending down for his own parachute when their world exploded. The next thing Jim knew, he was out in the void of the night, still in a sitting position, arms forward as if holding the control column. The cold air blasted his face as a simple thought flashed through his mind. Where's my bloody aeroplane gone? He cast that thought aside. He had more pressing matters to deal with. For example, should he delay pulling his ripcord until he'd fallen below the flak, or do it at once to drift clear of the bombing? As they'd been exactly over target when their Lancaster had been blown to pieces by its cookie, and by now at the midpoint of the raid, he knew what more was to come. Time now passing in a flash, he pulled his ripcord. When his parachute opened, he saw a piece of his fuselage falling past him like an autumn leaf. The mind works rapidly in a situation like that. Now, with no one to think about but myself, I was bloody terrified. It seemed like every gun in Germany was pointing at me. The flak was exploding all around me. Sparkling white exploding lights surrounded me as I descended through the barrage. The searchlights were still probing, and the bombs were going off beneath me. I was gently floating down through the smoke and the explosions into enemy territory. But exploded at 20,000 feet. and I was under that parachute for many minutes. I had no doubt in my mind that my crew was dead, and I was the only survivor. Jim had made it by pure chance, and his friends' deaths were in no way his fault. He had been willing to sacrifice his own life to save theirs, but they would haunt him forever. As he drifted down, another chunk of his Lancaster's fuselage cascaded past him. At last he saw the ground rapidly approaching. Jim prepared himself to go into the para-roll he'd been taught on landing, but his left leg collapsed and he fell heavily. He looked up to confront the head and shoulders of the devil himself, horns and all peering down at him against a backdrop of flames. Then the goat ran off in shock, and Jim could see buildings burning in the distance. It landed in a back garden, near a searchlight battery on the outskirts of the city, which his colleagues were still pounding mercilessly. I was now face to face with the enemy, but there was nothing I could do about it. Interestingly, I don't remember any fear. Ignoring the pain in his head, neck, and left leg, he thumped his harness release and prepared to bury his parachute. But it had snagged on a small tree out of reach. Jim found his way to a road and stumbled along, resting, or sometimes falling down at each of the trees that lined it. Then he came upon a huge German soldier who picked him up effortlessly and carried him in his arms to an air raid shelter, murmuring to him on the way. Jim had only understood the word kaputt, spoken sympathetically. When the German laid him down, he saw who he had been carrying by the dim light in the shelter. He said, "Ach, Engländer," to which I automatically replied, "Nein, Shortländer." They weren't the only people taking refuge there. 2 women, one old, the other middle-aged, shared it with them. The younger one looked daggers at him. I was a symbol of the men who were killing their kinsfolk and laying waste their city. I could understand their hostility. The older lady spoke to him gently, kindly, even as the bombs were still falling. When the raid was over, she took me to her house. There was a mirror, and I could see blood all over my face from a head wound, and that the thick soot from the smoke I had come through on my way down had collected in the blood, making me look as if I were badly burnt. I felt very embarrassed about this old lady feeling sorry for a young man who'd been bombing her. But Jim also knew how lucky he was. He thought of his empty bed back at base. Someone else would be in it tomorrow night, his replacement. But at least he was alive. So far, so good. Summoned by the German soldier, 2 Luftwaffe officials soon arrived and took Jim to hospital, where a doctor who spoke some English told him he was going to vaccinate him. The injection was in the buttocks, and when Jim lowered his trousers, revealing his pajama trousers and knee warmers, his guards were highly amused. Later they took him to a police station, where he was given 2 slices of black bread and a mug of hot but unpleasant ersatz coffee. Then they locked him in a cell for the night. Another ordeal was about to begin. Jim's war was over, but the Battle of Berlin continued for another 4 months and another 14 raids, varying in size from 379 to 891 aircraft. 7,249 Lancaster sorties were flown. 380 of them were lost. But had the sacrifice been worth it? The scientist Freeman Dyson put it succinctly in his A Failure of Intelligence. The city is more modern and less dense than Hamburg, spread out over an area as large as London, with only half London's population. So it did not burn well. 2 months into the campaign, Bomber Command concluded that less than 25% of Berlin had been devastated, less than the damage caused to other major cities at that time. For example, Hamburg was estimated to be 70% devastated, Mannheim and Hanover 55%, Düsseldorf and Essen 40%, and Dortmund 33%. When the Battle of Berlin ended, close to 30,000 tons of bombs had been dropped, and 6,427 acres of the city had been destroyed. Joseph Goebbels lamented in his diary, "I simply don't understand how the English are able to do so much damage to the Reich's capital during one air raid." The picture which met my eyes in Wilhelmplatz was one of total destruction. From the British point of view, at least publicly, the battle was a success. But the Reich had not fallen. The war had not been brought to an end, and the cost had been high. As plans for a land invasion grew, military minds turned to a better use for bomber command, and Harris would be obliged to concede, at least for the time being. He would never lose his belief in strategic bombing. The battle prompted even the lucky survivors to pause for thought. Wireless operator Reg Payne had returned safely from the raid that had done for Jim Penny. We touched down at just turned midnight, after 7¼ hours of flying. It was a wonderful sensation to feel the wheels on the concrete as we raced along the runway home at last, safe. The relief washed over me, replacing tension with excitement. We had made it. The engines were cut and I removed my helmet. The quiet was welcome after the so many hours with the heavy throbbing roar of the Merlins for company. Our ground crew were there to greet us. Friendly voices and helping hands opened the door, then helped us out with our kit. Our 2 gunners and our bomb aimer wandered off a little way to have a cigarette. Tired, weary, but thankful to be home, we clambered into the bus with all our gear, and the WAF driver headed back to the operations block. I handed my wireless ops log, codes, and so on to the duty signals officer, and then took a very welcome mug of steaming hot sweet tea from one of the WAFs, who had volunteered to stay up and wait for the crews to come home. After going to the locker room and putting all our flying kit away, handing in all the foreign money and any of the rations we had left, it was off to the sergeant's mess for a meal, and then to the washroom to get the grime and rubber marks off my face. At 1:00 in the morning, with no fire in the stove, our quarters seemed cold, damp, and unwelcoming. We talked about the raid for a while, and then collapsed into bed. The adrenaline had gone, and I was suddenly very tired, but sleep just wouldn't come. For quite some time, the reality of what I had just experienced tumbled through my head. Reg and his crew had been lucky, this time. But Jim Penny and many others had not, and now the work of a shadowy group of men, the Committee of Adjustment, began. The crews who were listed as missing had to be replaced immediately, and every trace of them needed to be removed from their various stations. By morning, only the memories of those who were lost would remain, and those too would quickly fade. Chapter 9. The War on the Ground. Counting the dead, the unreturned, disposing of their personal possessions, readying their bed spaces for their replacements. It was the necessary, though somehow pitiless work, of the curiously titled Committee of Adjustment. Those involved were not part of any committee, and they weren't really adjusting anything. Their simple, cold task was to clear all evidence of any missing airmen from their RAF station. There was a war to be fought, and little time for sympathy or reflection. Although Jim Penny's private war was still continuing on the ground in Berlin, the Committee of Adjustment was in full flow at RAF Bourne, clearing away his and the rest of his crew's personal effects. All trace of them would be wiped from the station. That ritual clearing of dead men's belongings was one of the most harrowing memories for all who survived the bomber war. It was pretty horrific, seeing somebody's life being taken out of his locker, to be sorted into personal items for his family to collect, and the official things which went back into stores. One recently qualified wireless operator arrived at his new hut, only to find unmade beds and clothing strewn around, and the Committee of Adjustment still at work. "Sorry about this," they said, "but those 2 crews didn't come back last night. You'll have to wait until we have cleared all their kit away." He was sent back to the mess to kick his heels. Some unlucky replacement crewmen arrived even before the committee had begun their work. Such was the desperate need for replacements. They simply removed the personal possessions of the previous crew themselves. At the side of the bed I had chosen, its sheets turned down, were photographs of a pretty girl with a signature and sentiment to the absent previous occupant. We tied it up, placing all the items together for later collection. The officer in charge of the Committee of Adjustment at RAF Bardney in Lincolnshire, where pilot Don McIntosh was stationed, had a nickname, the Chop Man. He was an elderly flight lieutenant who looked like a vicar. He and his assistants worked with the utmost delicacy, unobtrusive almost to the point of invisibility. One call and they took care of all the needs of the missing airmen. Like untouchables, they kept a low profile. The Chop Man sat alone at meals, his head bent, a furtive look on his face, while we avoided looking in his direction. Occasionally one of the older and more senior officers would say a few words to him just to be friendly. He was never seen in the evenings, when his presence would have been as welcome as a beggar at a feast. Aircrew hated the arrival of the Committee of Adjustment. They rarely delayed their work because beds and lockers had to be cleared immediately to make room for new crews who'd arrive without delay to replace the dead or missing. That survivors might be sleeping mattered not. Lancaster navigator Bill Kiley and his fellow crewmen returned from a mission deep inside Germany, went through the usual post-operation debriefing process, had a meal, then went to the quarters they shared with another crew. Exhausted, they fell into their beds. They didn't sleep long. The arrival of the Committee of Adjustment jolted them all awake. We knew people were missing because they hadn't turned up at debriefing. We had hoped they might have been diverted. But then the officers came in and started packing their things up. They didn't really say anything. They just got on with the job, packing the kit bags, going through lockers. We were all a bit shocked. It's very cold to see people's lives being taken out of lockers and put into bags. One thoughtful airman left a note in his locker for the men charged with removing his property if the worst happened. To the Committee of Adjustment, dear sir, hoping sincerely that I have caused you as little inconvenience as possible, please accept this meagre gift for doing a job that receives no thanks. I was, yours sincerely, Michael C. Scarrett. The meagre gift was not detailed in the note, but the officer reading the letter must surely have been moved by the sentiment expressed. Here was a young man, prepared, perhaps even expecting, to die for his country, but concerned that the disposal of his few possessions would trouble the authorities. Men died, men were replaced, and the numbers of both increased alongside Lancaster production and new airfields. Christ, what on earth have we done to deserve this? The advanced members of 106 Squadron had just arrived at Metheringham, 12 miles southeast of Lincoln, from RAF Syerston in November 1943. Their language became a lot bluer as they looked around the pockmarked moonscape. At Syerston, their accommodation had been brick-built and centrally heated. RAF Metheringham was one of a profusion of bases under construction across eastern England to provide the longer concrete runways the Lancaster bombers demanded, and as yet boasted nothing more than Nissen huts, corrugated iron islands in a sea of mud, with largely ineffective, haphazardly fueled pot-bellied stoves, and limited electricity and water. The local farmers heard the bad news from the Directorate of Land and Requisition. The subsoil was silt, but someone upstairs had decided that the site was important enough to merit the time and expense of draining it. Peter Scoley was a schoolboy when his family had to make way for the RAF. The upheaval which followed transformed the lives of the entire community. We were living at Holme Farm, which became the station commander's house. It was one of 3 small farms owned by my great-uncle George, a potato-growing specialist, and farmed in partnership with my father. Their prized land, nurtured for a lifetime, now disappeared under the bulldozers. Peter watched with a mixture of excitement and sadness, as bulldozers also claimed the beautiful woodland, where oak, ash, and birch trees grew in long-established profusion, peppered with rhododendrons. A blaze of colour in spring and summer, it was a favourite place for walks, and the home of a multitude of rabbits and pheasant, highly popular with poachers. All this would soon vanish to make way for the arrival of Bomber Command and the Lancasters. One homestead, destined for demolition, lost an avenue of beautiful chestnut trees, together with a single stunning red elm that took 3 men a whole day to bring down. Ancient roots had to be blasted free with explosives. Blitzed Britain had an abundance of the rubble they would use for hardcore. Thousands upon thousands of tons of it were delivered by the London and North Eastern Railway, along with 14 million bricks on 40 special trains, running at 2 a day in a single month in 1943. There wasn't the time or manpower to extend the stations, so sidings were constructed at a few key locations to free the main lines for their usual traffic. Young Peter Scoley looked on entranced as gigantic machinery arrived. Tractors, bulldozers, trench diggers, like great primeval spine-plated dinosaurs. 3 massive concrete mixers were installed. Tipper lorries and dumpsters scurried back and forth fetching sand and gravel, stone for foundations, bricks for this, pipes for that, until, where once there had been peace and ordered fields, all was now a frenzy like a nest of demented ants, a 650-acre shambles. It took 640,000 square yards of concrete to surface each 150-foot wide runway. And once an airfield was up and running, it had to be constantly supplied with fuel, spares, provisions, and bombs in staggering quantities. Similar massive bases were springing up across the country. As a 4-year-old, Maurice Garlick had seen a British fighter shoot down a Zeppelin at the end of the Great War in 1918, and he was now a Lancaster navigator. Arriving at his new base, he recorded his memories. Picture the layout of a typical wartime RAF bomber station. First, imagine a vast level field with a strong high-wire protective fence all round and only one entrance, with a guardhouse and armed sentries. 2 great wide concrete runways at right angles to each other stretch from one end of the field to the other. Before 1940, you would have seen all the aircraft lined up with military precision next to each other. Why not now? Because one day in 1940, at the height of the Battle of Britain, an enemy fighter bomber flew straight down the line, machine gunning and bombing the aircraft. He destroyed the lot. Henceforth, all aircraft were to be spread out at individual dispersal points all round the perimeter track, the road which followed the inside of the perimeter fence. On and op, all our Lancs would taxi along the perimeter track to the takeoff position, which varied with the wind. We had to take off into the wind to get maximum lift, as we were always so heavily laden. The crews would first be bussed from their quarters to the often distant dispersal points. The weather office and the control tower were close to the junction of the two runways in order to coordinate activity on both. The rest of the buildings were as far away from the runways as possible, as a safety measure, and also on account of the noise the aircraft engines generated. The CO's office was next to the adjutant's. Not far away were the air crew's huts, the ground personnel huts, the mess halls and canteens, games rooms, bath and shower rooms, the briefing hut, and a car park large enough for the aircrew buses and other service utility vehicles, the Tillies. The entire camp was connected to a tannoy system, and from it you could hear messages wherever you happened to be on the site. No excuse whatsoever was ever accepted for not hearing messages. The railway stations around RAF Metheringham and the roads that serviced them were swamped by the hundreds of workers arriving every day from as far away as Mansfield and Sheffield. As the airfield rose from the mud, more and more workers stayed on site, which created other tensions. The Royal Oak and the Red Lion pubs were packed every night, and locals had to get used to the sight of 200 drunken Irishmen weaving down Martin High Street, singing Danny Boy after closing time. The contractor's welfare officer was billeted with Peter's parents. He didn't have an enviable job. Many of the arguments that broke out among his charges were settled with shovels and pick handles. But he bore it all with equanimity and good humour, and became a familiar figure, roaring around the district on a powerful, noisy motorbike, a cloud of thick, oily smoke lingering in the air to mark his passing. On the plus side for Peter and his friends was the arrival of US engineers to lay the telephone cables. My brother and I began a short-lived but lucrative trade. Some of the early apples were ripening, which we pulled from the trees and threw over the hedge to the Americans, to be showered in payment with pennies and threepenny bits. Unfortunately, my mother, suspicious of the noise, put an immediate stop to these activities. As the base neared completion, the Lancasters and their crews arrived, as did the many hundreds of airmen and women needed to send them across the water into enemy territory. Everyone had to be housed, fed, watered, clothed, taken care of, and, of course, entertained. The NAFI began to lay on film shows. 2 officers organised a classical record club which met every Sunday evening. The squadron's operations record book relates that these concerts prove very popular to a small section of the station personnel who attend faithfully. A brains trust session started, based on a popular radio program, where a vast range of questions from philosophy to politics were answered by a panel of experts, and neighbouring units began to exchange concert parties and sporting events. RAF Metheringham was able to drum up halfway decent hockey, rugby and soccer teams, and the Canadians on the base had their own softball league. The WAFs played netball, and in the summer, naturally enough, there was cricket. Bikes were essential for use as transport to work and to local pubs, but woe betide you if you went without lights. Against the law, despite blackout regulations. A couple of offending Lancaster aircrew were pulled in by a police officer in a Wolseley. To our amusement, he said, "Do you realize you could be killed riding without lights?" We were risking life and limb most nights of the week every time we were on a raid. He took our particulars, and sometime later we were summoned to appear in Lincoln County Court. I couldn't appear on the date stated as I was briefed to go on a raid. I received a letter to say I'd been fined for the offence. My friend didn't pay his fine. He failed to return from that particular raid. Work on the base went on. The sick quarters had to be finished, and water supply was still lacking in the technical, administration and squadron sites. Undaunted, the NAFI installed a proper dance floor, and volunteers built a cinema-cum-concert hall, complete with stage and dressing rooms. A gymnasium came next. RAF Metheringham was fast becoming a sophisticated and self-contained metropolis of swiftly erectable Nissen huts, housing 1,685 men and 345 women. Amid the building at home, the destruction of Germany went on and on, the brave always rising to the occasion. Norman Jackson, a 25-year-old Lancaster flight engineer at RAF Metheringham, had completed his 30th sortie, and thus technically his required tour of duty. But since one had been with a different crew, he decided to join his own on their 30th and final op, so they could all finish together. He had something else to celebrate, too. His wife Alma had recently sent a telegram to say she'd given birth to their first child, Ian, a cherished addition to a loving family. Shortly before takeoff, the crew's rear gunner, 20-year-old Norman Johnson, had written his own last letter to his parents, not believing, like so many others, it would ever be delivered. "My dear father and mother, this is just a note I'm writing to you in case anything unfortunate happens to me while I am flying on operations. The only regrets I shall have on my life ending are those of being parted from you all, my very dear family, whom I love so very much. I should like both of you to know, my dears, how very much I have appreciated my home and all that you have done for me." It was never going to be an easy raid. The ball-bearing factories at Schweinfurt in Bavaria were heavily defended, but a crucial target. The Lancasters of 106 Squadron took off shortly after 9:30 p.m., and Norman Jackson and his fellow crewmen were in high spirits at the prospect of moving on to hopefully easier postings on training units. There was less flak than expected, and at 20,000 feet, bomb aimer Morris Toft dropped their lethal burden without difficulty. It was when they turned for home that the wireless operator noticed a blip on his Monica radar, closing fast. Before their skipper, Fred Mifflin, had time to take evasive action, a Focke-Wulf 190 homed in. A burst from his cannon hammered into the Lancaster's fuselage. Immediately the starboard inner engine erupted. Jackson activated the stricken engine's built-in Gravina fire extinguisher. For a moment the flames died down, only to flare up with even greater ferocity moments later. In the midst of the attack, Jackson was thrown to the floor with shell splinters in his right leg and shoulder. It looked as though they were done for. But he now came up with an incredible plan to try to save his aircraft. It would become one of Bomber Command's most remarkable feats of courage and human endeavor. It was my job as flight engineer to get the rest of the crew out of trouble. I was the most experienced member, and they all looked to me to do something. He had previously mulled over the challenge of an unextinguished engine fire and considered the possibility of getting out of the aircraft and crawling along the wing to fight the flames. It was as foolishly courageous as it was unlikely to succeed. Getting his skipper's consent for the desperate attempt, he grabbed a hand-held extinguisher from its clip and stuffed it into his Mae West, then reached up to open the midship's roof escape hatch. Before exiting, he released his parachute so his fellow crewman, bomb aimer Morris Toft, and navigator Frank Higgins could use it as an improvised safety line. Holding on to the canopy silk and long cords attached to his harness, they, hopefully, could pull him back into the aircraft after he had doused the flames. Or even more improbably, if he lost his footing and was blown away, they would simply let go of the parachute, allowing it to deploy and carry him safely down to earth. Standing on the navigator's table, Jackson eased out of the hatch into the blast of a freezing 200-mile-per-hour slipstream before lowering himself onto the wing. It is difficult to comprehend how he managed to steady himself amid the force of the wind, perhaps double the strength of what might be experienced in the worst hurricane. His next job was to get close enough to the fire to put it out, but there were no handholds of any kind to get him there, except for one. He zeroed in on the damaged engine's protruding air intake cover and knew what he'd have to do to reach it. Taking a deep breath, he launched himself into the raging headwind and somehow seized the intake. Now he had to hold on with his left hand taking his full body weight, while he extracted the extinguisher with his right. Body battered by the elements, flying suit whipping and flapping, he managed to turn it onto the flames and they began to die down. For a moment it looked as though Jackson's heroic action had saved the day. But then the Focke-Wulf came back to finish its job. As he clung desperately to the intake cover on the wing, the Lancaster twisted and banked sharply as cannon shells hammered into its flank. More shrapnel hit Jackson in the legs and back. His extinguisher was torn from his hand and cartwheeled off into space. Fresh flames leapt from the starboard inner engine, burning him badly and forcing him to let go. He was flung backwards off the wing. Morris and Frank tightened their hold on the canopy cords and paid them out, watching in horror as Jackson found himself suspended, as if flying, a few feet from the rear gun turret as his parachute reached its limit. He was now being dragged, flailing, alongside the tailplane. Finally, his fellow crewmen were able to free the canopy and release it, allowing it to whisk through the escape hatch, billow open, and drag him mercifully clear. His ordeal was far from over, though. The lines had caught fire, which now spread to the already torn silk canopy. He smothered the cords as best he could with his already scorched hands, but there was nothing he could do about the canopy, nearly 2/3 destroyed, and making his 3-mile descent far too fast. If he'd hit hard ground, Jackson would almost certainly have died. But fortune on this occasion favored the brave, and he crashed through a thick tangle of bushes, breaking an ankle in the process before passing out. He didn't come round until daybreak, numb with shock and cold, knowing that he was in a dire condition. His hands were charbroiled, his legs and back were flayed by shrapnel, and his face was so badly burnt he could only see with one eye. By a supreme effort of will, Jackson dragged himself on knees and elbows to a nearby house and managed to bang on the door. The occupant, recognizing him as one of the enemy who had caused so much devastation to his country, spat at him and yelled, "Churchill, Terror fliege!" The enraged man was then pushed aside by his 2 beautiful daughters, who bathed Jackson's wounds. "I was lying there like a lord. I began to think I was pretty lucky." They patched him up, only to force him to hobble to the closest town, where he became the target of further abuse and stoning. Finally delivered to the authorities, he spent 10 months in hospital before being transferred to a POW camp. His Lancaster was just one of 5 shot down out of the 16 that had taken off from RAF Metheringham that night. 2 of his crewmates, Fred Mifflin, the pilot, and Norman Johnson, the rear gunner, who had so recently written his last letter, were killed when it crashed. The remaining 4 survived. It was only when they returned from captivity at the end of the war that anyone heard the full, astonishing story of Jackson's bravery. He himself had remained characteristically modest about his achievement. For his incredible courage and fortitude, Warrant Officer Norman Jackson was awarded the Victoria Cross, one of the most celebrated of the entire war, on the 26th of October 1945. The order of precedence demanded that Group Captain Leonard Cheshire, one of the nation's most highly lauded pilots, should have been at the head of the queue to receive his medal from King George VI. But Cheshire told the king, "This man stuck his neck out more than I did. He should have his VC first." Protocol simply would not permit this, so a compromise was reached, and the 2 valiant men were decorated together. Jackson's mother gleefully announced to the assembled reporters, "The only other outstanding thing he ever did was to ride in a procession through Twickenham on the smallest bicycle ever made." The conflict left Jackson deeply religious. Nobody prayed harder than I did before we took off and after we landed, he recalled. So did all the rest of them, though nobody mentioned it. For the rest of his life he was periodically haunted by nightmares of his brush with death, and confessed to bouts of melancholy. He often reflected on how fortunate he was, compared to his friends who had either perished or struggled to adjust after the war. His hands never fully recovered. The RAF awarded him a disability pension of £2 a week. He rarely spoke of his Victoria Cross. The loss of 5 out of 16 Lancasters from one base was not unusual by this stage of proceedings, so life at RAF Metheringham carried on regardless. The Astra Cinema opened with The Life and Death of Colonel Blimp, and films became so popular that they played to packed houses 6 nights a week. Once the stage lighting had been installed, the station concert party presented Chocks Away, a revue produced by Jock Wilson that featured 18 numbers, including Anywhere in Bomber Command, Joining the WAF, and the Lancastrians. But the report on station entertainment remained unmoved. This had the makings of a good show, but lacked direction. When community singing leader Tom Ratcliffe visited the base, his reception was also muted. With a rather small audience at his disposal, he achieved a fair measure of success, but community singing has not a universal appeal. Wild games were far more popular on any RAF station, especially isolated ones that had little to offer apart from a local pub with rationed beer, though the landlord would usually give airmen a bit of leeway on that count. One such diversion involved piling all the tables and chairs into a pyramid. One person, with blackened feet from the soot in the fireplace, would climb to the top and put his footmarks across the ceiling, down the wall, and disappearing into the hearth. Even flying exercises could be turned to good account, as Pip Beck and her fellow WAFs found out. During the spell of sunny, warm weather, some of the girls had taken to sunbathing behind our huts, minus stockings, shirts, and bras. The sun and wind on bare skin felt wonderful, but it couldn't last. There was a spate of low-flying aircraft. Suddenly, we'd been spotted. That was the end of semi-nude sunbathing. For those like Lancaster pilot Ken Trent, stationed near Lincoln, there was the additional attraction of the Theatre Royal and its showgirls. It was one of our favourite places to go when we're lucky enough to be off duty. We head for the front row of the stalls, making sure we have the best view in the house of all the crumpet on stage. There's a bar on the right-hand side of the stage where we meet them during the interval to explore their talents further. Sex and female company were delightful when you could get it, but if you couldn't, there was always drink. Ken had the good fortune to acquire a motorbike equipped with a sidecar large enough to take 2 people side by side. He once used it to take all 6 of his crew out to their Lancaster before a training flight. They got to the aircraft in one piece, but he came a cropper soon afterwards, pursuing a pilot who owned an old Austin 7. I was on my motorbike, and he was ahead of me on the roadway leading to the mess. As I watched, he drove straight up to the building without slowing down, right up the steps, crashing through the doors, and into the hall by the bar. He climbed out and hailed the barman, "Afternoon, pint, please." Determined to follow suit, Ken only realised at the last moment that his combination of motorbike and sidecar was actually wider than the diminutive automobile. Trapped in the doorway, it stopped dead, and Ken was thrown, head over heels, to land on the floor of the bar on my backside, looking up at an appreciative audience. Peace and quiet came to be something many airmen craved, even over the pursuit of pleasure. Ken Trent found the pressure of ops so great that his hands were beginning to shake. The rounds of parties and excess ceased to provide consolation, so he found it in his friendship with a nearby farmer and his young family. Brackenwood Farm very soon became my second home away from the base. Until then, my life in the RAF had been a continual round of training, operations, nerves, pressure, drinking, the theatre, girls. It was becoming a real strain, which was already manifesting itself in my shaking hands. The farm, on the other hand, exuded stability, warmth, peace, and above all, love. My guardian angel had guided me into a place of happiness, where just along the road was war, and all those things which involved killing people and keeping oneself alive. I stopped drinking excessively and found solace in doing all the...
My God. You light your fag on any of those?
Ow!
That's a bit close.
I think we've been hit personally.
Yeah, lose a bit of height.
Yeah. That was close.
Yes.
Searchlight looking for us now.
Okay, I'm pressing on more or less on course.
Simon & Schuster Audio presents Lancaster, The Forging of a Very British Legend, by John Nichol. Read by Andrew Wincott.
We better press on north until we're clear of this issue.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Hello?
We've been holding the front here.
Okay.
The oil's leaking out of the front turret, so there's nothing to worry about.
Okay. Okay, boy. Donkey, could you glance over the temperatures on the engines?
Could I what?
Glance over the temperatures.
This book is dedicated to all the courageous men and women involved with the Lancaster bombers' wartime operations.
Weaving on your course, I shall be heading a little to the east.
Okay, I'll give you a course to steer if you reckon you'll go through it.
Yeah, it's...
Okay, right.
Only there's a few searchlights ahead, about 100.
Yeah. By God, I've never seen anything like this before.
Neither have I.
Forward.
4,000
Ron Needle is relaxing in the neat living room of his sheltered housing flat near Birmingham, part of the complex owned by the Bourneville Village Trust, founded in 1900 by the world-famous chocolate-making Cadbury family. Sitting in the automated easy chair bought for him by a military charity that cares for veterans who have lost limbs, he can gaze through his windows at well-manicured lawns and flower beds filled with purple petunias. The bright summer sun is streaming in, but the ongoing heat wave is a bit much for him. Still, he says, there are always worse things that can happen. He tells me he is the luckiest man alive, grateful for every day of his life. 93-year-old Ron is a veteran of Royal Air Force Bomber Command, where he served as a rear gunner on the Lancaster bomber. He is the only Second World War veteran residing in the home, which he loves. He likes to get involved in the many activities on offer, the crafts, coffee mornings, and more. A widower, living alone, Ron enjoys the company. He is surrounded by memorabilia from his time in the RAF. Books about Bomber Command and his beloved Lancaster crowd the shelves. A large wooden carving of Saint-Èvre Church in the small village of Méligny-le-Grand in northeast France has pride of place on the wall behind him. Beneath it, on the floor, sits a framed print entitled The Eternal Salute, depicting a wartime Lancaster surging through a turbulent, overcast sky. In the corner of the picture, above the clouds, 5 aircrew gaze into the distance. It is not a specific aircraft, or 5 particular young men, but a simple tribute to the thousands of Lancasters downed during the Second World War, and the many members of Bomber Command who gave their lives. A tribute to the many friends and colleagues Ron lost in battle. The print cost him £100, a significant sum for the war pensioner. But he won't be hanging it here. He is taking it to Méligny-le-Grand in a few weeks. He has some difficulty walking or standing for extended periods these days, but age and weary bones will not prevent him from making this journey. It has a very personal significance for Ron. It harks back to a time when his life hung in the balance. The other residents and staff in his home regularly ask him what he did in the war. He answers their questions politely, but keeps much of the detail to himself. Many of those memories, though 73 years old, are still raw and distressing. More importantly, Ron doesn't want to seem to be boasting about his role in the conflict. I have experienced this reluctance to talk freely with almost every veteran I have interviewed. They have to be pressed, to be cajoled to open up. As part of the military family, albeit a somewhat younger member, I understand their caution. While I could never compare my own experiences as a young RAF tornado navigator over a mere 7 weeks during the First Gulf War in 1991, with Ron's countless sorties in the skies above Germany in the 1940s, I can certainly relate to the fear, exhilaration, and desperation of battle. Having been shot down over Iraq in January 1991, then captured, tortured, and paraded on television screens around the world. My personal war had been relatively short, but deeply unpleasant. In the aftermath, I attended a number of military functions and began to meet some of my forebears who had flown the early bombers into the heart of German-occupied Europe during the darkest days of the Second World War. I noticed immediately that they were more comfortable sharing their experiences of combat over a beer with someone who could really understand its complex and often confusing cocktail of fear and excitement. They were more guarded with those outside the military family, who they worried might think they were shooting a line or exaggerating their involvement in a conflict that defined a generation and changed the shape of the modern world. The refrain I continue to hear most often is, "I didn't do anything extraordinary. There were no heroics. I just did the same job everyone else was doing." On one level, Ron Needle's reluctance to go into detail is entirely understandable. He was doing the same as all the other young men and women who stood in the way of the existential threat posed by Nazi Germany. However, both individually and collectively, they were a truly exceptional generation. Excited chatter fills the aviation halls at the RAF Museum in Hendon, North London, as parties of young schoolchildren skip around the iconic exhibits. Ron Needle and I are less vocal, but still delighted to be at the heart of this incredible display. We have come to visit one of the few surviving Lancaster bombers, so we can share his memories of the giant aircraft. His legs are weak now, so I push his wheelchair slowly past some of the other items tracking the history of flight, from the Wright brothers' first foray in 1903 to the jet-powered Air Force of today. As the kids dash from hall to hall, we meander, reveling in our shared enjoyment of time spent in the skies. We pause at the wood and canvas string bags of the First World War and wonder how anyone could have had the courage to take these flimsy machines beyond the runway, let alone into battle. I show Ron the Tornado I spent much of my RAF career flying. He gasps when I tell him it was capable of around 600 miles per hour. Sitting beneath the wing is a WE-177 tactical nuclear bomb, the type of weapon I spent so much time preparing to use against our Cold War enemies. It is sobering for us to reflect that a handful of WE-177s could have caused exponentially more devastation than the astonishing 1,000-bomber raids Ron's Bomber Command colleagues embarked upon during the Second World War. One display is playing Winston Churchill's famous "Never in the Field of Human Conflict" tribute to the incredible bravery and sacrifice of the few during the Battle of Britain. Ron remembers listening with his family to those speeches as a schoolboy. "We were always inspired by Churchill's broadcasts, though I didn't really understand how I would become involved in the war myself." Finally, there she is, in a cavernous hangar, dwarfing all other exhibits. S. Sugar towers above us, by far the biggest beast in Hendon's jungle. Although now confined to the ground, she is the world's oldest surviving Lancaster bomber, flying her first operation into the heart of Nazi Germany in the summer of 1942. Her final mission, in May 1945, was collecting liberated prisoners of war, many of whom had survived being shot down flying her kith and kin into battle. Bomber Command took the fight to the enemy when no one else could, and the statistics are as impressive as the aircraft herself. The 4 mighty Merlin engines mounted along the 102-foot wingspan gave her a top speed of around 280 miles per hour and a range of some 2,500 miles. With a 69-foot-long fuselage, the aircraft was essentially built around a 33-foot bomb bay, designed to carry a 14,500-pound payload. In later years, some Lancasters would be converted to deliver the massive 22,000-pound Grand Slam earthquake bomb, the largest conventional weapon dropped during the Second World War. At the height of the conflict, over 1 million men and women were employed producing the aircraft and its myriad parts at hundreds of factories on 2 continents. More service personnel were involved in flying and maintaining the Lancaster than any other British aircraft in history. Sir Arthur Harris, the no-nonsense chief of Bomber Command, called it his shining sword, the greatest single factor in winning the war against Germany. The average age of the 7-man crew was a mere 22. Of 7,377 Lancasters built during the war, over half, 3,736, were lost to enemy action and in training accidents. S. Sugar and Ron Nichol are among the lucky survivors. With 137 ops under her belt, S. Sugar is one of only 20 Lancasters to have completed over 100 wartime missions. A neat tapestry of falling bombs depicting her incredible tally of ops is painted on the fuselage under the cockpit. Beneath the bombs is inscribed Germany's Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring's arrogant boast, "No enemy plane will fly over the Reich territory." Göring had been very wrong. The RAF's bomber squadrons carried out offensive operations from the first day of the war until the last, more than 5.5 years later. They flew nearly 390,000 sorties and dropped around 1 million tons of explosive on enemy targets. Over 10,000 aircraft were lost. The human cost is also breathtaking. Of the 125,000 men who served in Bomber Command, 55,573 were killed, and another 8,400 wounded. Some 10,000 survived being shot down, only to become prisoners of war. In simple, brutal terms, if you flew in Bomber Command, you had no more than a 40% chance of surviving the war unscathed, at least physically. The mental toll was largely unrecorded and unrecognized. At the time, of course, young men like Ron Nichol had no idea, indeed no information about these casualty rates or the odds against survival. Sipping tea in a quiet cafe a few yards from his beloved Lancaster, Ron says, "When I look back now, of course, I had no sense of the risks I would face or the deaths I would see. You just didn't think about those things." He throws his head back and laughs. "Good God, if I'd thought about it, I'd never have joined up." I suspect that even if he had understood the meagre chances of survival, it would have made no difference. Ron and his young comrades wanted to be part of the war, were desperate not to miss out on the action. Along with almost every single veteran I have spoken to, Ron felt it was his duty to join up, to be seen, to be part of the fight for survival. The future was unimaginable. I was young, and the future simply didn't concern me. I just wanted to be part of the war, to take the fight back to Germany. I suppose I knew people were dying, but I didn't think of death or the reality of killing anyone myself. I just knew I had to join up and do my bit. One of the groups of visiting school children gathers beneath the Lancaster, a few yards from where we are sitting. These 5- and 6-year-olds in their neat grey pullovers and pink ties are not as tall as the wheel of the undercarriage. They listen to one of the museum staff explaining what the aircraft did and who flew it. Ron listens quietly too. When the guide points out where the rear gunner sat, and how it must have been a lonely job, I gently interrupt to tell them that the old man in the wheelchair is one such veteran. The children and their teachers stare at Ron in amazement, perhaps wondering how this diminutive figure could have achieved and experienced so much. The teachers thank him for their freedom. The children give him a round of applause, which attracts other museum visitors. Asked if he might say a few words, Ron struggles out of his wheelchair. Leaning heavily on his walking stick, he looks into the eager faces of the children and is suddenly overcome with emotion. Eyes glistening, he finds it impossible to speak. Feeling somewhat guilty that I have initiated the encounter, I step in to explain a little about what life was like for the men who flew the Lancaster. As I tell our audience how many of Ron's friends and colleagues died, my own voice cracks with emotion. The children's eyes, already wide as saucers, widen further when Ron manages to say a few words about what it was like to sit in the rear turret, how cold it was, how dangerous it could be. Eventually, one of the teachers steps forward to take his hand. Turning to her class, she says, "Children, what do we say to this gentleman and his friends for what they did for all of us during the war?" "Thank you," they yell in unison. I look over to Ron, and tears are running down his face. It is time to move on, and as we continue our own tour of the Lancaster, Ron murmurs, "Oh, those innocent children. Thank heavens they can have no concept of what we all really went through back then." What he really went through is the story I am eager to hear, and some of his memories surface as I wheel him around the bomber. Staring at the narrow door on the side of the fuselage, where he and his friends had clambered aboard all those years before, it is clear Ron feels a real affinity with the aircraft. "Seeing the Lanc up close again brings back so many memories," he tells me. "I've always had a fond feeling for her. She took me to war and looked after me in the worst of times. You can see how strong and powerful she looks. Her strength undoubtedly saved my life. The Lank is the reason I am still alive today. The reason I have a family, my own children and grandchildren. Gazing up at the rear turret, a perspex bubble the size of an oil drum, where he spent so many hours over enemy territory. His tired eyes brighten, and he sits up in the wheelchair, reaching forward. This was my office. How on earth did I fit in there? I spent so much time in this tiny space, on my own, separated from the rest of the crew, isolated apart from their voices on the intercom. There were so many deaths back then. Each one was a father, brother, or son to someone. I always try to look on the positives in life. My philosophy has always been simple. Whatever will be, will be. But there is also real sadness at the loss of my friends. The camaraderie was so important during the war. We lived together, flew together, drank together, and sometimes died together. Being so close to the Lank again really takes me back to happier times, and sad times too. You know, John, I really miss my old crewmates, even after all these years. I still say a prayer and raise a glass of whiskey to them every night, every single night, without fail. Ron stares into the distance, pain etched on his face. I'm tired of being on my own, and I'm looking forward to seeing my mates again. His eyes mist over, and his head dips. It's as though it all happened yesterday. I can still see it unfolding in front of my eyes, as if it were only 5 minutes ago. Chapter 1. Just another day in Bomber Command. Late afternoon, Sunday the 7th of January, 1945. The leaden skies spread from horizon to horizon. Ground crews had been working the snowplows all day to keep the runways clear. Now at last, the snow had abated, and the job was on. Dusk was falling fast as the drab green Fordson crew bus took the 7 men out to their giant Lancaster bomber, one of 16 from their base, scheduled to be part of this operation, scattered at their dispersal points around RAF Metheringham, 12 miles southeast of Lincoln. Metheringham was a new purpose-built affair, which had risen from the flat, windswept Lincolnshire farmlands and become operational a year earlier. It was a nondescript place, bleak Nissen huts, and a concrete block of a control tower. There were hundreds of such bases dotted across eastern and southern England, though Lincolnshire, Bomber County, had the lion's share, being the best-placed platform for taking the war to the enemy. The Fordson's engine stuttered in the cold as it reached its destination. Jettisoning their last cigarettes, nerves taut, the aircrew disembarked, the oldest of them 26, the 2 youngest still only 19. Breath pluming in the frigid air, they stamped their feet and rubbed their hands, glancing at one another, waiting for the tensions to settle, focusing on the task ahead. They did their best to echo their driver's cheery smile as she waved goodbye before they walked the short distance to the looming beast that lay in wait for them. Towering on its undercarriage, over 20 feet above them, was the spearhead of the British assault into the heart of Nazi Germany. Their Lancaster's upper surfaces were coated with camouflage greens and browns, matte black on its lower flanks, belly, and the undersides of its wings. The ghostly attire of the night bomber. They each climbed the short ladder through the square door on the starboard side of the Lancaster, just forward of the tailplane. Jim Scott, 23, the pilot and captain; Bob Dunlop, also 23, and the bomb aimer, who doubled as front gunner; Ken Dark, 21, the navigator; Harry Stunnell, the wireless operator, also 21; Les Knapman, the flight engineer and old man of the crew at 26, whose responsibility was to ensure the smooth running of the aircraft, as well as covering for the pilot. The mid-upper gunner, Jack Elson, was one of the 19-year-olds. The other gunner, and the baby of the crew, was Ron Nichol. He held the loneliest position of all, far from the rest of his friends, in the rear gun turret at the back end of the aircraft, hence his nickname, Tail End Charlie, or more colourfully, Tail Arse Charlie. They boarded in silence and without ceremony. Many crews had long established rituals from which they dared not deviate, relieving themselves on the rear wheel of the aircraft, perhaps. Their ground crews complained that this rotted the rubber, but toilet facilities were minimal once airborne. Others would give voice to their favoured songs before embarking. On a night like this, voices, some quivering, some firm, could ring out with the resonance of a choral mass. Many carried mascots or talismans, some personal, some for the entire aircraft, and woe betide them if by chance they left their lucky charm behind. But that wasn't the way things worked on this Lancaster. Ron Nichol in particular had no time for superstitions. I've always accepted life as it is. What will be, will be. It was a good philosophy for a young man who had to face death on a near-nightly basis. In the job they'd signed up for, boys had to grow up fast. The down-to-earth Brummie had volunteered for the RAF 18 months earlier, as soon as he'd reached the age of 18. I saw my first enemy aircraft one Wednesday afternoon while in the back garden at home, he recalls. The Luftwaffe bombed the Royal Orthopaedic Hospital in Northfield on the 23rd of November 1940. I was around 100 yards away as it unfolded. I was only 14, but I was so angry. That was the point. I decided to join the RAF and fight back against the Germans. Ron was going to get his wish. He exchanged a quick, tight grin with his friend, wireless operator Harry Stunnell, a gentleman with a great sense of humour, whom he'd got to know well over the months they'd been together. Humour was a great weapon against fear, so long as you always treated fear with respect. It was a short climb into the Lancaster, a brisk prelude to a long and dangerous journey, from which evasion in a crisis was far from straightforward. For Ron, the Lancaster would always remain an elegant and very beautiful aircraft. For some of his older colleagues, the fact that it wasn't easy to get out of in an emergency counterbalanced its other undoubted virtues. Apart from the main door, the only other exit, other than the two sea-ditching hatches on the top of the fuselage, and not designed for a parachute escape, was the tiny forward hatch, just 22 inches by 26, tucked under the padding where the bomb aimer lay in the nose of the aircraft when dispatching his deadly payload. At least Ron, as rear gunner, had the possibility of rotating his turret to one side in an emergency and bailing out backwards from his perspex bubble. If all went well, if he had had time to firstly open the doors behind him and reach into the aircraft for his parachute, it was too bulky to wear in the turret, stowed in a pannier on the side of the fuselage. If he could then connect it to his harness in the midst of the chaos and confusion. There were a lot of ifs for the men flying Lancasters in Bomber Command. This was his crew's 11th sortie. They'd scraped through their 10th only 48 hours earlier. On a night run against a pocket of enemy troops near Bordeaux, all hell had broken loose. They'd been caught in anti-aircraft fire. Their first bombing run had been aborted, so they'd had to go round again. Their Lancaster shuddering as the flak hammered and burst around it, far too close for comfort, buffeting the men so violently that Ron Needle's only thought had been, "Let's get the hell out of here." At last, the payload had gone, and relieved of its weight, the Lancaster had leapt skywards, leaving the airmen's stomachs hollow. The thought of being shot at while carrying 14 1,000-pound high-explosive bombs, a typical load for such a target, wasn't comfortable for any of them. However often you flew, you knew that every time could be the last. Each sortie was like going over the top for the troops in the trenches in the First World War. You could never take anything for granted, never leave anything to chance. But at the same time, you knew that so much was entirely out of your hands. They'd got home safely, no injuries, no damage to the aircraft, but very shaken. They all knew that in their line of business, survival was never something to be taken for granted. Never far from their minds was the thought that whenever they lifted off from the runway, death was the 8th passenger in their Lancaster. The briefing room that afternoon had been blue with cigarette smoke. Everyone had groaned when the briefing officer drew back the security curtain that covered the map and revealed the red cotton line marking their route. Munich. A long run, 4 hours or so there, another 4 back. This was to be the last major aerial assault of the war, on the heart of a city already pulverized by over 70 raids during the previous 5 years. The Western Allies, having achieved near-total dominance in the air, were pushing their point home, softening up the Germans to facilitate the Russians' westward advance. Ken Dark and his fellow navigators made notes on turning points, tracking and heights. Pilots paid close attention to the route and the other elements of the attacking formation. They were all familiar with the routine. It was a totally normal day, Ron recalled. We'd had breakfast. We had such good food as aircrew. Bacon, real eggs, not the powdered variety. Tea, toast and jam. We really were well looked after. Then we would just wait to see what the day would hold. It was just another day in Bomber Command. The briefing over, the time had hung heavily. There were checks to be run, the ground crews busy about their cherished aircraft, night flying tests to be completed. However often you did it, your nerves tingled and you longed for the moment of takeoff. After checking the guns and ammunition, rear gunner Ron could only wait. We would just hang around and chat, but you never really talked about what we were going to do, what we might face. I suppose no one wanted to really acknowledge what we might be feeling. Even if you felt it, you could never admit to being afraid. Once aboard their Lancaster, Ron turned left, all the others turned right, and clambered aft through the narrowing fuselage, past the Elsan bucket-like toilet, slotted into its place amidships, and fitted with a lid that, in theory at least, stayed clamped down on its contents when not in use. For the duration of the flight, he was now separated from the rest of the crew, firstly by a set of double swing doors on the fuselage, and then by the sliding doors of his capsule. All communication would be by intercom. Squeezing himself into the Perspex turret protruding from the tail, he would face outwards from the aircraft, without the advantage of knowing what he was flying into, until they, hopefully, landed back at base over 8 hours later. It was the loneliest spot on Earth, and one of the most cramped. From the outside, the Lancaster was a giant. Less so inside. Barely 6 feet across and 6 feet high at best. The interior was traversed near the center by the twin metal spars that attached the wings to the airframe. spars that narrowed the gap between floor and ceiling to just a couple of feet the crew had to clamber through when moving forward or aft. To compound their difficulties, they had to squeeze between the equipment racks and crew stations, which narrowed the interior further, taking care that their heads and bodies didn't connect with jutting metalwork. You might be reasonably secure when in your confined position, but moving around was hard enough in normal circumstances, in flight, in darkness, and the Lancaster was a night worker first and foremost. Wearing a bulky flying suit, it was much tougher, even when you were as accustomed to it as these young men were. Moving around while under attack or on fire was something else again. Ron's role was one of the most vital to the safety of the Lancaster. Perched on a padded leather seat, knees bunched, in an area about the size of an oil drum, he was exposed on all sides through his flimsy Perspex turret. Gloved fingers never far from the triggers of his 4 303 Browning machine guns. His job was to scan the night sky ceaselessly for threat. The Lancaster wasn't built for comfort. Temperatures at 20,000 feet could be as low as -40 centigrade. Ron's electrically heated flying suit kept the worst of the chill at bay, if it worked. Sometimes one side was burning hot, the other stone cold. But that was the kind of thing you got used to. Cold was always a problem in a Lancaster. Ron hadn't felt any sense of foreboding before taking off that day, beyond the usual nerves and adrenaline rush that came no matter how often you flew. That apprehension almost always disappeared, if you were lucky, the minute you set your mind to the task at hand. But his mate, the wireless operator, 21-year-old Harry Stunnell, couldn't suppress his concerns. Each Lancaster crew was tight-knit, seldom fraternizing seriously with other crews. The ever-present threat of death made men chary of close friendships. But Harry had befriended a fellow wireless operator, and before the flight that afternoon, as they stood by the kit lockers, he'd confided, "Bill, I've got a strange feeling about this bloody Munich job." Bill Winter had already noticed that his buddy, normally so cheerful, had been a bit long in the face that day, and did his best to reassure him. It was Harry's father's birthday, wasn't it? Maybe Harry was just desperate to be celebrating with him in a Brighton pub. Bill, the calm, good-natured son of a policeman, patted his friend on the back. "We all get those feelings sometimes. You'll be okay." "Tonight feels different. I don't feel happy at all," Harry replied. But he had to keep his feelings to himself. The unspoken golden rule was that you never let on any misgivings to your crewmates. And the rest of them, like Ron, seemed to feel that this was just another operation. Dangerous, of course, they all were, but routine. They'd spent the time before boarding chatting idly about what they'd do when it was over, whether to go out for a few pints of weak wartime beer, or have a drink in the mess, or if there was time, visit friends or family away from the base. There was still a life to be lived away from the skies over Germany. Harry quietly took his place a short way aft of the navigator's station, exchanging a grin with Ken Dark. Ken was 21 years old, and a London bank clerk in Civvy Street. Fair-haired, handsome, bookish, and reserved, he was the brain-box of his family, and dearly loved by them. He had settled down in the RAF, found his niche, and made friends quickly with fellow airmen and WAFs, members of the Women's Auxiliary Air Force. Initially, the RAF had looked to the middle classes and public schools for its ideal recruits. As the war progressed, the backgrounds of air crews had broadened. Now everyone mixed in, more or less happily. Harry had been an upholsterer before joining up. Ron, a butcher from Birmingham. Nobody cared about class or schooling. least of all the senior echelons of Bomber Command, for as casualties mounted to unprecedented levels, they could no longer pick and choose who would fly their aircraft to war. Ken drew the curtains round his cubbyhole to shut in the light from his desk lamp and spread out his charts. At 6 feet 2, he was lucky to have the luxury of the navigator's space. There were rear gunners even taller than he was, but their knees must have been jammed under their chin. Ron waited for his pilot to go through the cockpit checks. Everything had to be in perfect order before takeoff. The pilot was the boss, the skipper, even if other crewmen outranked him. Ron's pilot, Jim Scott, was a flying officer, while Ken Dark was a more senior flight lieutenant. None of that mattered now. Ken would take orders from Jim for the duration of the flight. Everyone would watch everyone else's backs. That was the way to survive, unless survival was taken out of your hands by German anti-aircraft guns or by the deadly fire of Messerschmitt or Junkers fighters. Once all the checks were completed to the skipper's and flight engineer's satisfaction, Ron heard the low growl of the 4 Merlin engines as they each burst into life, finally giving vent to a deep-throated roar as the huge aircraft lumbered towards the runway. Through his turret, he could see about 20 well-wishers who'd gathered to wave them off. The squadron commander was there, the ground crew who all but mothered the aircraft, and a group of WAFs who worked round the base as radio operators, parachute packers, drivers and debriefing officers. Jim powered up the engines, waiting for the takeoff signal as their roar reached a crescendo. Then the green light flashed and he released the brakes. Ron's chest pushed against the controls of his Browning machine guns as the Lancaster thundered down the runway. The crowd gathered around the airfield watched as they departed. I always drew comfort from seeing them. There was a sense of us all being in it together. They knew what we were facing. They'd seen so many eager young crews set out on an op and failed to return. As we sped down the runway, all I could see was the blackness of the concrete, a slight glow from the snow, and all those people waving, disappearing from view. He felt the tailwheel lift beneath him first, which always gave him a curious sense of elation. Then the main wheels left the ground, and the Lancaster lifted into the night sky, soaring with a lightness that belied its size. RAF Metheringham grew tiny beneath them as they set course to join the rest of the 50-mile-long bomber stream, bound for the Bavarian capital. It grew colder as they climbed, dropping around 2 degrees centigrade for every 1,000 feet. As they crossed the French coast at 7:45 p.m. that freezing January night, the temperature at 19,000 feet was bitter. The men in front could benefit from the Lancaster's heating system, which was at its most efficient there. But Ron Needle, exposed to the freezing outside air in his Perspex turret, was grateful for his heated flying suit and thick gloves. Time passed both too slowly and too fast. Suddenly, it was only 45 minutes to target. As they grew closer, Jim urged them all to keep a lookout for enemy fighters. Ron kept his eyes even more strictly peeled for Messerschmitt 110s and Junkers 88s, whose cannon were more powerful and had a longer range than his machine guns. To his relief, none came. If they had, the Lancaster's wonderful maneuverability might just have kept them out of trouble, but he was glad they didn't need to put that to the test right now. Their experience 2 days previously had been bad enough. Hopefully, tonight would be different. Light sparkled off the sheen of the upper surface of the wings, and their aircraft jolted and shook in the turbulence of the bomber stream. They were part of a coordinated attack that night, comprising 9 Mosquitoes and 645 Lancaster bombers. The black skies around them were crowded and dangerous, Stunnell recalled that tension was at concert pitch, reaction speeds intensified. Young lads who had not long ago feared our strict headmasters were now flying into the Third Reich, which was presided over by one of the biggest bullies of all time. Ron could hear the voice of the bomb aimer over the intercom. "Route markers ahead, Skipper." Though he was aware of the glow in the sky, he couldn't see what Bob Dunlop could. The brightly coloured red, green and yellow indicator flares dropped by the Pathfinder force, which had preceded them to mark the route and the target itself. He didn't look directly at the glowing sky. Gunners never did. Bright lights affect night vision. It takes about 10 minutes for eyes to readjust to the dark. The skies above Munich began to glow as the fiery rain of bombs from the aircraft at the head of the attack force began to fall. Harry Stunnell pushed any forebodings to one side and moved up to look forward from the cockpit onto a bloody great-coloured nightmare of stark proportions. The whole wild scene resembled a contorted Turner landscape, daubed with deft, fiery brushstrokes. Within it there was a huge sea of boiling red broth, emitting thousands of surface bubbles, cavorting flashes of the most startling brilliance, waxed and waned in accordance with the savagery being inflicted from above. Ahead of him, the Pathfinders were swooping down to replenish burnt-out target indicator flares in order to ensure subsequent bombs were concentrated on the heart of the city. Munich was ablaze. Pilot Jim Scott kept a watchful eye out for other Lancasters in the stream, jostling for position to commence their attack runs. Collisions happened at moments like this, or worse, you could be on the receiving end of bombs falling from an aircraft above you. Some would drop their payload out of sequence, some too early. The darkness was bursting into a maelstrom of noise and flame, and coupled with the roar of the engines and the stabbing brightness of the searchlights, you could never be sure of anything. Stunnell decided he didn't want to see the horrors unfolding below, and returned to his station. Their Lancaster was approaching the target. Bob's voice, striving to be calm, talking to Jim, crackled in Ron's intercom too.
"Steady. Steady. Right a bit. Steady. Correct left a tad. Steady."
Ron prayed it wouldn't be a dummy run again.
"Keep her there. Right."
A moment's silence, then,
"Bomb's gone."
the Lancaster's load, a massive 4,000-pound blockbuster bomb, escorted by 954 4-pound incendiaries, hurtled towards the stricken city. The blockbuster, or Cookie as the name suggested, was designed to blast structures apart, leaving them exposed to the incendiaries which would ignite the exposed and shattered interiors. War from the air was a brutal business. Released of its burden, the pilot had to control the aircraft as it leapt upwards, another moment of potential risk if someone was flying above you. Then came the moment they all loathed.
"Hold her for the photo."
It meant keeping straight and steady for a few seconds while the camera behind the bomb aimer took automatic flash shots of their run through its own small porthole on the floor. How the crewmen hated those few seconds, vulnerable to attack and unable to maneuver. The pictures were vital, mandatory. Analyzed back home, they served a dual purpose, proof that the Lancaster and her crew had done their job, and material to assess the success of the raid. But those brief moments seemed like the longest of the entire flight. Then disaster struck. A bomber stream would normally fly to its target on one course and return home via another. No marker lights showed on any aircraft, and apart from the blazing target and the pale glow of the moon, it was dark. Too dark to see fast-moving allies close by. Ron had heard the bomb's gone announcement and was thinking, good, now we can go home. Jim Scott, holding the Lancaster steady for the photo run, had suddenly caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. a huge dark shape heading straight for them through the flame-reddened sky. Another Lancaster. Jim wrenched on the controls to take evasive action, while Harry Stunnell watched events unfold. The rogue Lancaster seemed to be making a premature exit from the starboard flank of the stream, as if being pursued by a night fighter, but more likely it was attempting to get away from the target area. It came like a bat out of hell, in a sky bathed in a weird, greyish light. Its engine nacelles thrust belligerently forward, closing fast. A shit or bust situation. At the last moment, it attempted correction, as did Jim Scott, but it was too late. It appeared to feather flick our starboard wingtip. Harry Stunnell's foreboding hadn't been misplaced. Somehow they managed to sweep past each other. But the slipstream of the other Lancaster, perhaps the slight brushing of wingtips, was enough. With a roar, their aircraft was flipped out of control. Engines screaming, it plummeted towards the burning city they had just bombed. Ron's single frantic thought was, "What the hell is going on?" Engines howling as they continued to fall. Jim yelled,
"Prepare to abandon aircraft,"
while he and his flight engineer fought to regain control. Wireless operator Harry Stunnell immediately reached for his parachute, which should have been stowed on the fuselage wall opposite his seat. But it wasn't there. He felt his stomach hollow with panic. The Lancaster was being stretched to breaking point. A violent wind ripped through its fuselage. Presumably someone had jettisoned an escape hatch in preparation to abandon the aircraft. Biceps bursting as he wrestled with the wildly bucking Lancaster, Jim finally managed to bring it under some kind of control. But they were far from out of danger, and the abandoned aircraft order stood. As the Lancaster gradually leveled out, Harry was able to leave his seat and search for his missing chute. Panic mounted again as he moved fruitlessly through the fuselage, barking his shins on jutting metalwork. His earlier fears returned as he made his way forward again, to where Ken Dark was still anchored to his navigator's table, his own parachute strapped to his chest. The howling wind made communication all but impossible, but he managed to shout, in desperation,
"I've lost my chute. I'll have to come with you. I'll hang on to your harness straps."
Ken looked at him. In that awful moment, Harry had to accept the message he read in Ken's eyes. They both knew the notion was impossible. Heart lurching, Harry turned and retraced his steps, trying to prepare himself for the worst, when he stumbled over something. He knelt down and felt a rush of relief. His chute must have been dislodged after the near collision, and by sheer good fortune hadn't been bundled out of reach in the following dive, or out of the aircraft entirely. His hands shook as he struggled to strap it on. Ron didn't have time to think. Instinct took over. He hadn't needed to hear the pilot's order to bail out. He knew this was a very bad one, and he had to get going. Fighting down panic, he'd managed to get hold of his parachute. There was no room to wear it inside his turret, so he had to recover it from outside the sliding doors that enclosed him, and clip it onto his chest as the Lancaster had fallen out of the sky. The speed of its near-vertical descent had created a gravitational force that prevented Ron from turning his gun turret 90 degrees to the fuselage and bailing out backwards, reversing into the relative safety of the night sky. Somehow, the aircraft righted itself, but not without cost. A glacial wind now cut through the fuselage. Perhaps they had lost their bomb bay doors, or the forward escape hatch, maybe both. The interior of the aircraft was in chaos. But it wasn't all bad. They were still alive, and they were still airborne. Having regained some semblance of control, Jim Scott rescinded the bailout order, and they began to take stock of their dire predicament. Ken Dark shook off his confusion and got busy plotting a new course for home, but his hands were numb in the biting cold. So Scott told Ron to come forward and lend the navigator his gloves. Ron unplugged his intercom and oxygen supply and fought his way forward. Clambering over the wing spars, banging his head on the Lancaster's metal ribs, He was relieved that at this much lower altitude he didn't need to use one of the portable emergency oxygen bottles clipped to the inside of the fuselage, which would have restricted his movement further. Ken took the gloves gratefully, and Ron couldn't fail to notice the grimness of the pilot's and flight engineer's expressions as he did so. The cabin was strewn with charts, maps, and more dangerously cartridges for the very flare pistols ripped from their storage rack. It was time to take stock. They'd lost a lot of height. The altimeter read 10,000 feet, and heaven only knew what damage the airframe had suffered. But for the moment the Lancaster seemed to be bearing up. Cautiously, the pilot began to gain altitude. The flight engineer continued to carry out damage assessment as best he could. There was some hope of salvation. Ken Dark had plotted a revised course home, heading north and east for Juvincourt, about 20 miles north of Reims. Liberated by the Americans 4 months earlier, it had been the largest Luftwaffe base in France and boasted emergency landing facilities. Ron returned to the rear of the bomber, forward of his turret, near the main door. They weren't out of the woods yet. He couldn't forget the set faces of his skipper and the flight engineer. Now, to make matters worse, a blizzard had begun to pelt the aircraft's aluminium alloy shell. Everyone was frozen. Ron's heated flying suit was no longer plugged in. The interior was frosting, and visibility both inside and out was almost zero. The chances of making it to Juvincourt were slim, but at least they knew that they'd passed out of Germany and into France, Allied territory. Jim Scott brought the aircraft down to a lower altitude to try to get his crew a little warmer and to shift the ice he feared was building up on the wings. But in doing so he noticed that the altimeter didn't seem to be responding correctly. Shortly afterwards, over the mercifully still functioning intercom, Ron heard his anxious voice ask if anyone could see any sign of the ground. Ron didn't like that note of anxiety. The skipper was a cheerful, indomitable Scot, whose lively blue eyes had melted the heart of more than one aircraft woman back at Metheringham. It was unlike him to worry without very good reason. Enclosed in the rear fuselage, Ron was unable to see out, but he heard Jack Elson, the mid-upper gunner, answer,
"I can, skipper. It's right below. I can see some trees." "Can't be,"
came the taut reply.
"Altimeter's at 4,000 feet safety height."
Everyone's stomach tightened. Christ, was this it? What was happening? They hit the treetops seconds later. The Lancaster bucked and jolted, ripping itself apart as it plummeted through the forest. Fuel burst from its shattered wing tanks, and the engines burst into flames as they careered onwards and downwards, 30 tons of mortally wounded dragon, cutting its way through the forest until the irresistible forces of the trees brought it to a gradual halt. Fuel rushed into the interior and flooded the floor. Harry Stunnell saw flames shooting up between his legs and realized that it had been ignited by sparks from the generators under his desk. Fire danced around him.
"God, get me out!"
he shouted. He could see no one else, hear no one else, could think of nothing but how to douse the fire that was already licking at his flesh. When he tried to steady himself against the sides of the fuselage, his hands stuck to the red-hot metal, tearing the skin as he pulled them away. Machine gun ammunition was popping in the heat, and the stench of burning perspex caught in the back of his throat. Molten plastic dripped on him from the edge of the Astrodome, the observation bubble just aft of the cockpit. Biting his lip against the pain, shielding his eyes, he looked up. The dome had gone now, and here, if he could only make it, was a possible way out. Burning to death was every airman's deepest fear. Driven by a survival instinct that forced him to ignore further pain, Harry hauled himself up towards the hole where the Astrodome had been. I managed to place my buttocks on the outside surface. My backside was burning. I was in terrible pain. I drew up my knees, dragged my feet through the hole. I was now free to jump down on the port wing. Unfortunately, the wing had gone. He fell the 20 feet from the top of the aircraft heavily, jarring his ankles as he landed on the frozen ground. Pain seared through his legs. He almost passed out, but knew that simply wasn't an option. He shook his head to clear it. The port wing lay burning several yards to the rear. Dimly aware of the trail of destruction the dying aircraft had left in its wake, he staggered, still on fire, away from the inferno, ripping through brambles, half falling, trying to stamp out the burning embers in his flying boots, finally reaching the deep snow that nestled under undamaged trees. He rolled in it, gasping in agony and shock, but also with relief. The snow had put out the fire that had threatened to engulf his body. When he was finally able to take stock, he could see that the front of his Lancaster had been destroyed by the force of the onrushing trees. The main section of the fuselage was melting, and exploding ammunition still peppered its remains. Harry wondered if anyone else had survived. He wondered if he would do so himself. Alone at the back of the aircraft, Ron Nichol heard no noise, felt no sensation of a crash. He was suddenly thrown forward, and smashing heavily into the fuselage, immediately passed out. When he came to, he found himself hanging upright from his parachute harness, hooked onto the fuselage. He knew the jutting metal that had trapped his harness had undoubtedly saved him. Without it, he would have been hurled into the inferno. Mercifully, the fire hadn't reached his position, and the flames he could see ahead of him looked as if they were losing their force. But they could draw fresh energy at any moment from a hitherto untouched puddle of fuel, the smell of which was everywhere, coupled with the acrid smell of burning perspex, and now, he realized, of burning flesh. Machine-gun bullets popped and ricocheted around him. Ron hadn't a second to waste. He pressed his harness release button, dropped to the floor, and winced as he felt a stabbing pain from his right ankle and lower leg. He thought it dislocated his right shoulder, and his chest burned when he breathed. But somehow he had to get out. It didn't look as if anyone else had. Ron could see Jack Elson's legs, shattered and burned, hanging from his hammock seat, still suspended in his upper gun turret. He was a terrible mess, and I knew immediately he was dead. To see my dear friend hanging lifelessly like that was horrendous. But survival now became paramount. Ron could only imagine what lay further forward, ahead of the mid-upper gunner's position. But he knew that the nose of the aircraft must be smashed to pieces. He was exhausted. The pain in his leg was excruciating, and all he wanted to do was lie down and sleep. Instead, he forced himself on, dragging his way back down the fuselage to the main door on the starboard side. With a superhuman effort, he manipulated the lever that opened it. Not the easiest of tasks at the best of times, as every Lancaster flyer knew. It was a miracle it hadn't buckled and jammed in the crash. At last, it swung open. I simply fell out of the door, and pain shot through my body. I was surrounded by towering trees. I crawled towards them through the freezing snow, and found myself in the blackness of the forest. He managed to get about 10 feet under the canopy, and prop himself against a trunk. He was done in, but at 19 the will to live was strong in him, though God only knew what would happen next. There was no other sign of life, apart from the soughing of the wind in the branches, and the last broken crackles of the furnace. There was only the silence of the snow. He was alone. As far as Ron knew, the crash had claimed all his other crewmates. He didn't think of his family, or the girl he'd met, and whom he hoped one day to marry. His only thought was of survival. From where he lay, Ron could see the silhouette of the ruined Lancaster. It was no longer a beautiful machine. It was dying before my eyes, blackened and charred. It was a wreck in the forest. I felt a personal loss as I gazed at her, but I thanked her for my survival. If it hadn't been for the strength and determination of this lank, I had no doubt I would not be alive. She saved my life." He lay back in a state of utter collapse. Even the pain from his wounds had numbed for now. All he could feel as his thoughts raced was the biting cold. He knew he was in France, and in an area already liberated from the Germans. He listened in the darkness, hoping against hope that the noise of the crash would have alerted someone who would even now be coming to investigate, to help. Too exhausted to call out, he cocked his ears. There was nothing. He longed to live, but he knew that, unaided, he would die. Chapter 2. The Coming War. Though he never spoke of it much, Ron Needle's father, Edward, had seen service with the Royal Warwickshire Regiment during the First World War. He had been gassed at the Battle of the Somme. The resulting bronchitis would kill him at the age of 65, but his motto was always, "Life is sweet, and whatever it holds for you, make the most of it." The family lived in the inner-city Birmingham district of Ladywood, where Ron, born on the 17th of March 1925, was the fourth of 11 children. It was quite a squeeze in their small back-to-back terraced house. The only windows faced the street, so it was poorly lit, poorly ventilated, and without the luxury of any back garden or yard. Ron was proud of his dad. He was kind and loving, a well-respected trades union official who'd fight tooth and nail if he believed that a colleague had been wronged. Good grounding for a son who would later fly Lancasters, fighting to right one of the greatest wrongs of the 20th century. Ron's introduction to flight came at an early age. On a family outing late in 1929, Edward told him to look skywards. There the young Ron saw the majestic, recently completed R-101 civil airship soaring high over the city. The sight left a vivid and lasting impression on him. Seeing the airship was an amazing experience. It was the first flying machine I had ever seen, and it looked like some sort of creation from a science fiction comic. To see a flying machine like this was mystical, almost magical. I was a child of 4, so the thought that I could ever be flying through the skies myself never entered my head. How could that ever happen? 14 years later, Ron had his answer. Almost all the men who flew Lancasters were born, give or take a year or two, in the first half-decade of the 1920s. Many of their parents and grandparents remembered the Zeppelin raids of the First World War. Indeed, Ron Needle's mum, Ellen, had mistakenly told him that the airship he'd seen as a 4-year-old was actually a German Zeppelin. These massive, lighter-than-air craft brought terror to British towns and cities. Early in 1915, the Germans bombed Great Yarmouth, Sheringham, and King's Lynn, causing slight damage and a handful of fatalities. Though Kaiser Wilhelm II had for a short time forbidden attacks on London, raids on the docks took place from February that year, and at the end of May, Zeppelins dropped 120 bombs in a line stretching from Stoke Newington to Stepney, and then out again to Leytonstone. Damage and fatalities were still relatively slight. 7 killed, 35 injured, and 7 buildings destroyed. But over 40 fires were started, and the fear instilled was as effective as the damage inflicted. Waging war from the skies was a reality. Maurice Garlick was a toddler when he experienced the First World War raids that made his mother very nervous. The family had constructed a self-made shelter in their home in Hatfield, to the north of London, consisting of the stout dining table piled high with heavy tomes, like the Encyclopaedia Britannica, family Bibles, and Mrs. Beeton's cookbook. Morris was the same age as Ron Needle when he saw his first airship. But that was in 1918, and in this instance, the airship really was a Zeppelin. One moonlit night, my dad popped his head under the shelter and said in an urgent voice, "Come on, lads, come and see something you will probably never see again." So my brother, 8 years old, and I crawled out sleepily, still in our pyjamas, and from the front garden in Hatfield stared towards London. Trapped in a cone of about 6 brilliant white searchlight beams was this slim, long white cigar. Suddenly, a tiny silver fly appeared and seemed to be spitting fire at it. "That's a German Zeppelin. That big thing probably been bombing London," Dad explained. "And that little one is ours. It's called an aeroplane, and it's shooting bullets at it." We stood in awe. All of a sudden, that long, sleek pencil burst into flames, which rapidly spread from end to end. It seemed to bend in the middle, and then it fell to earth, lighting up the sky for miles around. We stood open-mouthed. Afterwards, I often thought about those poor crewmen trapped inside. Although they had just come back from bombing the capital, probably killing many innocent Londoners. I believe it was the first time a Zeppelin had been shot down at night. It was my introduction to aerial combat at a very tender age. Though the 4-year-old Morris could never have imagined it at the time, he too was destined to be at the forefront of aerial warfare in the years to come. In reality, Zeppelins weren't that efficient. They could fly at 10,000 feet, out of the range of British fighters, but they had to come lower for bombing runs. Even then, the conventional ammunition the British fighters' guns could fire hardly had any effect, and the Germans, who retained a great faith in the power of the Zeppelin, were continually developing and improving its design. All that changed at the beginning of September 1916, when a new prototype was shot down by 21-year-old William Leaf Robinson in a BE-2C night fighter equipped with a new kind of explosive bullet. The airship went down in flames over Hertfordshire. Robinson was awarded the Victoria Cross, the nation's highest honour for valour in the face of the enemy. And the writing was on the wall. By 1917, it was Gotha bombers that took over the main thrust of attacks on London, and they were far more effective. Though development continued well into the 1930s, the fate of the airship was sealed. Few at that point had seen an aircraft soar over them, let alone travelled in one. But progress was swift. When the Lancaster was delivered to its first base, on Christmas Eve 1941, it was only 38 years since Wilbur and Orville Wright had made aviation history in the fragile Wright Flyer, with the world's first powered flight, getting airborne for a mere 12 seconds and covering just 120 feet at Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina. On the 25th of July, 1909, Louis Blériot's Type 11 monoplane took 36.5 minutes to fly from Calais to Dover, winning him £1,000 from the Daily Mail. Young minds were fired by such exploits. In 1932, Alan Cobham, a former First World War fighter pilot, a test pilot for the de Havilland Corporation, and a pioneer of long-distance flight, introduced a series of National Aviation Day displays up and down the country. His flying circus visited hundreds of sites across Britain over the next 3 years, using cleared fields as well as established aerodromes, and showcased a variety of machines from single-seaters, which gave aeronautical displays, to small passenger craft, such as the de Havilland Fox Moth, which gave thousands of people their first experience of flight, if they could afford it. 10 minutes in the air cost half a crown, 12.5 pence, a lot of money at the time. But Cobham's aircraft were only able to carry 3 or 4 passengers at a time for their short hops into the sky. Maurice Garlick got airborne with Cobham's Flying Circus for the first time at the age of 21. My introduction to flying was a white-knuckle experience. I volunteered for a daredevil publicity trip round the area in an open, rickety, 2-seater biplane. We did some diving and looping, and I hung on and enjoyed it. I vowed to do my own piloting one day. Ted Watson, who hailed from Cockfield, 8 miles southwest of Bishop Auckland in County Durham, had marvelled as a little boy at the R-101 airship when it flew along the East Coast in 1930. Then, in the summer of 1935, aged 10.5 and out haymaking, he heard a new engine noise, much louder than those of the motorbikes that occasionally passed along the nearby country road. He realized it was coming from the sky. I looked up to see some sort of dart flashing across the sky. It was an aeroplane. I'd heard about them but never seen one before. What a sight it was! Excitedly, Ted called out to his friends and pointed to where a biplane, not 300 feet above, seemed to be making a beeline for them. Ted waved to the pilot, who waggled his wings in acknowledgement. I had glimpsed the future. I knew that whatever else I did, at some point in my life I wanted to do that. I wanted to be up there, looking down at the myriad scenes which would unfold as I passed over the countryside. Because Ted could see the pilot, he could identify with him, and his youthful imagination was profoundly stirred. I imagined what it must be like to be a bird, to soar and glide over the land. He knew then that it had an experience that would affect his entire life. I had no idea that one day I could be up there myself, doing a far less peaceful job. 8 years later, that memory was still imprinted on my mind when it came to volunteering for the RAF. It was my chance both to get into the skies and to be part of the war effort. There was a general notion among my friends that we really should be doing our bit. Ted was destined to do his bit as a flight engineer on Lancaster bombers. In August 1939, the Germans signed a non-aggression pact with the USSR. Britain responded by signing an agreement of mutual assistance with Poland. On Friday, the 1st of September, the Luftwaffe bombed the city of Wieluń in the southwest of Poland. The first significant military action of the Second World War claimed 127 lives. Without television, with little newsreel, people could only imagine what was going on in the world outside. Few travelled beyond their own shores. Few knew what foreigners were really like. Now people were going to be thrown together, and at each other, in a manner for which the First World War of only 20 years earlier was only a taster. On the 3rd of September, 2 days after the bombing of Wieluń, Britain was enjoying the warm early autumn weather. Churches were unusually crowded, as Sunday morning prayers were said in the hope that a peaceful solution would be found to the developing situation. Few actually believed peace was a possibility, however, and they didn't have long to wait for their fears to be confirmed. The Prime Minister was to make a broadcast to the nation. While Ted Watson's family waited for the announcement, his mother calmly made tea. Then they gathered around the kitchen table, listening to the light orchestral music on their wireless. At 11:15 a.m., Neville Chamberlain's voice came into parlours, kitchens and drawing rooms throughout Britain. He spoke carefully and deliberately. I am speaking to you from the Cabinet Room at 10 Downing Street. This morning, the British ambassador in Berlin handed the German government a final note, stating that unless we heard from them by 11 o'clock, that they were prepared at once to withdraw their troops from Poland, a state of war would exist between us. I have to tell you now that no such undertaking has been received, and that consequently this country is at war with Germany. The speech was followed by the national anthem, and much of the country stood to attention in their homes until the final notes rang out. Ron Nichol, 6 months into his job in a pork butcher's shop on Bristol Road South, and very happy in his work, listened to the announcement with his family. I didn't really comprehend what war was, but I was soon to learn. I had no comprehension of what the future would hold. I didn't dream I would ever be involved. There was no sense of how the war would touch the country, or me as an individual. The future was unimaginable. I was 14, and the future didn't concern me. A sense of unreality took over as church bells rang out, followed by public announcements, sudden and dramatic, regarding the immediate closure of cinemas and theatres, the cancellation of all sporting events, and any activities involving large crowds. Further information followed about air raid warnings and the wearing of gas masks. Listening to this unfold as a young boy, Ted Watson remembered, I had no idea what it meant, or how the war would affect me personally. I had no concept about the toll it would take, the deaths I would witness. It all sounded rather exciting, to be honest. Within moments of the broadcast finishing, a wailing air raid siren was heard in London. It proved to be a false alarm, but it made many realize what might be in store. At 1 minute past noon that same day, a Blenheim light bomber adapted for reconnaissance became the first RAF aircraft of the war to fly over German territory, taking 75 photographs of enemy warships in the port of Wilhelmshaven, west of Hamburg. The crew and aircraft returned home safely. Many of those who followed in their wake would not be so lucky. That September in 1939, Stanley Shaw, the son of a Nottinghamshire miner, had been married to Elsie Stendhal for nearly 4 years, and their little girl Elaine was approaching her 3rd birthday. Since 1936, Stan had worked for a local family firm, the hosiery manufacturers Johnson and Barnes in Kibworth, having served an apprenticeship as a hosiery knitter with his older brother Victor. He'd moved to Stapleford near Nottingham that same year with his family, and the last 3 years had been, if not luxurious, then at least contented. But as with so many other families, that contentment was soon to be violently disrupted. One of Elaine's earliest memories was of the family listening to Chamberlain's broadcast. We were living in Burley Street. It was a little 3-bedroom detached house with an open coal fire in the sitting room. We didn't have much money at all. I remember we seemed to live on onions. Boiled, fried, stewed, anything at all. But it was a very happy and settled life. I remember that the family sat around the radio, listening to the Prime Minister and the King when war was announced. I remember my mother saying, "Oh my God." It didn't make much sense to me, really. I didn't know what it all meant, or have any conception of how the news and the war would come to affect the rest of my life. Her father's immediate response was to join the local Home Guard. I remember him coming home when he first got his rifle. He put the bayonet on and started to go through the rifle drill in the parlour, and thrust his bayonet through the ceiling. My mother was not very impressed. The march to war was slow. The period from September 1939 to May 1940 was marked by that strange period known as the Phony War. The French invaded the Saarland, and there was a plan to invade Norway in order to cut off Germany's supply of iron ore. This came to nothing, except the triggering of the German invasion of Denmark and Norway in April 1940. The RAF increased its strength to 135 squadrons, including 74 bomber squadrons. The war burst into life when the German Blitzkrieg offensive saw General Heinz Guderian's panzer tanks sweep through the Netherlands, Belgium, and into France, and the subsequent defeat of the British Expeditionary Force and its evacuation from Dunkirk. The war in the air was soon to follow, with devastating consequences on both sides. The German bombers that had flown over Spain and Poland now menaced France and Britain. The Battle of Britain, when the Germans paid a high price for underestimating the stamina and integrity of the RAF's fighter squadrons, overlapped with major German bombing assaults on Bristol, Coventry, Glasgow, Liverpool, and London. The area around Elaine Shaw's home became a target too. It was close to Chetwynd Barracks, the Stanton Ironworks, and a number of railway sidings. One night, a bomb dropped in the Archers' farm at the end of our street. It blew all the glass out of the houses on the opposite side, but, strangely, only blew over a bureau in our house. The noise was incredible, but I don't remember being scared. I didn't really understand what it all meant. Next morning, my mother said, "You're off to your grandma's. You can't stop here." Her father, Stan, joined the Royal Air Force Volunteer Reserve in summer 1940, the first step on the road that would lead to him becoming a rear gunner on Lancaster bombers and meting out similar treatment to the German population. My dad said he didn't want the Germans setting foot in England, and he felt he needed to protect me and my mother, so he decided to join the RAF. So many others were doing just the same. It just felt the right thing to do at the time. I loved him to bits. He was my favourite person in the world. My mother was really upset when he joined. She didn't really talk about it, but even as a child, I sensed he was heading into danger. It was the way adults whispered, the sense of dread in the air sometimes, the looks they gave each other. Smarting after their defeat in the Battle of Britain, the Luftwaffe's bombers had taken to launching many of their assaults at night. The distinctive drone of their engines would soon become familiar, striking terror into every heart. Older men met the assaults head-on. Maurice Garlick, like Stan Shaw, was already a grown man when the war started. He'd been academically bright at school, and by 1935 he was working in advertising. It wasn't to be a long career. By 1938, it was obvious war was coming, and if you had any bottle, you joined the Territorials, the police, or the RAF. Morris hadn't forgotten his white-knuckle fight with Cobham's Flying Circus, and put his name down for the RAF, only to be told it'd be over a year before training for new volunteers would begin. Nothing daunted, he joined the Auxiliary Fire Service. It was one of the most enjoyable times of my life. How we enjoyed the slippery pole. We learned first aid, knot tying, ladder work, firefighting, how to rescue people from burning buildings. Up to then I'd been a bit scared of heights, but soon I was training by going up after people on cinema roofs, with a hook ladder over my shoulder. He ended up in charge of a fire station. During the London Blitz, Morris took part in what he calls the Second Great Fire of London, on the 29th of December 1940, when firefighters from all over the capital raced to save St. Paul's Cathedral from destruction. It was the first time he had diced directly with death. As he fought the flames, his thoughts were simple: nemesis, revenge. It seemed as if all London was alight that night. It was around this time that I saw a Spitfire shoot down a German Dornier bomber in flames over Enfield, and cheered with the rest of the onlookers. Morris would never forget the 44,000 civilians killed during the 57 nights of continuous bombing of London. I had some scores to settle from my time in the London Fire Service. At the forefront of his mind was the terrible occasion when German bombs fell on a local dance hall when a party was in full swing. The bombs brought it to an end amid shattered bodies and rubble. Such experiences, fighting the death and destruction that came from the air, seeing the effects at first hand as a firefighter, reinforced Morris's desire to join the RAF and fight back. But he always retained a sense of humanity. A little less than 4 years later, with his own Lancaster under attack from German night fighters, his thoughts would return to the stricken Dornier he had seen come down over London, realizing in his own moment of ultimate danger how its crew must have felt then. Ken Trent, a serious-minded East Londoner and future Lancaster pilot, was only 3 years older than Ron Nichol when the Second World War broke out. But those 3 years equipped him far better to understand what was going on. Ken was working for a soap manufacturer in the Port of London. He saw the effect of the Blitz on Londoners, and of the swift annexing of the Channel Islands by Germany soon after. Guernsey would become a favoured rest and recuperation location for the German military. Britain, unwilling to accept the inevitability of another world war so hard on the heels of the last, had dragged its military feet a little in the 20 years or so that separated 1918 from 1939. But reluctant preparations had been in train since the mid-1930s, and as people braced themselves for the German fist, the country was now pulling out all the stops to counter the threat to its freedom. Ken remembered the early daylight assaults. The Germans didn't wait long before beginning their dreadful attacks on our country. You would see the trails of condensation high up in the blue sky as the British fighters and the German bombers and escorts duelled to the death, and sometimes a parachute would float lazily down. You never knew whether it was one of theirs or one of our own. Winston Churchill, who became Prime Minister in May 1940, quickly had enough of us being attacked without retaliation, though, and in a daring raid on the 25th of August 1940, about 100 bombers flew all the way to Berlin and let them have it. We were delighted that at last we were striking back at the hated Hun, but inevitably there were serious consequences. Even though he was gaining ground by smashing up RAF airfields and radar stations, Hitler decided he would rather go after London. It meant that I, in my little world of work and cycle racing, and my parents with their little shop, became a target. Ken would never forget his first experience of a German daylight raid. The disquieting throb of the enemy bombers as they approached London, and the lighter note of their fighter escort. When the RAF engaged them, and one fighter was shot down, he was out on his bike. Seeing a parachute open, and an airman drift earthwards, he pedalled furiously to where he thought the man would land, not knowing whether the downed airman was German or British. He was overtaken by an open-topped car, rushing in the same direction. In it was a young man brandishing a rifle, clearly convinced that the airman was German. His determination to get to grips with the Hun really summed up the mood of the time for me. Everyone wanted to get their own back on the men who had bombed our homes. For propaganda purposes and to encourage morale, cinema, newsreels and reports on the radio overstated the losses the Germans sustained. But the losses were great enough, and the RAF's response robust enough for daytime raids to cease. Nighttime raids, however, were stepped up. Some of Ken's father's customers were killed. Other people didn't turn up for work, and their workmates knew that they must either have been killed or bombed out. When I close my eyes and think of those times, I always hear the boom, boom of the engines, the wail of the sirens, the all-pervading smell of the dust and dirt which was thrown up by the bombs, and people coming out of their shelters in the mornings in wonderment that they were still alive. As in Maurice Garlick's house 22 years earlier, there was no air raid shelter for the Trent family, but a stout table, government issue this time, designed to hide under during an air raid. Ken and his sister Janet usually slept under it, while their parents took refuge under the stairs. The first time the windows were blown in, we were all under that table in a flash. Ken's father had been wounded in 1914-18. I remember him saying, "We're not going to move for that bastard Hitler." He would have fought them to the last bullet if it had to, and then chased them down the road with a stick. The Blitz had a profound effect on Ken Trent. He, his family, and his neighbours in the East End, which bore the brunt of the air raids, somehow had to come to terms with the fear and the sense of desperation that attended it, the stress of never being able to relax. But the effect was never forgotten. Some of those early memories marked Ken deeply. For example, when an evacuee centre in Silvertown, filled with children awaiting transport to the safety of the countryside, fell victim to a direct hit. It was destroyed. All the children sheltering there were killed. It only fueled the anger we felt towards the Germans. As far as I was concerned, the only good German was a dead German. I hated them and wanted to get back at them in any way I could. Later in the war, when I was dropping bombs on German cities, I felt no remorse at all. Ken was keen to get into the RAF as soon as he could, and he'd joined the Air Defence Cadet Corps soon after leaving school. But it wasn't just the thought of getting back at the Germans that motivated him. At High Beach in Epping Forest, there was a beautiful old pub that had a great view to the west and the setting sun, and this was where all the fighter pilots used to take their girlfriends. They would turn up in their sports cars, revving the engines and showing off their impossibly glamorous companions. They wore immaculate uniforms. Ken burned to join them, as did virtually every other young man of my age. Soon he would. It wasn't just England that felt the fury of the German air attacks. In early spring 1941, as Ken Trent was fulfilling his ambition and joining the RAF, Don McIntosh, a young working-class Glaswegian the same age as Ken, and also destined to become a Lancaster pilot, was working as a police cadet telephone operator for Clydebank Police. Don was a tough cookie, handsome and self-confident. He had left school 4 years earlier, aged 14, and was accustomed to Glasgow's mean streets. Things had been quiet recently, but everyone knew that they lived in what was then Britain's chief industrial shipbuilding base. It was only a matter of time before they heard from the Germans. Don was nearing the end of his shift at the police station and was looking forward to 2 days off. It had been a quiet night so far, but about 9:10 p.m., a call came through from his control center. "Air raid warning red. This is not, repeat, not a practice alert." At the same time, the sirens started howling in the street outside, and all Don's switchboard lights started springing up in quick succession. Then there was more noise from outside, the drone of approaching aircraft engines high above, and the thudding of anti-aircraft guns. Swallowing hard, Don started to answer the calls that were cramming his switchboard. The first was from a woman who'd lost her cat. Didn't she know what was going on? Don reassured her as politely as he could and plugged in the next socket. 6 people injured and 2 dead opposite a pub in Dalmuir on West Clydebank. Don hardly had time to respond to this when all hell broke loose. A warship in the nearby shipyard opened fire, and this was quickly followed by the sound of an aircraft's engines, low and close, then a massive explosion. Don rang the fire station, and a tense voice told him the library had sustained a direct hit. Don's own building shook as more bombs screamed down. Instinctively, he grabbed his steel helmet. I don't remember any real fear as the bombs were falling. They were on the way, so there wasn't much to be done. I had a deep belief that I would survive. I never feared death, as I didn't expect it to happen. There was no desire for revenge on the bombers. I had no hate for the Germans or a desire to get back at them. There was no point in worrying about any of it. Whatever would happen was going to happen, and my thoughts or worries wouldn't affect the outcome. This was the reality of war, and I wasn't particularly concerned by it all. All he could do as death thundered down from the sky was wait for further explosions, this time on his doorstep, perhaps bringing the end with them. After a moment of eerie silence, the desk sergeant rushed outside, returning quickly. "Incendiaries! They haven't gone off! I'm going to cover them in sand!" Don's mind was racing, but he carried on taking the calls that streamed into his switchboard. Nothing seemed real. It was as if his mind was shielding him. There wasn't time to think or react, even when he saw 4 men come in from the street carrying a body covered in a white sheet on a smashed-off door. Another body soon followed the first. The 2 corpses were those of a couple who'd been sheltering under a walkway near the library. The blast had blown them into the street, ripping their clothes off as it killed them. This wasn't the dashing, heroic war that had stirred Don's youthful imagination as he'd read about it in the newspapers. He worked on for 6 solid hours. At last, the firing and bombing seemed to ease up, though the calls kept coming in thick and fast. Finally, at 6 the next morning, the sirens sounded the all-clear. But now the police station had filled with officials from the Navy and the fire service. A 500-pound bomb had fallen just beyond its walls, but had failed to explode. They needed to disarm it. Was it simply a dud? Or was it one with a delayed action mechanism? Don couldn't afford to worry. There were others who'd deal with it. His relief cadet, due at 10 the previous night, finally made it to the station at 8 a.m. They spent the day trying to check that the jumble of emergency calls had all been dealt with, an almost impossible task. But if there was a repeat raid on the coming night, everything had to be made ready. They had to be on top of things. Finally, at 5 p.m., the duty sergeant told Don he should go home for a few hours' rest. After all, he was due back on duty again at 10 that night. There was no question of days off now. He walked home through a city transformed. No one in the devastated streets. A bus on its side in a crater, its roof gone, empty. No clue about the fate of its passengers. Buildings ripped open, leaving rooms exposed. The wallpaper bright in the open air. Furniture bizarrely intact on remaining floors. Although he was angry, Don had no concept that he would be meting out similar treatment from a Lancaster bomber in the years to come. Once home, he tried to persuade his widowed mother to take refuge with friends in Paisley, 10 miles to the east of Glasgow, away from the shipyards, but she refused to leave their home, telling him she'd be fine in their corrugated iron Anderson bomb shelter in the garden, and he had to make do with that. There was another raid that night, however, and it started early enough to catch him on his way back to work. He'd thrown himself to the ground, but the force of the explosion 100 yards ahead of him lifted him a foot in the air. 2 houses had just disappeared, utterly obliterated. Don hurried back to make sure his mother and those others in the shelter were safe. They were, but he later heard that a bomb had hit another local air raid shelter and killed everyone in it, several families. Others had left town and taken to the countryside. The RSPCA had to deal with a pack of dogs that had formed and were running wild. In the wake of the bombing, looters set to work, and they too had to be rounded up. One thing above all had a profound influence on Don, and affected the decision he was soon to come to. When the lists of the dead were drawn up, over 500 of them, containing whole families, he came across one name in particular, Julia. He had never met her. He didn't even know her surname, but she was a fellow telephone operator working at the post office, and they'd frequently had long, friendly chats over the phone during quiet periods. This was my first real experience of death. It was war, and death was to be expected. But Julia's really affected me. One minute she was alive and chatting. The next minute, she'd gone. I barely knew her, but the suddenness was an insight into how the war would be. Anonymous death from the skies in seconds. Of course, I had no idea that in the not-too-distant future, I'd be doing the same thing myself. Don was in a reserved occupation. He could be exempted from joining up. 2 months after the Glasgow raids in which Julia had died, however, on his 19th birthday, he applied to his chief constable for permission to be released. He wanted to volunteer for the RAF, the only service he could apply for because of his reserved occupation. Permission was granted, although unwillingly. Don was a valued police cadet. A month later, a brown envelope marked "On His Majesty's Service" arrived. The letter required him to report to the RAF recruiting office in Edinburgh 3 weeks later. Don was delighted. I was bored with the police, and I wanted to be part of the war. It sounded exciting, and I looked forward to the dangers involved. I'd applied to be an air gunner, but they decided I might make a pilot, which I was delighted to hear. The hardest part was telling his mother. She already knew about his decision to join up, and when he told her about the RAF, she stiffened as if I'd struck her. But she was a strong, stoical woman, of Hebridean stock, and once she had recovered from the shock, she simply told him that if that was his decision, then he'd have to follow it. When the time came to go, it was tougher. My mother was upset by my leaving, but she didn't show it. No one showed their fears or concerns at that time. One just got on with one's life and hoped for the best. There was no point in showing fear. Nothing would change. My mother just said, "God bless you, my son. Take care." We hugged and said goodbye. That was it. Don McIntosh was heading to war. Though he'd been an enthusiastic Boy Scout and always rather a good student, Ted Watson knew he wasn't destined for the grammar school in Bishop Auckland, County Durham, since only the top pupil from each school in his area made it there. As he turned 14, his thoughts focused on a career. He was excellent at geometry, and his drawing skills were impressive, so he managed to land an apprenticeship with Wilson's, a local engineering firm, which meant that, like Don McIntosh, he was also in a reserved occupation. Ted had turned 15 in 1940. In August that year, during the Battle of Britain, sirens had wailed across the northeast of England as waves of Luftwaffe bombers homed in on Durham and Bishop Auckland, among other targets. It was a daylight raid, and soon after 2 p.m., Ted, who'd been at work in Bishop Auckland, heard the all-clear signal. But his relief was marred by the news that his village had also been bombed. It seemed impossible. Why would they bomb Cockfield? I was desperate to get home, in case my family had been affected. I cycled the 8 miles as fast as I could, praying that no one had been killed. When I arrived in the village, it was immediately obvious that it had suffered from the raid. 28 high-explosive bombs and hundreds of incendiaries had been dropped. One had exploded in Front Street, leaving a crater across more than half the road. Windows had been blown out. The medieval ceilings of some of the older houses had come down. Most of the bombs, though, including the hundreds of 4-pound incendiaries, had fallen on the open land of the fell. No one had been hurt, and Ted's family was safe and sound, their house untouched. Completely oblivious to any danger, Ted, along with many other villagers, collected unexploded incendiaries as souvenirs. Ted stuffed 2 into his saddlebag to show them off at work the next day. The Germans had probably been en route to Liverpool, but thwarted by the defending fighter squadrons, had dumped their deadly cargoes indiscriminately and beaten a hasty retreat. I didn't really have any sense of anger or notions of revenge. We were in a war, and this was what was going to happen. It all looked rather adventurous and exciting. I had no idea of the reality. When the Air Training Corps was launched in February 1941 to prepare young men aged between 16 and 18 for entry into the RAF, Ted jumped at the chance to join, along with the 200,000 others who signed up during the first 6 months of the ATC's existence. Here was a chance to fly, when flying itself was a new and novel activity. There was also the issue of patriotism. It was a huge motivator for me and for millions of others during the war. We were desperate to get involved, to do whatever we could to beat this enemy who threatened our very way of life and everything we held dear. Extraordinary times demand extraordinary things of ordinary people. Ted Watson, Ron Needle, Stan Shaw, Morris Garlick, Ken Trent, and Don McIntosh had set a course that would lead them and the other 125,000 men of Bomber Command to the dark heart of Nazi Germany. There were no thoughts of death or danger, Watson recalled. Of course, I'd heard about the losses on radio reports and the like, but it all seemed very distant and unreal. Hearing a phrase like 20 of our bombers failed to return didn't really mean anything to me. I had no concept that 20 bombers might contain over 100 men. When Ted joined the ATC in early 1941, the Lancaster bomber was in the process of being born. Chapter 3. Keep It Simple, The Birth of a War Horse. Thomas Murray was born in Dorset at the end of May 1918, 4 months after the RAF was created from the Army's Royal Flying Corps and the Royal Naval Air Service. Thomas's father, a former Royal Marines officer, had been involved at its inception, setting up the RAF secretarial branch and rising to the rank of group captain. Charles Murray, however, wanted his son to go into his old service, the Navy, and although young Thomas grew up in an RAF family, he hadn't initially felt any great interest in flying himself. Unlike many of his contemporaries, he didn't make model aircraft or read books about the heroics of the early aviators. But in 1929, when his father was stationed at RAF Hulton in Buckinghamshire, all that changed. I remember the moment I knew I was going to be a pilot. I was lying in a field near my school, right next to the airfield. The sun was out, and I was watching a Hawker biplane. He performed a spin right over my head. I was totally captivated. As he spiraled down, he was pointing straight at me. I knew at that moment I would go into the Air Force. My first flight was at the age of 11 at RAF Houghton. The pilot told me what a wonderful privilege it was to be up in the air, at one with the birds. To show this, he found a heron flying along a stream, which he formatted on. Thomas underwent a full medical examination at his father's RAF station and had several hours' experience under his belt by the time he went up to the RAF College at Cranwell in Lincolnshire. On the 5th of February 1937, he first went solo. 15 glorious minutes of freedom, aerobatics and spinning, with some low flying thrown in for good measure. He also learned that just flying the aircraft, performing aerobatics well, and formation flying were not the only skills to be mastered for the new era of RAF pilot. The importance of being able to fly on instruments, flying blind in cloud or at night, was becoming a higher priority. Thomas joined the RAF at a time when it was expanding and changing. Bomber Command was formed in July 1936, and during the second half of the decade, a number of twin-engined bombers were belatedly developed: Blenheims, Hamptons, Whitleys and Wellingtons. But there was a need for heavier, longer-range aircraft that were also capable of carrying a bigger bomb load. The first of these four-engined bombers to enter service was the short Stirling, notoriously difficult to handle on takeoff and landing, in 1940. The Handley Page Halifax followed in November that year. It wasn't the answer either. Crews quickly nicknamed it the Halibag. It could carry a 14,500-pound payload, but not high enough to avoid enemy interceptors. More powerful engines were installed, but the capacity of its bomb bay couldn't be increased. The Stirling was withdrawn from Bomber Command service about halfway through the war. The Halifax flew on operations until the end, but something better was needed. The Avro Lancaster was something better. It came into existence almost by accident, and as a result of private determination rather than official encouragement, born of its forerunner, the Manchester. A.V. Rowe and Company was founded in 1910 in Manchester by Elliot Verdon Rowe and his brother Humphrey. In 1911, Elliot hired the volatile but gifted 18-year-old Roy Chadwick as his personal assistant. By 1918, Chadwick, a talented draftsman, had become a designer in his own right. Avro ran into financial difficulties owing to a lack of post-First World War orders, and by 1935, both founding brothers having left the company, it had become a subsidiary of Hawker Siddeley. Chadwick stayed on as designer-in-chief, and paired up with a new managing director, the energetic and equally fiery Roy Dobson, who joined in 1914 at the age of 23. By mid-1940, they were working on a new, improved version of their twin-engined bomber, which they'd named after the city of their birth. At the time of the Manchester's introduction in November 1940, Thomas Murray was an experienced and seasoned pilot on Hamptons. Thomas flew his first sortie as a second pilot-navigator on the 21st of December 1939 against the pocket battleship Deutschland, holed up in a Norwegian fjord. We never found it, as we had no radio transmitters then, and had to send each other coded letters via a signal lamp, which made things even more complicated. I remember seeing something which looked like a pocket battleship, so we all roared towards it with open bomb doors. It turned out to be a lighthouse on a low-lying island. We must have scared the lighthouse keeper somewhat. Mine-laying and Nicholing sorties, dropping propaganda leaflets over German cities, followed. At this early stage of the war, ops were usually limited to small numbers of aircraft. The crews were trailblazing for Bomber Command. 6-hour night flights with no autopilot, navigating by compass and stopwatch, and the lessons learned would be invaluable later. When the first Manchesters were delivered to Thomas's squadron at RAF Waddington in Lincolnshire, they were seen as a big improvement on the twin-engined aircraft already in service with Bomber Command. With a crew of 7, it was ultimately powered by a pair of Rolls-Royce Vulture IIs, comprising 4 cylinder blocks from the earlier Peregrine engine, joined by a common crankshaft and mounted on a single crankcase. They delivered around 1,500 horsepower, about 250 less than anticipated, and once in operational service from early 1941, it quickly became apparent that they weren't capable of climbing above German anti-aircraft fire. Worse still, the engines were prone to sudden failure, and if one Vulture failed, the remaining engine couldn't bridge the gap. Improvements were attempted, but with little effect. Thomas Murray took a Manchester up for the first time on the 1st of May, 1941, and then flew them for a week or so to really get to grips with its handling prior to his unit's conversion from Hamptons. My first impression was that it was a very big aircraft compared with the Hampton. Although it was pleasant to fly, light on the controls, it was colossally underpowered. Our training was on the squadron and not all that methodical. We learned as we went along. These were desperate times, so the aircraft was rushed into service long before it was operationally fit. And while it still had many teething problems, it was light on the ailerons, but unfortunately not at all reliable. The authorities had indeed been frantic to get a new, improved bomber into the skies, and turned a blind eye to the Manchester's failings. Always a man of measured judgment, Thomas Murray became increasingly sceptical. When you were taxiing out with a full bomb load, the center of gravity was slightly wrong, so that the tail wheel would shimmy and be damaged. It meant changing that wheel before you took off. That delay killed a friend of mine. He was at the end of the runway, waiting to have his tail wheel changed. As he took off and climbed away, a marauding German fighter took him out. He had further concerns. The engines themselves were totally unreliable. There were spots where the coolant couldn't reach, so the engines would overheat and start engine fires after a few hours running. The hydraulic system on which the operation of the flaps, undercarriage, bomb doors, and turrets depended was subject to leaking and, consequently, failure. Thomas felt that flying a Manchester demanded the advanced skills of a test pilot rather than those of a regular bomber pilot. Unnervingly, the aircraft were grounded again and again during May 1941, due to recurring engine problems. And when they did fly, I remember my first full bomb load takeoff. I got the thing airborne, and that's all I could do. It flew along the runway, but it looked as if I'd hit the hedge at the end, so I banged the aircraft back down on the ground, and fortunately it bounced back into the air, staggering over the hedge. RAF Waddington is on a ridge, and as I went over the edge, I managed to get the aircraft's nose down and increase the speed sufficiently to climb away. We had to fly straight ahead, carrying on for about 5 miles before we dared turn. If you had an engine go on takeoff, you were a goner. A desperate plan was concocted to fly a Manchester continuously around the country until an engine failed, in the hope that the aircraft would nevertheless be able to land safely, the faulty component be identified and sent to Rolls-Royce for examination. On one such flight, Thomas Murray's own squadron commander headed for Land's End before turning north towards the Isle of Man. Hardly had he done so than the starboard engine caught fire. He immediately lost height and ordered the crew to jettison the guns and the dummy bomb load to lose weight. He changed course again for a fighter base near Perranporth in Cornwall, where the strip was too short to land the giant bomber, so they had to retract the undercarriage. Skidding along the runway, they smashed through 2 hedges and across a road before a parked lorry finally brought them to a standstill. So Rolls-Royce got their engine, and I had to fly down and pick up the crew the following day. Thomas Murray flew his last raid in a Manchester over the Krupp's plant in Essen in the Ruhr industrial area. Happy Valley, as the bomber crews called it, with a new navigation system on several of the aircraft, known as G ground electronic equipment. It received 2 synchronized pulses transmitted from Britain and determined its position, accurate to within a few hundred yards and effective at up to 350 miles, from the time delay between them. But there were teething troubles. During Thomas's Krupp's raid, the G-equipped aircraft marking the target with flares were followed by bombers with incendiaries, which obscured the view of the target, causing the next wave to drop their high explosives to little effect. It was one of the worst trips I had to the Ruhr, Thomas recalled. This failure added to the increasing despondency of Manchester pilots. Pip Beck, a 19-year-old WAF radio operator at Waddington, summed up the situation. Anyone who could survive a tour on a Manchester could fly, and was also lucky. Further development of Vulture engines was cancelled at the end of 1941, much to the relief of Rolls-Royce, as Thomas said, and the Manchesters were withdrawn in mid-1942, after nearly 2 years' service, during which they managed 1,269 sorties and dropped 1,826 tons of bombs. Only 209 were built. A disastrous 40% were lost on operations, and a further 25% crashed. The Ministry of Aircraft Production requested that the Avro plant now be turned over to production of the Halifax, but Avro's Chadwick and Dobson believed that within their failed twin-engined bomber lay the seeds of a much better 4-engined aircraft, and many of the machine tools used in the production of the Manchester could continue to be used in its production, thus avoiding huge extra costs. So it was that Roy Chadwick persisted in the teeth of initial indifference and even obstruction in official circles, and he and Roy Dobson finally won through. Their partnership, overseeing design and production respectively, was fortunately for Britain a brilliant one. After a series of successful test flights at Ringway, now the site of Manchester International Airport, by test pilot Harry Albert Sam Brown, the first 4-engined Manchester 3 BT-308 was delivered in late January 1941 to the Aeroplane and Armament Experimental Establishment at Boscombe Down in Wiltshire for evaluation. As well as a distinctive twin-finned tailplane, it boasted an extra fin at the rear of the fuselage. A second prototype, fitted with 4 improved Rolls-Royce Merlin engines, took to the skies in mid-May, minus the middle fin. This prototype, DG595, was to be the model for future production, which continued with little variation, except for adaptation for specific tasks and to carry specific bomb loads throughout the war. The new engine, deriving from a Merlin type that had been in development for 8 years and was powering the increasingly successful Spitfire fighter, arrived with perfect timing. The 12-cylinder, 60-degree, upright V-shape engine delivered 1,280 horsepower and was to become its standard plant, propelling the aircraft and providing the hydraulic power for the gun turrets and other onboard functions. The Merlins drove 4 3-bladed propellers with a diameter of 13 feet and could get the crew home even if only 2 were functioning. 1 engine was enough to keep the bomber airborne, often for long enough to make the difference between capture and safety, death or survival. There was to be no co-pilot, unlike in the Manchester. A flight engineer would take overall responsibility for the aircraft's mechanical smooth running and act as support pilot should the need arise. The Manchester, for all its faults, had paved the way for a revolutionary new aircraft, the most advanced bomber the world had yet seen. After the Boscombe Down tests, the design was approved and officially adopted, and its new name formally accepted. On the 28th of February 1941, a new British legend, the mighty Lancaster bomber, was born. Its fuselage was just over 69 feet long, and its wingspan 102 feet. It stood a little over 20 feet high, and was powerful enough to take off at an overall maximum weight, depending on variant, of 68,000 pounds. In the air, it could achieve speeds of up to 282 miles per hour, and could climb to a height of 21,400 feet, at a rate of 720 feet per minute, carrying a normal bomb load of 14,000 pounds. Protected by two 303 Browning Mark II machine guns in the nose and mid-upper turret, and 4 in the rear turret, the aircraft was designed to carry the largest possible number of bombs, the greatest possible distance. It was an airborne bomb carrier, built to the highest specifications, and its business was destruction. With sleek, yet businesslike lines, massive and reassuring to its friends, menacing and deadly to its foes, it was like nothing that had come before. Its fuel capacity of over 2,000 gallons and range of 2,530 miles meant it could take the battle to the very heart of Nazi Germany. And alongside the young men training to fly her, the Lancaster would have a profound effect on the course of the war. Thomas Murray had his first crack at flying a Lancaster prototype early in October 1941, and was an immediate and enthusiastic convert. It took off like a startled stallion. It was as light as a feather and handled beautifully, almost dancing in the air. Amazingly maneuverable, Thomas found it a tonic after the lumbering Manchester. Very soon, the bomber had acquired its affectionate nickname, the Lank, and as promised, it flew happily on one of its 4 engines. The early production Lancaster, the B-1, took its maiden flight on the 31st of October 1941. Almost 2 months later, 4-4 Squadron, based at Waddington, took delivery of the operational aircraft. Pip Beck remembered their arrival. On Christmas Eve, 1941, 4-4's first Lancasters arrived, a magnificent Christmas present for the squadron. It was with intense interest that everyone in flying control watched their approach and landing. As the first of the 3 taxied round the perimeter to the watch office, I stared in astonishment at this formidable and beautiful aircraft, cockpit as high as the balcony on which I stood, and great spread of wings with 4 enormous engines. Its lines were sleek and graceful, and yet there was an awesome feeling of power about it. It looked so right after the clumsiness of the Manchester. Their arrival meant a new program of training for the air and ground crews, and there were no operations until the crews had thoroughly familiarized themselves with the Lancasters. There were 1 or 2 minor accidents. Changing from a twin-engined aircraft to a heavier one with 4 engines must have presented some difficulties, but the crews took to them rapidly. I heard nothing but praise for the Lancs. There was a special feeling of bonhomie on Christmas Day 1941, as the officers, in time-honoured tradition, donned aprons and served the other ranks their Christmas dinner. That winter was a particularly bitter one, but somehow hope had now dared to raise its head. One of Pip Beck's special friends was a Rhodesian named Cecil, after his country's founder Cecil Rhodes. Cecil had come to Britain to work as an RAF aircraft fitter, while waiting for a place on a pilot's course. Cecil had a food parcel from home containing all sorts of good things, including a gorgeous, rich fruitcake. He decided to have a party, since discipline was somewhat relaxed for Christmas Day. We fell on the contents of the food parcel with great enjoyment and appreciation, demolishing the rich tinned soup, tinned ham, and sweet corn served on toast, and of course the fruitcake and some chocolate. It was all delicious. The only thing not available was alcohol, but I don't think we noticed. Our spirits were high enough anyway. Hope was in the air. Perhaps Christmas 1941 might be the last Christmas at war. Roy Chadwick's aim had been to keep the design as simple as possible. The Lancaster would be built in a series of sections, each fully finished, so that they could be transported by road and rail from any given factory to a different assembly site close to an airfield. Each Lancaster cost around £50,000 to produce, more than 4 times as much as a Spitfire. But its simplicity made for shorter man-hours, and as 1941 and the first half of 1942 saw the Germans still in the ascendant, the need for a speedy production line was vital. Keeping it simple may have been Roy Chadwick's watchword, but a great deal went into achieving that, involving thousands of male and female workers, huge factories, vast drawing offices, and an efficient, smooth-running timetable. The process wasn't always perfect, and simple though its essential design was, each Lancaster was made up of around 55,000 separate parts, if you included the rivets and nuts and bolts that held it together. To assemble a Lancaster took 500,000 different manufacturing processes, occupying over 70,000 man-hours. Nevertheless, 7,377 rolled off the production lines during the 5 years of its manufacture. Ted Watson visited a factory and was enormously impressed. We could watch the Lancasters being assembled. Here were some of the machines I would go to war in. We were even allowed to help on the production line. The process was impressive, and it gave confidence that everything was being done correctly. We had a tour around a brand-new Lanc, and it looked so smart and pristine. Everything was in order. It was clean and calm. And as we looked over each crew position, it looked like an impressive workshop, a nice place to work. Of course, I had no idea how that sense of calmness would change when we were working in the Lanc in its proper role. The oval fuselage, aluminium sheets riveted onto a light alloy skeleton, was designed to be produced in 5 sections, which not only made transport easier, but meant that if one were damaged, it could be easily replaced. The wings comprised 14 segments. The central sections were attached by massive spar booms, which crossed the fuselage at thigh height. Lancasters were built to dispense bombs, not for comfort. The main spar was just aft of the radio operator's seat, the rear one about 8 feet further back, near a stowage area for parachutes. This crucial assembly, checked and checked again before release from the factory, was vital to the Lancaster's safety. Tailplanes were also divided into units, the 12-foot fins and the 33-foot span. The final touch was the paint. Greens and browns on the upper surfaces, matte black underneath. The RAF roundels and the identification numbers and letters were the only bright spots on the entire aircraft. Painting was not an easy job, however. Protective face masks were not yet used, and conditions for workers weren't easy overall. Machinist Lillian Grundy recalled working 10-hour days making bolts for the Lancaster. The conditions were dreadful. It was like going into a dungeon, and the noise was horrendous. they had you at the machines all the time. At the height of production, shifts were 12 hours long, and the factories worked 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Chadderton, Avro's massive factory near Oldham, complete with an impressive Art Deco facade, was responsible for producing over 3,000 Lancasters. It was built in 1938 with the help of a government grant of £1 million. With a floor area of around 750,000 square feet, it was by far the largest aircraft factory of the time, twice the size of any other. And by 1939, it had become Avro's headquarters. Initially used to build Blenheims, it was given over to Lancaster production from autumn 1941. At night, the factory was cavernously dark. The only lights were those used to illuminate the workbenches and the work areas, and the noise was perpetually deafening. Panel beaters, working without ear shields, had one of the worst jobs. Jeff Bentley, aged 14 when he started at Chadderton, described it as a hell of a factory. You could see the Lancasters for miles, 50 of them lined up at a time. Chadderton was a lovely building at the front, with a beautiful big reception and staircase, a bit like a film set. But the factory was so noisy. The riveters would be going all day. I worked for a while in the machine shop, and when those massive presses dropped down, the whole place shuddered. The hard work at the factories soon began to pay off. Thomas Murray's squadron was stood down to convert to the Lancaster shortly after their last disastrous raid on Essen in Manchester. At last, we had a reliable aircraft with an excellent bomb load, rate of climb, and operational ceiling, Thomas said. Everyone was more than ready to welcome the new arrival, with new hope and vigour in their hearts. And it wouldn't be very long before the new aircraft would be getting its first taste of action. Early in 1942, Lancasters were being delivered to Bomber Command squadrons for operational use, replacing outmoded models faster and faster as production increased. Thomas could almost hear the aircrew's sigh of relief. The effect on morale was palpable. George VI and Queen Elizabeth paid a visit to the largest factory at Yeadon, Yorkshire, in March 1942. 2 recently completed Lancasters were named in their honour. The Times later reported that the King and Queen had both displayed extensive technical knowledge of aviation in their conversations with Chadwick and Dobson, the 2 Roys as they'd become known. Triumphantly reported by Pathé Gazette, another visit to the Avro factories a month or so later by squadron leader John Nettleton and his much-decorated crew from 4-4 Squadron had an even greater significance for the panel beaters, pop riveters, electricians, hydraulic engineers, draftsmen, and everyone else who contributed to the creation of the new bomber. They had recently returned from the Lancaster's first significant venture, during which Nettleton had been awarded the Victoria Cross, the nation's highest award for valour, in recognition of his unflinching determination and leadership. Kay Mitchell had a newspaper picture of John Nettleton pinned to her workbench, instead of the portraits of film stars favoured by the other factory workers. She was overjoyed when the squadron leader, looking every bit as pleased and shy as she did, was invited to sign it. Chapter 4. A Bad Way to Spend an Afternoon. The Lancasters' appearance coincided with the appointment in February 1942 of Bomber Command's most notorious commander-in-chief, Arthur Harris, and would play a pivotal role in his most controversial strategy. Harris was 2 months shy of his 50th birthday when he took the helm. Born in Cheltenham, the youngest of 3 sons, he had been sent to a less prestigious public school than his 2 older brothers, because there was not much money left for number 3. He then emigrated to southern Rhodesia at the age of 17, with the aim of becoming a rancher, in defiance of his largely absent father, who worked in the Indian civil service. Harris was destined to be something of an outsider, a rough diamond, not always ready to take orders without question, and single-minded to the point of blinkered stubbornness, which may well have made him the right man in the right place at the right time. After fighting in the South West Africa campaign in the First World War, he returned to Britain in 1915 and joined the Royal Flying Corps, serving as a fighter pilot and then commander with some distinction. When the war ended, he remained in the RAF. In the meantime, he'd married and become a father. He didn't feel his wife would take kindly to life on the veldt, so he decided to make his home in England. Never quite part of the establishment, his pugnacity earned him few friends, but his tenacity in office and his devotion to his task were beyond question. Bombing strategy had been framed a quarter of a century earlier by Jan Smuts, a South African soldier and politician. Twice serving as South Africa's Prime Minister, Smuts was invited to join the British Imperial War Cabinet in 1917. He expressed his vision of future wars in writing. The day may not be far off when aerial operations with their devastation of enemy lands and destruction of industrial and populous centres on a vast scale may become the principal operations of war, to which the older forms of military and naval operations may become secondary and subordinate. This thinking wasn't new. As early as 1907, the writer and science fiction expert H.G. Wells had envisaged a German bombing attack on New York in The War in the Air. Harris was keen to put the Lancaster through its paces as quickly as possible, but had to resist pressure from the government, the Air Ministry, and Charles Portal, Chief of the Air Staff, to use his new bomber in direct support of the Navy in the Atlantic. When Harris took control of Bomber Command in 1942, the worst of the German blitzes had abated. But during the period between autumn 1940 and spring 1941, Britain had suffered severely. London bore the early brunt and suffered around 43,000 fatalities overall. The notorious raid on Coventry killed 554. By February 1941, Hitler had switched the Luftwaffe's attention to British ports. Belfast, Bristol, Glasgow, Hull, and Liverpool were among the many affected. Thousands more civilians were being killed. By April 1942, a substantial proportion of the Luftwaffe's forces had been diverted to the Eastern Front after Hitler's breach of his non-aggression pact with the USSR and the launch of Operation Barbarossa. And the USA had entered the war the previous December, in the wake of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Harris believed that a direct and dramatic strike back at Germany was now called for, which would put new heart into the British public. Under his guidance, most secret Operation Order No. 143 was produced. John Nettleton was to play a leading role in the operation. Born in Natal province at the end of June 1917, the grandson of an admiral, he trained as a naval cadet, then went on to serve in the South African Merchant Marine Fleet, before changing tack to work as a civil engineer. Combining a sense of duty with a thirst for adventure, like thousands of others from the dominions of the British Empire, he joined the RAF in 1938. By 1941, he was a squadron leader with 4-4 Squadron, when the first Lancasters were delivered to RAF Waddington in Lincolnshire. Nettleton had led the Lancasters' debut sorties early in March 1942, largely gardening exercises, the laying of mines, nicknamed vegetables, off the coast of Heligoland and Doona, two small islands in the North Sea, 45 miles northwest of Cuxhaven, used by the Germans as a fortress and harbour. The pressure was now on to get the still relatively small number of Lancasters into action, to see them prove their worth. Nettleton's 4-4 Squadron was soon working alongside 9-7 Squadron from nearby RAF Woodhall Spa, flying several raids on Essen that April. By now, a number of the Lancasters were equipped with the G navigation system. Navigational and bomb-aiming systems hadn't yet achieved their later sophistication, but both the G and the Lancaster itself were still on the secret list. High-tech devices still sat alongside less sophisticated wizardry at this stage of the conflict. Each Lancaster carried 2 homing pigeons, one in a coop by the main door, the other near the navigator's desk. They could fly over 800 miles at 80 miles per hour, at 8,000 feet, so in the event of a successful crash landing or sea ditching, could carry home a message giving the aircraft's location. The birds were so highly valued that for many crews, tradition dictated they were called Sidney and Reginald. History doesn't relate whether they were at their crew stations, now the Lancaster was heading into action, for the first time on its own. The target selected by Harris for the Lancaster's first great display of bombing prowess was the Maschinenfabrik Augsburg-Nürnberg, or MAN, U-boat diesel engine plant in Augsburg, 40 miles northwest of Munich, deep in southern Germany. U-boats were taking a severe toll on the Allied Atlantic convoys carrying badly needed supplies to a beleaguered Britain. The choice wasn't without controversy. The Minister of Economic Warfare pointed out that far more significant targets would be the fuel pump factory at Stuttgart or the ball-bearing plant at Schweinfurt. However, Charles Portal supported Harris's decision when consulted by Churchill. This first independent outing for the Lancaster was something of an experiment. The bombers would be flying at low level and would need easily identifiable landmarks to guide them. Augsburg had such landmarks. Stuttgart and Schweinfurt did not. Moreover, an attack on a factory supplying U-boats would demonstrate Bomber Command's direct support in the Battle of the Atlantic. It was the boldest of gambles, but if it succeeded, it would send an unmistakable message. As the war in the air had progressed, the Germans had initiated strategic bombing, planning to destroy Britain's ability to wage war by systematic targeting of military, industrial, and economic sites alongside relentless, morale-sapping attacks on the civilian population. Harris passionately believed in the need to pay the enemy back in their own coin. The German people entered this war under the rather childish delusion they were going to bomb everyone else, and nobody was going to bomb them. At Rotterdam, London, Warsaw, and 100 other places, they put their rather naive theory into operation. They sowed the wind, and now they are going to reap the whirlwind. 4-4 and 9-7 squadrons were detailed for the landmark operation, codenamed Margin, and they undertook low-level flying exercises in preparation from the beginning of April 1942. Still in the dark about the precise target details, by the 14th they were ready for a dress rehearsal. Aircraft from 4-4 Squadron under Nettleton's command, together with those from 9-7 Squadron under Squadron Leader John Sherwood, were to fly independently to the south coast, rendezvous, then fly north in tandem as far as Inverness, where they would launch a concerted dummy attack. Despite their youth, both men were seasoned and level-headed pilots. Nettleton was just 2 months short of his 25th birthday. Sherwood at 23 was marginally the more experienced pilot. He had been commissioned into the RAF in 1937, had already earned the Distinguished Flying Cross, and added a bar to it after action against the German capital ships Gneisenau and Scharnhorst. On the morning of the 17th of April, 1942, the curtains covering the map on the wall of 4-4 Squadron's briefing room were drawn back to finally reveal the target. The station commander, Roderick Leroyd VC, told the expectant crews, "Bomber Command have come up with a real beauty this time," adding, "I shan't be coming with you. I've got my VC already. I've no desire to get another." The crews were left in no doubt about the operation's importance. "Don't be overawed by the distance," they were told. "The RAF must strike this blow to help our seamen, and your Lancasters are the only aircraft that can strike it, with a fighting chance." At nearby RAF Woodhall Spa, 9-7 Squadron's airmen were to share the honour of proving the Lancaster in battle with those at RAF Waddington. When the curtain in their briefing was pulled aside, the reaction was one of incredulous laughter. We all started giggling. We really did. We honestly thought it was a joke. The group captain was a bit cross. He stomped about the place and said, "If you'll stop bloody laughing, I'll tell you all about it." The plan was bold and straightforward. 6 aircraft from each squadron would proceed in 2 separate groups, 2 flights of 3 in an inverted V-shaped Vic formation, 1 aircraft in front with the other 2 following in parallel behind. 4-4 Squadron would lead. Backup Lancasters would accompany them as far as the final rendezvous point near Selsey Bill on the English coast, peeling off if not needed. Ominously, crews were ordered to bring their steel helmets. Several men foraged for pieces of sheet metal to sit on, aware that they'd need protection from below as well as above. Ernest Rod Rodley, the seasoned 28-year-old skipper of one of the backup Lancs in the 9-7 Squadron group, aware that the only armour plating installed for his position in the aircraft was behind his seat, took himself off to the armoury for extra padding. He was told regretfully by the corporal in charge, "You're too late, sir. We've had quite a demand for armour plate today." Rodley decided to sit on his helmet instead. As a backup aircraft, he knew he probably wouldn't be flying the full distance. But it was better to be safe than sorry. His real anxiety wasn't for himself. It was for his mother and his wife, whom he'd kissed goodbye at their rented house in Woodhall Spa that morning. For their sake, he was determined to do all he could to return successfully from this disquieting mission. Steel helmets? What were they to expect from the German defences? At first, no one believed the RAF was actually going to send a dozen of their newest bombers 800 miles in daylight. Nobody had penetrated anything like that distance into enemy territory before, let alone in an aircraft that, though it handled beautifully and appeared to be utterly reliable, had scarcely been tested in action. But every precaution had been taken. There'd be diversionary tactics by fighter and other bomber squadrons to draw off enemy attackers, and it was presumed Arthur Harris wouldn't put such a number of his precious new eggs into one basket without having carefully calculated the risk. After the briefing, as time passed and tension built again, the crews checked and rechecked their aircraft. There was a feeling of tangible relief when the time came to get going. They would set off at 3 p.m., the idea being that they would carry out their task just before dusk and return under the shelter of darkness. Each aircraft, filled to the brim with fuel, 2,154 gallons, carried the relatively light load of 4 1,000-pound delayed fuse bombs, an 11-second delay designed to give them time to get clear after the drop. The good burghers of Augsburg were celebrating the traditional festival of Plehre, which had been held biannually in April and August for over 1,000 years. Folk in their Sunday best thronged the Exerzierplatz, enjoying the freely flowing beer and snacks from the profusion of little stalls. Children played happily between the marquees and queued impatiently for the funfair rides. The smell of fried bratwurst and cigars filled the air, and dance music was played by the local band. It was the time of year when the city came to life, filled with joy and laughter. Thoughts of the war were far from anyone's mind. Meanwhile, at Waddington and nearby Woodhall Spa, the arc of a Very cartridge fired from the watchtowers lit up the sky. 8 aircraft at each base, 2 of them backups, started their engines. The propellers began to turn as the giant Merlin engines one by one roared into life. High up in the cockpits, the sun warming them through the perspex, the pilots went over their instruments, waiting for each engine to be ready. If there was no malfunction now, one of the 2 reserve Lancasters would shut down. At Waddington, all went smoothly. At Woodhall Spa, one of the lead aircraft proved unserviceable, and its pilot shut it down, disappointed. Rod Rodley, the backup, tensed as he saw the puffs of oily smoke from the port engine of the Lancaster ahead. His instinct had proved correct. He'd be going the full distance. After maneuvering his aircraft into takeoff position, breathing in its strangely comforting blend of leather, glycol, chewing gum, and oxygen, he clasped and unclasped his hands on the controls, then made his final checks. Sitting on his steel helmet wasn't exactly comfortable, and Rod tried not to think about how it would feel after several hours in the air, but its protective presence reassured him. Now he concentrated, easing the throttle levers slowly forward, watching for the Lancaster's tendency to swing to port. If that happened, and you were late correcting it, you might then swing in the other direction, then back again, making the aircraft vacillate. If you couldn't stop it, the undercarriage might break, or you might run out of runway. Neither a particularly healthy option with a full quota of fuel and bombs. The huge, dark machine shuddered as it picked up speed and started its takeoff run. Listening to the pitch of the engines, Rod pushed the throttle fully forward, and at 105 miles per hour they lifted into the sky. His bomb-aimer front gunner, who'd been standing by the wireless operator for takeoff in accordance with the official safety instructions, now moved forward, first past the navigator, then squeezing by Rod and the flight engineer, and down through the narrow entrance to the pilot's right, into his own perspex office in the nose of the aircraft. He adopted a prone position on the padded board below his twin Brownings, looking out through the perspex nose as the ground fell away beneath them. Keeping a careful eye on the other aircraft, Rod gained altitude. They were off. Nerves would be put on hold now until their return, if they returned. But no one thought about that. Or if they did, no one talked about it. Their course took them across the English Channel, flying so low that one front gunner, Bert Doughty, under pilot Bert Crum in T. Tommy, one of Nettleton's group, had the unnerving experience of seeing sea spray spatter his turret. Crossing the French coast near Cabourg, just to the west of Le Havre, and lifting their noses to clear the cliffs, each squadron still kept their altitude low, in the hope of avoiding the German Freya radar, capable of detecting targets at long range, and therefore alerting defences well in advance. Diversionary operations and fighter sorties over northern France had been organised to distract Luftwaffe intervention, so with luck, the 12 Lancasters would reach their destination unmolested. It was a warm day, the sky was clear, and most of the crews were in shirt sleeves as the sun continued to beat down through the large perspex cockpit. The 2 squadrons flew 2 miles apart, 9-7 behind 4-4. The plan was to head south of Paris, to give the enemy the impression that Munich was their target, before changing course over Lake Constance, which straddles the borders of Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. The Man factory complex was relatively small, hence the need for a low-level visual attack, the best means of achieving the greatest accuracy. Everything seemed set fair, though no one made any presumptions on that score. As they crossed into enemy territory, 9-7 Squadron noticed that 4-4 had veered away, slightly north of the prescribed route. 9-7 stuck to its planned course, providentially, as things turned out. They'd been right not to take anything for granted, for chance could play a hand in the best planned operation. Soon after the leading group had crossed the enemy coast, lifting their noses to clear the French cliffs, a section of 30 Messerschmitt Bf-109 fighters, sent up, ironically, in pursuit of the diversionary activity, was returning to their base near Évreux, west of Paris, when it noticed John Nettleton's Lancasters. Some of the 109s already had their undercarriages down for landing, but now they drew them up again. V. Victor's pilot, Joe Beckett, was the first to spot them, and shouted a warning over the radio.
Fighters, 11 o'clock high.
The 109s plunged down, forced to attack from above as the Lancasters were still hedge-hopping in close formation. Giving each other cover, the RAF gunners fired round after round at the ducking and diving intruders. Nettleton had seen them almost as soon as Beckett. There were 2 or 3 of them about 1,000 feet above us, but the next thing I knew, they were all around us. The fighters pounced on Nettleton's second group of 3 aircraft, hammering ferocious volleys of machine gun and cannon fire into them. Joe Beckett's aircraft bucked in the air and erupted in black smoke and flames, a nightmare vision of buckled steel and aluminium as it plunged earthwards. 1 Lancaster had been downed in a matter of seconds. As the attackers and the attacked flew on in a furious game of cat and mouse, the Messerschmitts focused next on the Lancaster flown by Beckett's friend Bert Crum. All Bert had heard of Joe Beckett's end was what he could gather from his rear and mid-upper gunners' frantic reports over the intercom, against the magpie chattering of machine guns and the roar of the slipstream. There was no time to think about Joe's fate now. Bert and the crew of T. Tommy were under relentless attack themselves, and 6 of the fighters were closing in fast. Bert steadied himself, forcing his hand to keep steady on the controls. He knew they'd be lucky to get out of this. All too soon, the closest 109 opened fire. Bert's cockpit shattered, and splinters of perspex whipped through the cabin, cutting his face, but he flew on, his gunners fiercely returning fire. The other 109s closed in relentlessly, hyenas bringing down a wounded antelope. Both the Lancaster's port engines were now on fire. As the stench of hydraulic fluid and fuel filled the cabin, confused cries filled Bert's ears. He gave the order to jettison the bombs, and the aircraft jolted skywards as it was relieved of the weight. But it was too late to save it. In the nose, Bert Doughty watched in mounting fear as the ground rushed towards them. "My God," he thought, "we're going to crash. Crum is going to fly straight into the deck." The Lancaster wallowed in the air as Bert Crum fought to keep it under some kind of control. By a tremendous combination of skill and muscle power, he managed at last to crash-land safely in a wheat field, not 500 yards from where Beckett had hit the ground. 2 Lancasters down. Crum's crew scrambled out into the field, and Crum himself followed them calmly. Only 1 man was left in the aircraft. Bert Doughty was trapped in the nose. The front gunner was beginning to panic. He thought that not only was the Lancaster on fire, but that all the bombs might still be on board. Still calm, a blooded Crum had taken a crash axe from its rack in the fuselage, and now used it to break through the perspex nose. Doughty clambered out fast, panting his gratitude. But Crum was looking across the field to where his friend Beckett's aircraft lay, smoke pouring from it like a Viking funeral. "You know the drill," he said to the others. "Destroy the kite and clear off. I want to see what's happened over there." He turned away from them. They were grateful that he'd got them all down alive, and they watched in silence as he ran across the field to the burning pyre that had been Beckett's aircraft. They knew what he'd find. There was no doubt his friend was dead. There was nothing more they could do or say. Individual crews tended to stick together, but close friendships between men on different crews, like the one Crum had with Beckett, were rare. With the chance of death ever present, there was an unspoken code which discouraged such things. What had just happened was a good example of why that code, though harsh, was also sage. Crumb's men knew what their skipper must be going through. Beckett's crew had not been so lucky. They hadn't had time to jettison their bombs, nor was Beckett able to pull off a controlled crash landing. His attacker's bullets had hammered along the Lancaster's fuselage, and the flames from one of the damaged engines had spread to its body. It had ploughed heavily into the earth, and finally been brought to a halt by a copse, by which time the aircraft and its crew were immolated. Crumb's crew turned to the task in hand. The fires on their own Lancaster had fizzled out, so, ignoring 2 German fighters overhead, the navigator fired a flare into the wing of their aircraft. Nothing happened. He fired another with the same result. Then they attacked the fabric of a wing with their axe, releasing fuel from the tank. Bert Doughty, who in defiance of standing orders carried cigarettes and matches in a tobacco tin as part of his escape kit, at last set their own Lancaster alight. It became a funeral pyre itself, taking its secrets and its G navigation equipment with it. There was no way either could be allowed to fall into German hands. Splitting into pairs, they made their way to the safety of the woods as the battle above them raged on. The third of Nettleton's group to be caught was flown by Nick Sandford, who had taught many of his fellow pilots from both 4-4 and 9-7 Squadron how to handle the Lancaster. Now he had to put every iota of his skill and experience to the test. And in a desperate attempt to escape, he took a deep breath and flew unerringly beneath a line of pylons carrying high-tension power cables. But it was no use. Sandford's aircraft still pursued, all 4 engines ablaze from enemy rounds, its fuselage ripped apart, could hold out no more. A wing clipped the ground, and it cartwheeled, exploding in flames not 2 miles from where Crumb and Beckett had come to the end of their raid. There were no survivors. 3 Lancasters down. Only half of Nettleton's 6 now remained. The Lancaster's guns were no match for the 109's 20mm cannon. And during this first encounter, the Germans had quickly learned that these unfamiliar British bombers, sleek though they looked, nevertheless carried guns with less firepower and a shorter range than they had themselves. Nettleton now had to watch as a 109 strafed H. Harry in his first Vic, piloted by Dusty Rhodes. The aircraft reared, then swooped directly towards him, passing so close that they could see the terrified faces of the doomed crew. Smoke poured from Rhodes' cockpit, and his port wing caught fire. I thought we were going to collide. We missed by a matter of feet, and he crashed beneath me. 4 Lancasters down. Nettleton and his wingman, John Ginger Garwell, were now piloting the 2 remaining 4-4 Squadron Lancasters. They hadn't escaped multiple hits from the 109's cannons, which had taken out some of their guns and shredded Garwell's starboard wingtip. Now both pilots tried to avoid the fate of their comrades, flying at breathtakingly low altitude, less than 100 feet, sometimes as low as 25 feet, following the contours of the land below them, determined not to abandon their operation. Nettleton later told a BBC interviewer, "You can imagine what that must have been like. 30 tons or so of aircraft, its 4 engines roaring, driving along at several miles a minute. Horses and cattle scattered in front of us. We saw 2 German officers out riding. Their horses bolted, and they were still out of control when we last saw them." The Lancaster could not be seen to fail. But that very thing seemed more than likely, as the fate of the last 2 aircraft of 4-4 Squadron's group hung in the balance. bracing themselves for the worst, putting on as much speed as they could, pounded by gunfire from the pursuing 109s, twisting and turning as best they could, and thanking God for their aircraft's brilliant maneuverability. Nettleton and Garwell swung through the sky ahead of their hunters, determined to complete their operation against all the odds. Then fate played another card. The Messerschmitts suddenly pulled away. They were at the end of their flight capacity, and now, short of fuel, had to return to base. A hair's breadth away from disaster, the two survivors of the 4-4 Squadron detachment were able to fly on. The target was still far distant, but Nettleton knew how much hung on this raid. With enormous dedication and almost defenseless, he and Garwell kept to their perilous course, often flying at less than 50 feet above ground, constantly checking the health of their aircraft, depending on it to survive its battering and win through. 9-7 Squadron, flying behind them on the prescribed route to the south of the encounter with the Messerschmitts, continued on its way unscathed. Pilot Rod Rodley was able to take note of how people on the ground reacted to the low-flying Lancasters. Occasionally, you would see some Frenchmen take a second look and wave their berets or their shovels. A bunch of German soldiers doing PT in their singlets broke hurriedly for their shelters as we roared over. The first opposition was a German officer on one of the steamers on Lake Constance, firing a revolver at us. I could see him quite clearly, defending the ladies with his Luger against our Browning machine guns. Passing the eastern end of Lake Constance, they headed northeast towards Lake Arme, about 40 miles south of Augsburg. An elderly, bearded Bavarian took pot shots at a Lancaster with a duck rifle as it cleared Lake Arme. One of the gunners asked the skipper if he could return fire. He was told to leave him alone. Ahead of 9-7 Squadron's aircraft, Nettleton and Garwell reached their target without encountering further opposition. They lifted the noses of their Lancasters across low woodland hills and saw the medieval town ahead of them, bathed in the late afternoon sun, the spires of its Gothic churches and the towers of its palaces casting intricate shadows. But Nettleton and Garwell weren't concerned with its beauty. Their eyes were searching for a spot where a canal forked northwest from the river Zingold to the Man factory. They saw it an instant later, but their path was impeded by tall chimney stacks, and they veered round to find a clearer approach. As they flew over Augsburg town, the residents celebrating the festival paused in their revelry to look up, point, and even wave. The food and beer was set down as delight turned to confusion. Were these Luftwaffe? No one would have seen anything like them before. The merriment was cut short by the sound of anti-aircraft fire. People scattered and fled in alarm. The Plehre festival was over. Maneuvering to locate his target, Nettleton closed in, so low that the gunfire from the ground came at him almost horizontally. Nettleton kept his course as if the enemy fire didn't exist, with Garwell close behind him. The factory sheds beneath them, from which workers were running frantically in every direction, looked exactly like those of the models he'd studied back at base, meticulously built, using aerial reconnaissance photographs for reference. Nettleton's target was the T-shaped submarine diesel engine shed. As the rooftops flashed beneath them, he and Garwell concentrated on the last push, listening intently to the instructions of their bomb aimers as they closed in. German flak continued to explode around them as they made their final approach. Nettleton swooped in and dropped his deadly cargo. Now he had to get the hell out of there. He was able to turn for home before the Krupp 88mm anti-aircraft guns managed to draw a bead on him. He couldn't hang around, but after he'd seen his bombs hit their target in a riptide of explosions, he scanned the skies anxiously for Garwell.
Any sign?
He asked his rear gunner over the intercom.
Starboard quarter, skipper. A bit above us. I think he's got a fire in the fuselage.
Following close behind Nettleton, Ginger Garwell hadn't been so lucky. His aircraft was hit during its approach. As he looked back over his shoulder, he saw that the fuselage aft of the cockpit was an open furnace. The smell of the fire triggered instinctive fear, but Garwell had the courage to overcome it. He struggled to stay on course, determined not to have come so far and fail to complete the job he'd set out to do. Trying not to think of the fate of his mid-upper and rear gunners, whom he was powerless to help, he pressed on through the maelstrom. The Lancaster reared up as the bomb aimer reported, "Bomb's gone!" but smoke was filling the interior as they tried to pull away and follow Nettleton. One of the crew managed to release the ditching escape hatch in the top of the fuselage, and the smoke was sucked out amid the scream of the slipstream, but there was no saving the Lancaster. Striving to bring it down safely, Garwell rubbed his burning eyes and saw a row of cottages ahead of him, and just below and beyond them, a railway bridge. Clearing it, he brought the aircraft down in a meadow, sliding 50 yards as the fuselage, destroyed by fire just aft of the wings, broke in two. Garwell and 3 of his crew survived. The others perished in the flames. 5 of 4-4 Squadron's 6 Lancasters were down. Minutes later, Sherwood's 6 from 9-7 Squadron, which had made the journey without interception, flew in for their attack. By this time, however, the entire German defensive machine was fully geared up, and the 2 Vics were caught in an inescapable onslaught. Faces set, they made their approach as low as they dared. Sherwood led, closely followed by his 2 outriders, Brian Hallows and Rod Rodley. Both concentrated on maintaining position and preparing for the final run. "We were belting at full throttle at about 100 feet towards the targets," Rodley said. "I dropped the bombs along the side wall. We flashed across the target and down the other side to about 50 feet because flak was quite heavy. As we went away, I could see light flak shells overtaking us, green balls flowing away on our right and hitting the ground ahead of us. Leaving the target, I looked down at Sherwood's aircraft and saw that there was a little wisp of steam trailing back from it. The white steam turned to black smoke with fire in the wing. I was slightly above him. In the top of the Lancaster there was a little wooden hatch for getting out if you had to land at sea. I realized that this wooden hatch had burned away, and I could look down into the fuselage. It looked like a blow lamp, with the petrol swirling around the wings and the center section, igniting the fuselage and the slipstream, blowing it down. I asked our gunner to keep an eye on him. Suddenly he said, "Oh, God, Skip, he's gone. He looks like a chrysanthemum of fire." At the same time, Rodley's wingman, Brian Hallows, was in trouble. "I just clobbered the sheds we were meant to bomb when we were hit badly in the starboard wing. A bloody great hole appeared about 1 yard wide just where the main petrol tank was. And just when I was hoping and praying that he hadn't been hit, I suddenly noticed Sherwood's aircraft was streaming a white plume of smoke from its port wing, which soon turned to flames. Sherwood's Lancaster hit the ground and exploded, but astonishingly, he survived. With truly miraculous luck, in the midst of the crash, he had been thrown clear, and still strapped into his seat, landed on a nearby hillside. The rest of his crew were killed. 6 of the 12 Lancasters were now down. There was nothing for Rodley and Hallows to do but get away as fast as possible after completing their own successful bomb runs. As he turned away, Rodley thanked God for the upside-down tin helmet that he had been sitting on with such discomfort for so long. It had seen him through a dive down to 200 feet as he'd cleared the factory's chimneys, and approached the target through a barrage of flak that rattled on the outside of the fuselage like the drumming fingers of 1,000 goblins. Rodley and Hallows kept each other company as they flew back to Woodhall Spa. The second 9-7 Squadron Vic now made its approach, but had to bear the brunt of the now fully attuned German gunners. All 3 pilots had seen Sherwood go down in flames before they made their attack. All 3 knew last in was always worst off. and all three were badly hit. Flight Lieutenant David "Jock" Penman held the first aircraft steady through the hail of flak, listening calmly to the bomb aimers' instructions as they flew in and dropped their bombs. Though an enemy shell smashed through the cowling of the inner port engine not 6 feet from his seat. Thanks to the Lancaster's resilience, he managed to get away. Flying Officer Ernest Deverell's Lancaster, the second to approach, was riddled through the starboard inner engine as it flew over the target. The bomber's hydraulic system was wrecked, rendering the gun turrets inoperable. Then hydraulic oil leaked under the mid-upper gun position and caught fire, though this was swiftly extinguished, and they too were able to escape. The third was not so lucky. Warrant Officer Tommy Mycock's P. Peter took a direct hit in its forward turret as it made its approach and burst into flames. The bomb aimer must have been killed, or at least badly wounded, and the turret's oil supply had caught fire. The burning oil was even now flooding through the body of the aircraft. That would have been the moment when a pilot might have cut his losses, jettisoned his bombs, and found a place to crash land before the fire took fatal hold. Bailing out would have been out of the question. They were far too low. But Mycock stayed at the controls. Ernest Deverell's mid-upper gunner saw him through the open cockpit window as he made the run, sitting calm and upright. Mycock completed his run and dropped his bombs on target. Then his Lancaster reared up, its bomb doors still open, and passed over Penman's aircraft. A moment later, it exploded in mid-air. 7 Lancasters down. Their bombing had been so accurate that the medieval town of Augsburg was spared, and there were no civilian casualties, despite the festivities. 12-year-old Erika Harbacher was watching the raid from a window of her family's apartment. One of the bombers flew so low that she could clearly see the pilot. His aircraft was in trouble, its fuselage on fire. Erika watched it fly out of sight, trailing smoke and flame. On impulse, she left her building and ran in its wake, until she reached its smouldering wreckage scattered along a railway track. Beside it, she noticed a solitary flying boot. Remembering the pilot, Erika began to cry. Only 5 of the 12 Lancasters that had set out would make it home. 4 from 9-7 Squadron, and only Nettleton's from 4-4. All had varying degrees of battle damage. Rodley and Hallows had lost contact in the dark, but their flight paths and speeds were so well synchronized that they reached home together. Hallows landed first, adjusting his trim to compensate for his damaged wing, while Rodley held back, giving his fellow pilot time to clear the runway. On landing, they felt relief flood over them at last, irritation at the thought of debriefing, anticipation at the prospect of a hot meal and bed, but also a sense of anticlimax, and the uncomfortable feeling that in less than 24 hours they might well be going through the whole thing again. Well behind them, Deverell's Lancaster was flying on 3 engines and without hydraulics, but at least he had Penman for company, as a shepherd and guard. As they flew out of the target area, Penman caught the smell of burning from below, and wondered briefly which of his companions had been downed there. He couldn't know that the smoke in his nostrils came from the wreck of Ginger Garwell's Lancaster, or that Garwell himself was standing and waving as he flew overhead. They were unmolested on the long flight home, but both pilots knew how much they had to be aware of their exhausted thoughts wandering, of the sensations of relief, even euphoria, that had to be guarded against. For the journey was not over, and the dangers were not past. One slip, one lapse of concentration at the wrong moment could be fatal. Meshed with these feelings were those of panic and sudden tension. Were those enemy fighters over there, or specks of dirt on the canopy? Then there was the seductive yearning just to fall asleep. On top of all this, the skipper had to keep track of the rest of the crew, calling them on the intercom, checking on them. This was enough to cope with in an undamaged aircraft. But if you had to fly home on 3 engines and battered hydraulics as Deverill did, it was 10 times worse. At last, they were over the British coast and could begin the long descent to Woodhall Spa. Both landed safely, but Deverill was to learn that his Lancaster, which he'd coaxed home with such devotion, was beyond repair. Nettleton, flying alone and well ahead of the other 4 survivors, was having navigational problems. His master gyro compass wasn't working, and he was having to rely on the less accurate P4 compass below the panel on his left in the cockpit. Despite the navigator's best efforts, the aircraft was a long way off track and well behind its estimated time of arrival. To make matters worse, it was running low on fuel. By midnight, and with no idea of their position, Nettleton decided to call for help. His wireless operator leapt into action, tapping out SOS in Morse code. Everyone held their breath. When would they get a response? Would they get a response? After seconds that seemed like hours, a welcome crackle was heard.
"They're sending us to Squire's Gate."
The navigator studied his map. He was astounded. They had somehow missed England altogether and were now over the Irish Sea, south of Blackpool. They were saved. In the nick of time, 10 hours after they'd taken off from Waddington, they landed safely. Operation Margin had been a costly exercise. Not only were 8 of the 12 Lancasters gone, but of the original 85 aircrew, Nettleton had been carrying a second pilot. 49 were missing in action, mostly presumed killed. In the event, 12 of them had survived their ordeal, though were destined to spend the rest of the hostilities as POWs. At Waddington, 19-year-old WAF wireless operator Pip Beck remembered the moment she heard the news. It was not until the next morning that I learned the terrible toll the raid had exacted. There was no way to express the horror that I, like everyone else on the station, felt. The whole camp seemed shocked and silent. 35 men missing. 35 empty bunks, 35 empty places at the table, shared between the officers and the sergeants' messes. Many of us wondered if it was worth it. Nevertheless, as much spin had to be put on it as possible. Though the damage to the Man factory hadn't been as thorough as had been hoped, sufficient harm had been done to hold up production, it was claimed, for several weeks. However, Brian Hallows, one of the 9-7 squadron pilots, noted in his diary, "Over half the bombs dropped failed to explode." In fact, only 5 of the 17 bombs actually dropped on the Man plant failed to go off. But although the others damaged 4 main machine shops, only 3% of the total capacity of the plant was destroyed, and most of the damage was to roofs and walls, not to machinery. Hallows concluded that it had been a bad way to spend an afternoon. U-boat engine production continued at Augsburg after a negligible interruption, as German newspapers and broadcasts were quick to emphasize. And the RAF's 58% casualty rate was far too high. Daylight raids in normal circumstances were clearly far too risky. On the other hand, the lessons learned paved the way for the establishment of a pathfinder, target-finding and marking force within the RAF. With more sophisticated navigational and bomb-aiming equipment, Lancasters would be able to operate more accurately and from greater heights in the future. The raid had displayed heroism and fortitude under fire. It also remained the longest low-level infiltration of the war. The press and British propaganda played up the raid as much as possible. The Ministry of Information proclaimed it a triumph. The popular Sunday weekly The People hailed it as war's most daring raid on the 19th of April. The Sunday Pictorial ran, "Amazing Day Raid by the RAF," while the Observer led with "Augsburg Success." The roles of the men who flew the bombers were highlighted. John Nettleton felt a keen responsibility for the loss of so many under his command, and was uncomfortable with the part he and a number of his fellow surviving airmen were expected to play as celebrities in order to boost war morale. He was quickly promoted to wing commander. Nettleton's Victoria Cross had come at the recommendation of Arthur Harris. John Sherwood's VC recommendation was revised down to the Distinguished Service Order, if he is later to be found alive, a decision resented by Brian Hallows, among others. The myth had grown up that Nettleton had been leading the 12 aircraft, but he bloody well wasn't. He led 6, and Sherwood led 6, and he did just as much, and should have had a VC. But the fact was that Nettleton had got home, and Sherwood hadn't. When the news came through of Sherwood's survival, no one was happier than his wife, who cared about medals as long as John was safe. He was a prisoner of war, and she didn't know how long it would be before she saw him again. But one day, she was sure he would come home. A further slew of gallantry medals were awarded, both to the living and the dead. It was a very public demonstration of the faith Britain had placed and would place in the hands of such men. Winston Churchill said, "We must plainly regard the attack as an outstanding achievement of the Royal Air Force. Undeterred by heavy losses at the outset, 4-4 and 9-7 squadrons pierced and struck a vital point with deadly precision in broad daylight. Pray convey the thanks of His Majesty's government to the officers and men who accomplished this memorable feat of arms, in which no life was lost in vain." The urbane chief of the Air Staff, Charles Portal, wrote, "I would like 4-4 and 9-7 squadrons to know the great importance I attach to this gallant and successful attack on the diesel engine factory at Augsburg. Please give them my warmest congratulations and thanks." Arthur Harris, who always couched his official pronouncements in the most Churchillian way possible, pressed all the most positive propaganda buttons in his contribution, as well as intelligently boosting Bomber Command's key role in the war. "Convey to the crews of 4-4 and 9-7 squadrons who took part in the Augsburg raid the following. The resounding blow which has been struck at the enemy's submarine building program will echo round the world. The gallant adventure penetrating deep into the heart of Germany in daylight, and pressed home with outstanding determination in the face of bitter and unforeseen opposition, takes its place among the most courageous operations of the war. It is, moreover, yet another fine example of effective cooperation with the other services by striking at the very sources of the enemy effort. The officers and men who took part, those who returned, and those who fell, have indeed served their country well." Nettleton himself was specific in his praise of his aircraft. "In the Lancaster, we have got the answer for heavy bombing. We have tremendous confidence in everything about the Lancasters, and in the workers who are turning them out in such numbers. We know we are only sent out to attack the most worthwhile targets. We believe that the way to win the war is to have our own spring offensive before Hitler has his, and in places not of his choice but ours." Within 5 weeks of the raid, Nettleton, still keenly aware of the cost of the Augsburg operation in terms of human life, and the reluctant focus of propaganda attention, found himself in command of 4-4 Squadron. At a London cocktail party on the 25th of May, he met WAF Section Officer Betty Havelock and escorted her home. Less than a week later, he had proposed and been accepted. She managed to transfer from London to a base not far from Waddington, and the couple married in Lincoln on the 17th of July. It was not to be a long marriage. A little less than a year later, on the 12th of July 1943, aged 26, Nettleton joined an operation to Turin, part of the initiative against Mussolini's crumbling regime, and a bare fortnight before the Italian dictator's fall. He never returned. Betty Nettleton gave birth to his son 7 months later, in February 1944. He would never meet his heroic father. In the end, the Augsburg raid had sent the desired message to the enemy. From now on, no part of their occupied territory would be safe from Allied air attack, and the heart of Germany itself would be under threat. The chief of the Luftwaffe, Hermann Göring, a keen huntsman, had been in the habit of boasting that, "If ever enemy bombers fly over the fatherland, you can call me Meyer." It wasn't long before a joke was circulating in anti-Nazi Berlin. When the air raid sirens went off, people said that Meyer was sounding his hunting horn. Göring had been very wrong in his assertion that no enemy plane will fly over the Reich territory. The RAF was to prove that there was a lot worse to come for the Germans, and Bomber Command's Lancasters would be leading the charge. Chapter 5. Joining up together, training together, dying together. Ron Needle joined up as soon as he could after his 18th birthday. "I wanted to get into the war in any way I could. I wasn't confident enough in my own abilities to apply for the likes of pilot or navigator, so I decided trying to be a gunner would give me the best opportunity to get involved. I didn't want to set my sights too high, and being a gunner would also mean I'd get into the war quicker." Ron's father knew what war meant. It hadn't been many years since he'd been in the thick of it himself, during the First World War. But he and his wife hid their anxiety from Ron. Neither of them said a word. They simply thought that families all over the country were going through the same thing, and it wouldn't have been right to make a fuss about a son going to war. Of course, I had no idea at all about the risks I would face or the deaths I would see. You just didn't think about those things. After reporting to the RAF Aircrew Reception Centre in London, St John's Wood, Ron was kitted out, then dispatched to Bridlington in Yorkshire, where he encountered a horrible sergeant and a kindly officer. The sergeant taught him discipline, while the officer was a true gentleman. When Ron's young aunt invited him to her wedding, he applied for a weekend pass and was bitterly disappointed to be turned down. Feeling rather low, I went to bed very early and started to write a letter to my girl Sylvia. I looked up, and to my surprise, the officer had entered the room. He said he realised how I felt, and if I promised to be back by midnight on Sunday, I could have my pass after all. I was elated, thrilled to go home and show everyone my uniform. I also made sure I was back to base on time. Homesickness was something else the young trainees had to contend with, all the more so if they were far away. From his navigator's course in Canada, where many recruits were being sent for training, Ken Dark, who would eventually team up with Ron's Lancaster crew, wrote to his brother Peter, "I certainly realise the importance of my job, and am doing my best at it. I came second highest in our 6 weeks intermediate exams, but naturally it all depends on how you make out in the finals. Naturally, even though Canada is a grand place, I am just longing to get home and see the folks, and to see the familiar sights of London once more. It'll be a great day when it does come, as come it must." Those left behind would miss their loved ones too. not only in Britain, but throughout the Dominions. Britain never really stood alone. Men and women from across the world, who had the opportunity of staying safely where they were soon volunteering for the RAF, answering the call of what they still thought of as the motherland. Australia was among the first of those countries to declare war on Hitler's Germany, and Australians were among the first to join the fight. They were swiftly followed by New Zealanders and Canadians, Rhodesians and South Africans. Volunteers came from the United States even before the attack on Pearl Harbor. They came from the Caribbean, from India and Nigeria. Many Poles served valiantly, together with Czechs, Belgians and Frenchmen, all united in their desire to face the common enemy and expunge a great evil from the world. When he walked into the RAF recruiting office, 28-year-old hosiery knitter Stanley Shaw from Nottinghamshire was taking the first step on the path that would lead him and those who followed him on an astonishing personal journey. His young daughter Elaine remembered, "I didn't see much of him after he joined. He would come home on leave now and then, but they were fleeting visits. I would sometimes go for a walk with my dad when he was home, as far as the Hemlock Stone. I felt so proud to be next to him, holding his hand and feeling on top of the world." Shaw, a quiet and kindly man beneath his gritty determination, missed Elaine as keenly as she missed him. Elaine had been packed off double-quick to her grandparents in Sutton and Ashfield, just outside Mansfield, where her mum hoped she'd be safe from the bombing. Her dad went to train as a rear gunner. From his digs in Blackpool, he wrote mournfully about it to his wife Elsie, but his letter hints at other news. "Darling, I was a bit surprised when I received no letter yesterday. I hope you are not ill, or Elaine, so that you cannot get out. I'm having a pretty rough time just now. I'm confined to billets with a septic ankle and vaccinia, neither serious. Similar symptoms to flu, only a lot worse. Well, dear, I hope you have got the pram from next door. It will most likely save you a lot if you have. Have you got anything else for baby yet? You mustn't leave things too late, you know. Although I know you won't. I shall bring you some chocolate and Elaine some Blackpool Rock when I come home. I know I shall receive a letter from you tomorrow, and then I shall know when I ought to apply for leave. I'm damned fed up with this place. We were out drilling all Wednesday in pouring rain, so there wasn't a chap in the billets or squad for that matter who was not lousy next day. It's bloody ridiculous. It's a wonder we didn't all refuse to carry on. But that would cancel all leave. I didn't write yesterday because I expected a letter from someone, but none came, so I shall expect a letter tomorrow. Well, darling, I can't think just now, so you must excuse me, and don't worry too much about me. I shall be all right, I think, after tomorrow when I get my old socks to wear under these hard things we have now. Tell Elaine I will write her a letter next time. So cheerio. Best love, Stan and Daddy. He ended his letter with 45 kisses. Pamela, Elaine's baby sister, arrived on the 25th of January 1942. And after 2 years with her grandparents, Elaine returned home to help out her mother. Elsie was working, making gas masks at the Boots factory in Nottingham, so Elaine became a little mother to Pam. I would pick my sister up from the nursery and start doing some housework ready for when my mum got home. Elaine wasn't yet 9. At least their family income had had a boost a couple of months earlier, when Elsie received an official notification from the Air Ministry confirming her family allowance in respect of Stan's RAF service. £1 18 shillings and sixpence, about £1.95. And there was good news. When Pamela was born, Stan was given leave to see her. Elaine was delighted. Letters were important, a crucial link to life away from the brutality of battle. And after he'd returned to training in Wales, Stan wrote to his young daughter, "Dear Elaine, your mummy tells me you're a good girl now that you sleep by yourself always, and that you help her by washing the pots. Well, pet, I think that is very nice of you, and I feel like kissing you for it, because your mummy has such a lot to do with Pamela being a little baby, and I want you to help her always, and be a good girl. How is Pamela? Is she a good girl? Don't you think she is nice? Because I think you both are. Well, goodbye, love. Daddy." This letter ended with 91 kisses. Stan's square-bashing gave way to gunnery training. They used twin-engined Avro Ansons fitted with a turret containing 2 Browning machine guns, often linked to cameras instead of live ammunition, and would practice firing at RAF fighters making mock attacks. Another exercise involved using live ammunition to target a drogue towed by a light aircraft. James Flowers, a tail-end Charlie like Stan, and also from Nottinghamshire, remembered thinking that the pilot of the aircraft was in more danger of being hit than the drogue. New recruits arrived in their droves. Ken Johnson was only 15 when the war started. "We moved out of Sheffield to Hexthorpe, just outside Doncaster, because of the bombing. The village was on high ground, so we could sit and watch all the bombs falling on Sheffield. A lot of family friends were bombed out of their homes, so we were all too aware of what war from the air meant. Despite Ken's youth, I was just a schoolboy and could never imagine what the war would mean to me and how it would touch my life. He was eager to enlist. I first tried to join the RAF aged 17, but they sent me home until I was 18. By then I was at work making cables for barrage balloons at British Ropes, a reserved occupation. I was 19 before they let me go. At last he was sent to the RAF induction centre near Lord's Cricket Ground in London, to be kitted out and also inoculated and vaccinated, walking between 2 rows of nurses armed with needles, which they happily plunged into one's arms. Ken was going to be a mid-upper gunner. The next step for him was to join an operational training unit, where he did his share of square bashing, but also learned about aircraft recognition and the ins and outs of the Brownings, stripping them down and reassembling them both blindfold and with gloves on to replicate the conditions we might be under in action. They also had to undertake tasks that didn't seem to have much to do with flying. We had the worst corporal in the unit. He made us march everywhere at light infantry pace, almost jogging. We were always at each destination ahead of all the others and had to wait for them. There was also guard duty. The rifles had no ammunition, but there was a reason for this. A previous cadet had been on guard with a loaded rifle, and a local bobby decided, for a joke, to creep up on him from behind a wall. The lad clocked him and gave the challenge, "Who goes there?" When he got no reply, the cadet shot a hole through the bobby's helmet. We weren't told the state of the policeman's trousers, but from then on, no live ammunition was allowed. At last, serious gunnery training beckoned, and Ken's section transferred by train to Dalcross, near Inverness. Here the men were given their first flying suits, and Ken's experience followed the same course as Stan's and James's. After a few days in the classroom doing the usual recognition and gun practice, the big day arrived. Clad in flying gear, we marched out to the waiting planes. I'd never been in an aircraft before. What an adventure! The whole process was such an exciting event. From putting your kit on, getting airborne, flying, it was fabulous. Beautiful scenery to fly over, and as it was November, the high mountain tops were covered in snow. For a Doncaster lad, this was a hell of an adventure. Of course, I had no idea what the future would hold, or what risks would be involved. I just wanted to get back at the Germans, and this was my means of doing it. None of us discussed the dangers we might face, or that some of us might not survive. The thought of death didn't enter our heads. We were young, determined, and up for the fight. By May 1942, the recruits noticed that something was brewing. Several crews were being seconded away from training duties, together with their aircraft. Lancasters were coming off the production line in increasing numbers, and the tide was turning. In the last days of May, Gordon Meller, based at RAF Elsham Wolds with 103 Squadron, felt a change in the air. Additional aircraft and crew began to arrive, adding to the congestion in all areas of the base. The engineering ground staff were being pushed to get all aircraft up to full flying condition. It looked as if a maximum operational effort was in the wind, but nobody was saying what. At Bomber Command in High Wycombe, Arthur Harris was fighting to maintain his reputation and that of his force. He still believed that strategic bombing, targeting every aspect of the German nation, industrial, military, and civilian, was the best way to shorten the war. This was a period of trial and error for Harris, who needed to justify these ideas. He had not yet succeeded in persuading his own superiors and the War Cabinet, by dint of the Augsburg raid and those that followed. And while Lancaster production was gearing up, it was by no means yet equal to fulfilling the tasks he had in mind. Working and chain-smoking from dawn to dusk, as well as dealing in his usual brusque manner with the business of the day at his regular briefings, Harris decided to launch a major attack on Cologne. German defences were made up of a series of territorial boxes, each monitored by a radar controller, who would dispatch small groups of night fighters to intercept enemy intruders. Harris planned to amass 1,000 bombers and fly them in a stream towards their target. Some feared the increased possibility of disastrous mid-air collisions when so many aircraft were flying in a close-packed line, but Harris believed it was the best way to swamp the German defences. Guide aircraft equipped with G would pinpoint his chosen targets. The stage of the war has been reached when the morale of the German people is likely to be seriously affected by an unprecedented blow of great magnitude in the West, at a time when they are experiencing difficulties on the Russian front. Apart from the effect on morale of such an attack, the unprecedented damage which will be caused is bound to have a considerable effect on the issue of the war. Harris knew that the raid could be make or break for his strategy, and that not everyone shared his conviction that bombing alone was the key to winning the war. As the great force gathered from hundreds of bases across the country, tension must have mounted in his heart, and the heart of every crewman, every WAF bent over maps in operations rooms, and many in the corridors of power. The only way Harris could amass such a large number of bombers was by co-opting aircraft from the training units, where new aircrew were undertaking their initial preparations for operations. Alex Shaw had already completed one full tour in action, and was now away from the front line, training new pilots when the call came. To find 1,000 crews, they had to rope in instructors, Shaw remembered, and he was ordered to join forces with an operational unit to make up their numbers. We went up to Snaith in the East Riding of Yorkshire, taking our old training aircraft. The unit there had modern, up-to-date Wellingtons. Our ground staff flight sergeant told us that his opposite number was laying bets that none of us would get back because of our clapped-out aircraft. The night of the 30th of May 1942 saw a total of 1,047 bombers home in on Cologne. It was still early in the Lancaster's career, but 75 of them took part, a small but significant portion of the overall force. Few were lucky enough to fly them. The target finders, flying ahead of the mainstream, did their job perfectly. 848 aircraft pounded the city with devastating effect and far greater accuracy than anything achieved the previous year. One airman recalled his crew's elation. This was payback. We had suffered in the Blitz for years and were full of venom and hate for all things German. I was 20 years old, and twice before I joined up I was nearly killed by bombs falling on London. We had a heavy load, hundreds of incendiaries and big high explosives. The incendiaries going off were like sudden platinum-coloured flashes, which slowly turned to red. We saw many flashes going from white to red, and then our great bombs burst in the centre of them. The flames were higher than I had ever seen before. Buildings were skeletons in the midst of fires. 41 aircraft were lost, but 12,000 buildings were destroyed and nearly 500 people killed. In June, Harris followed this success with 2 more 1,000-bomber raids in quick succession on Essen and Bremen, but it was Cologne that shocked the Germans most. It also confirmed Hermann Göring's loss of standing in the eyes of the Führer, from which he never recovered. Harris and Bomber Command gained the attention they'd fought for. The massive aerial bombardment of Germany would continue apace. The idea of crushing the enemy's morale by bombing their cities and diverting their resources to the business of damage repair and increased defences, including the construction of shelters to protect civilians, appeared sound. But it came at an enormous cost, not just for the German population on the ground, but for the Bomber Command airmen in the skies above them. More and more recruits were needed to replace the ever-increasing casualties. Huge numbers were going into training, taking their first steps in a process that would produce finished bomber crews. But of the 125,000 men who served in Bomber Command, some 75,000, 60% of operational airmen, would be killed, wounded, or taken prisoner. Nonetheless, the bombing campaign went from strength to strength. Alongside the devastation of cities and civilian targets, more precise attacks on military strongholds were also carried out. To achieve this, the Telecommunications Research Establishment, TRE, at Malvern, worked on more sophisticated radar and navigational equipment, whose development had also been stimulated by earlier criticism of bombing accuracy. Oboe was introduced at the end of 1942, utilizing radio connections between an aircraft and 2 separate ground stations, which guided the crew by a series of audible dots and dashes. The signals would tell them which side of the track they were on, so they could correct their approach to the target and when to release their weapons. It was a significant improvement on G and was used throughout the war. The continuing success of the bombing campaign through late 1942 also saw the formal creation of a specialist Pathfinder Force, PFF, flying ahead of the main sections of the bomber stream to pinpoint targets and mark them with flares. The initiative didn't meet with Arthur Harris's immediate approval. He didn't want his best men diverted from direct bombing duties. But it wouldn't take long for the PFF to prove its value in the operations that would soon follow. The 1,000-bomber raids, however, each took around 2.6 million gallons of fuel, 25 trainloads, which made them virtually impossible to repeat. They also drained too many resources from training units, when they really needed to devote themselves to their essential role, training the vital new aircrew, as Harris began to implement his plan for a front-line strength of 4,000 heavy bombers. Within a year of the Cologne raid, it was the Lancaster that became, in the eyes of friend and foe, the Allied bomber whose nightly forays were to be either applauded or feared. As Lancaster production increased, more and more men were needed to fly them. When the instructors at the operational training units were satisfied that the men in their charge were ready, the time came for crewing up, forging themselves into a unit ready to take one of the giant bombers to war. The men themselves were shocked by the process. It was simple, unscientific, and totally arbitrary. large groups of airmen gathered to self-select the men with whom they would fly, and perhaps die. Casual and swift, the ritual would normally take place in a large hut, hangar, or mess room, cleared for the occasion. It was an unnerving experience for the freshly fledged navigators, bomb aimers, wireless operators, pilots, engineers, and gunners, all feeling a bit like girls at a school dance, waiting to be asked to take the floor. It cut both ways. Crewmen could approach pilots, but the pilots were the ones who made the final decisions that would determine the makeup of their crews. Don McIntosh entered the room to find hundreds of uniformed airmen thronging around, many looking bemused and nervous. After leaving the Glasgow police, Don had become a fully trained Lancaster pilot. At least he had the chance to take the initiative in any encounter and could rely on his own very strong self-confidence to carry him through. Nevertheless, it all seemed pretty abrupt when it came down to it. Inside the hut, a grey-haired warrant officer rapped his knuckles on the table. "All right, chaps, sort yourselves out. I'll leave you now, and when you have a full crew, go next door and give the names to the WAF corporal." He paused. "Don't take too long about it." Trainee pilots like me now had to find airmen, more ignorant of flying than the pilots, who were willing to entrust their lives to our slender and unproven abilities. All were aware of the Russian roulette in which they were taking part. The only clue for both was the man standing in front of you. Nothing else. Growing up resembled a blind date, but was as important as a marriage and potentially more lethal. Former instructors who hadn't yet flown operationally, and men over 25, were favourites. So Don found that I didn't exactly find people falling over themselves to crew up with me. It may have been my thick Scottish accent which made them think perhaps I was thick, and the fact that I looked even younger than most of the ex-schoolboys. Don also had his own ideas. He felt that the two most important crew members were his navigator and rear gunner. The selection of these two specialists was crucial. But selection cut both ways. A couple of airmen might have teamed up or made friends in training and wanted to be taken as a package. Gunners liked to fly with their chums, Don reminded himself, as he trawled the crowded room. Navigators in one knot, flight engineers in another, and so on. So far, Don had only managed to get a half-promise out of a wireless operator and a rear gunner. Jeff, a stocky 18-year-old with darting eyes who smelt of engine oil. Jeff approached Don in the crewing-up room with a mate in tow. "Skipper, this is Jock. He's a mid-upper gunner and we'd like to fly together." Don, already feeling a lot better now that Jeff had called him Skipper, shook hands and gave Jock an appraising glance. Jock looked almost too good to be true, a gamekeeper in civilian life. He was dignified, tall, and muscular. His keen grey-blue eyes bore out the general impression. He looked as if he'd arrived from the casting lot. The wireless operator returned, perhaps he didn't get a better offer, to declare he would give Don a try. Together they scanned the emptying room and found a flight engineer soon afterwards. Now, they just had a navigator and a bomb aimer to go. Don made for a group of bomb aimers and approached two men standing together. They politely introduced themselves. George, a big, jovial Irishman, and Peter, who looked as if he'd escaped from a painting of some Elizabethan nobleman. Hadn't crewed up yet, but neither wanted to cut the other out when Don made his offer. "Let's toss for it," said Peter. "Your shout, George." Peter won, and perhaps fate had sided with him in more ways than one. Don had less luck finding a navigator. His spirits began to sink. I sat in the near-empty hall, stuffing myself with the usual fare of bread, margarine, and lashings of Tate & Lyle syrup, thinking what the hell to do. As if on cue, I saw a tall, smart-looking sergeant march in. He turned, displaying the N brevet I was looking for. Wasting no time, I addressed him. "Excuse me, but are you crewed up?" "No." "Well, look, I've got a full crew, bar a navigator. I think they're pretty good. Would you like to join us?" The man looked cagey, perhaps hedging his bets, but he did join Don for a cup of tea. "What were you doing before?" asked Don. "I was halfway through a science degree at Oxford. My parents were captured by the Japs in Malaya, and I thought I'd better help with the war and get them home. My name's Nigel Hawkins. Here's my initial." At last he grinned, pointing to the N on his chest. "May I ask your name and your curriculum vitae?" "Macintosh, Don. You're baffling me with big words," Don replied, laughing. "I left school at 14, but I acquired a glancing knowledge of the classics, taught to me by a baldy old bastard who crept up on me and banged my knuckles with a steel ruler." Nigel finished his tea, still undecided, but was friendly enough as he stood to leave. "See you, Mac. I'll let you know tomorrow." The following day, his answer was positive, and the future was set for Don's new crew. Unsurprisingly, with hundreds of men from all parts of the world, all walks of life, all differing characters coming together and matching up as best they could, not all fits turned out to be ideal. Ron Needle found crewing up daunting, even intimidating. He felt shy in the vast crowd of airmen, and confused. Everyone wanted to be picked, to get it over with, but that desire was accompanied by a curious reluctance. Would Ron dare turn down a pilot whom he didn't instinctively trust? It was simply a lottery of life and death. You didn't realize it at the time, of course, but you were choosing what would become a new family, people you would live alongside, and ultimately might die alongside. There was no rhyme or reason. Did you like the look of him, the cut of his jib? Did he sound pleasant when he spoke? No one even knew if the person they were crewing up with was actually good at his job. Still nervous of his own skills and prospects, Ron teamed up with another gunner, Billy Swift. The two men gave each other confidence, and after a few circuits of the room, sizing up both the competition and potential new crewmates, they eventually found 5 like-minded, or so they thought, people they could go to war with. At first, all went well. They were sent to RAF Bruntingthorpe, not too far from Birmingham, so it was easy for Ron to get home. As many crews did, they socialized together, and taking his newfound friends to his family home was a special occasion. I was so pleased. My crew were my new family, and I was introducing them to my old family. We all went on the train. The lads were excited to be getting away from the base and doing something different. My mum and dad were very proud to see us all in our uniforms, but I knew I was such a worry to them then. My sisters, aged 25, 7 and 5, were all there. They were all so excited to meet my crew. Everyone had put on their Sunday best. They pulled out all the stops and scrimped together some food and drink for a celebration lunch, a few beers and lots to eat. We had such a good time. The war seemed so far away. Then we went to the pub nearby with my dad. It was crowded with locals, and as there were no RAF bases nearby, it was a novelty for them to see a bomber crew. Lots of people came up to us to talk and thank us for what we were doing. My dad was very proud to be with us all. I was only sorry that my girlfriend Sylvia couldn't be there. But tensions were building back at base. The crew didn't get on with the pilot, who was domineering to a fault. The crunch came on their very first training flight, which would put anyone on their mettle whatever the circumstances, let alone men new to the military and new to flying. Their aircraft was caught in severe turbulence, thrown around and battered in the clouds. The panic on board was made worse by the pilot's intransigence. Ron remembered, when the navigator told the pilot to change course to 240, he replied, "We'll change course when I say so." When the bomb aimer was finally able to announce they were ready for a practice target run, the skipper said, "We'll be ready when I tell you." Their ill feeling was cemented during that awful trip, which was crowned by having to make an emergency landing, leaving many of the crew with their nerves shredded. But it showed how vital it was to be in a unit that gelled. Ron's colleagues complained to their commanding officer. The upshot was that their pilot, a brave man who would go on to win the DFC, but a bad mismatch here, was transferred. The navigator, mid-upper gunner, and wireless operator were also grounded and replaced as well. But good came out of bad, for it was at this moment that pilot Jimmy Scott, wireless operator Harry Stunnell, and navigator Ken Dark appeared. Happily crewed up, Ron Nichol and his fellow flyers were ready to take on the world in a Lancaster. They were not disappointed. As he walked across the airfield, Ron Nichol caught his first sight of it. It was a wonderful-looking machine, and I thought we were damn lucky to be going to war in it. With the Lanc, the rest of my crew and all our training and preparation, I was delighted to be part of this complete war machine. I had every faith in us and her. Ron's crew may have been eager, but they were all embarking on a journey into the unknown. And fear was something everyone had to come to terms with. It could settle on you at any time. Ken Trent, from Becontree, on the fringe of East London, was aware of his own apprehension when, as a 22-year-old Lancaster pilot, he approached his first posting at Barnetby-le-Wold in Lincolnshire. It was a beautiful English summer's day, warm and with few clouds. The base, which was to be my first operational posting, was 3 miles away across the fields. With nothing to do but walk and think, my mind started wandering, and suddenly I was gripped with a feeling which until now had never troubled me. Fear. It came down on me like a black curtain. How does one cope with it? In a few days, I would be flying high above enemy Germany, hundreds of miles away, amid guns and searchlights in the dark, with the lives of 6 other men depending on me. The terror of what could happen was suddenly very real, there, in that English summer lane. The heavy kit bag weighed me down, my feet began to drag, and the confidence which had buoyed me up until now seemed to drain away into the dust. I forced my feet to continue, but as I walked, the fear walked with me. The kit bag got heavier. I was hot, shaking, and had now completely lost my nerve. Will I ever walk back down this lane again? Or is this a one-way journey? For God's sake, pull yourself together. You have a good crew. You can't just let them down, and yourself down. What's wrong with you? Just do it. But it was no good. I stopped and turned. All around me was typically quaint English beauty. The enormity of what I was about to do was terrifying. This is what I had striven for, worked and trained for years. This is what I so badly wanted. Or was it? I knew I had come too far to back out. Hitching my kit bag higher on my shoulder, I gritted my teeth and forced my feet onwards. The gate to the base finally appeared, and after a final look down the lane, I presented myself at the guardhouse. I was in, and there was to be no turning back. The winter of 1942-43 marked a massive turning point in the fortunes of war. In October and November 1942, the Second Battle of El Alamein saw German and Italian forces routed. Soon afterwards, in February 1943, after 6 months of bitter fighting, the German-held city of Stalingrad fell to the Red Army. Bomber Command followed through with one of the most daring raids the Lancaster ever took part in. Operation Chastise took place in mid-May 1943. Later known as the Dam Busters Raid, it was undertaken in great secrecy, using Lancasters that had been adapted to carry the bouncing upkeep bomb developed by Barnes-Wallis to breach the Möhne, Ede, Schwelme and Sorpe dams, which secured the Ruhr's massive industrial water supply. 617 Squadron, a specially created force commanded by 24-year-old Guy Gibson, flew in on the night of 16th of May. 19 Lancasters were involved. The raid sustained heavy losses. 8 Lancasters were shot down, and 56 airmen were killed. In the end, the Ruhr industry's water supply wasn't badly affected, remarkable in view of the fact that 2 direct hits on the Möhne Dam caused a breach 250 feet wide and 292 feet deep. 330 million tons of water flooded 50 miles of land in the western Ruhr region as a result. 11 small factories were destroyed, along with 92 houses. A further 114 factories and 971 houses were damaged. 2 power stations were destroyed and 7 others damaged. Coal and steel production and hydroelectric power were severely affected. German resources were stretched to the limit to make good the destruction. The flooding of the surrounding farmland caused chaos and claimed many lives. At least 1,650 people were killed, of whom 1,026 were foreign prisoners of war and forced laborers. But the raid was an even bigger propaganda success than Augsburg, and made stars of both 617 Squadron and its commander. Bomber Command, and the Lancaster in particular, was held in the public spotlight of admiration and hope. Chastise was perhaps the most famous of the precision operations that, despite some misgivings, increasingly went hand in hand with strategic raids. Operation Gomorrah became one of the most infamous. In tandem with the now UK-based US 8th Army Air Force, Bomber Command planned a massive assault on Hamburg, Germany's second city and the world's largest port. Still trading with neutral countries, it was also a center for U-boat and other military manufacture. Although Hamburg was outside the range of oboe, it was an ideal target for H-2S, a relatively new and more sophisticated navigation aid that the Telecommunications Research Establishment had come up with early in 1943. H-2S was a ground mapping system that operated in the same way that radar had been used during the Battle of Britain to detect incoming enemy aircraft. A ground station transmitted a radio wave that would bounce off solid objects at a distance and return to the receiver, which could display the solid object on a screen. By measuring the angle of the transmitted radio wave and the time the signal took to return to the receiver, a picture of the location, height, and speed of enemy aircraft could be built. In Bomber Command, the H-2S radar was carried in the aircraft itself, which sent out and received the signals. With the radio beam tilted downwards, it was the ground and solid objects like dams or bridges that reflected the signal back to the screen to give an indication of the terrain below. Versatile in the extreme, it could also be used for general navigation, since it could identify prominent landmarks at long range. Coastlines were particularly easy to identify, as were large river junctions. Cities were more difficult to pinpoint, as any radar beam was also reflected by the ground. But with skillful use of his radar set, a good navigator could build an excellent picture of the target. Hamburg, A large industrial conurbation near the North German coast, at the estuary of the river Elbe, would be the perfect proving ground for this new targeting system. With the additional help of Window, a new radar-disrupting device, the target was a sitting duck, as simple as it was cheap, consisting of thousands of strips of aluminium foil an inch wide and 14 inches long. Window was dropped in bundles from the bomb aimer's position or down the flare chute by the main door of a Lancaster. Spreading in the air, it confused the German Würzburg radar by reflecting its beams in arbitrary directions, so huge areas of the screen were whited out as though in a snowstorm, disguising the exact locations of the individual bombers. Until the Germans found a way of countering it, and they never fully did, Window deceived the Germans' early warning systems. It was deployed at Hamburg to devastating effect. On the night of the 24th of July, 1943, a force of 791 aircraft, including 347 Lancasters, attacked the city centre. Weather conditions were ideal, unusually hot and dry. With the use of H-2S, the target was relatively easy to identify, while Window protected the bomber force from the worst of the German fighters. The firestorm created by the sheer number of bombs dropped completely overwhelmed local emergency services. The results were horrific. One navigator, keen to see the results of the action, decided to join his pilot in the cockpit. All around us, and reaching to all heights, were hundreds of searchlights, moving back and forth in ever-changing crisscross patterns. Those close to us towered above like huge sword blades. Among them, the small flashes of hundreds of flak bursts appeared and disappeared, leaving only black splodges of smoke against the starlit sky. The sight in the air may have been mesmerizing, but it was the vision of hell on the ground that gave him greatest pause for thought. It was a shapeless mass of fire so far below that it all appeared like a badly focused, technicolored film of lights that seemed to move, twinkle, and shimmer in 1,000 shapes, in colors of yellow, red, and orange, on a background of black velvet. I could soon distinguish bomb bursts and gun flashes among the blotches of light. I stared and stared. My heart was pounding, and I felt I was not getting enough air. Another airman who flew on the subsequent raids saw the cumulative effect. We went to Hamburg 3 nights out of 4. The last night we could see the fire from 150 miles away. See Hamburg burning. It was just awful. A terrible sight. It was like flying into a holocaust. And it took several minutes to fly over the fires. Individual incendiaries merged and grew into a brutal conflagration. Rising heat created violent upcurrents and sucked in fresh air at ground level, which further fueled the furnace. Wind speeds reached 150 miles per hour, hurricane force on the ground, and temperatures at least 800 degrees centigrade. Wood and fabric blazed, and so did flesh. Glass exploded, metal twisted, stonework glowed red. Packed apartment blocks became shells within minutes, and streets screaming blast tunnels. One rear gunner was awestruck by what he saw. As you turned for home, you got the impression someone wanted to grab you and pull you back into the darkness on account of what you'd done. Others simply felt that you had to black out all thought of civilians being killed. On the ground, 19-year-old Kürter Hofmeister tried to escape the furnace her neighborhood had become, struggling to make headway against the tempest in her street. There were people there, some already dead, some still alive, but stuck in the asphalt. They must have rushed onto the roadway without thinking. Their feet had got stuck, and they had put out their hands to try to get out again. They were on their hands and knees, screaming. Elfriede Zindel, then 14, saw bombed-out people in the streets after the first attack, begging for food, for water. Women were calling for their children for their mothers. We managed to get some lost children into a group, their small faces smeared with soot and tears, so that their mothers would find it easier to find their little ones. By noon, all of them had been reunited. Later, a man came along, his clothes in disorder, wearing no shoes or socks. "Father, Gisa!" he shouted over and over again. "Father, Gisa, where are you?" He was roaring and crying at the same time. We offered him water and bread, but he waved us off and ran away, still screaming, with bloody feet over the broken glass and tiles, stumbling against brick walls from which iron wires and broken pipes twisted outwards. Couldn't physical pain reach him? Was he not thirsty? The Allied bombers returned 3 nights later, and again 2 nights after that. A final raid early in August was frustrated by bad weather, but by then the damage had been done. They had dropped 9,000 tons of bombs and destroyed 214,350 homes, over half the total. The districts of Hammerbrook and Rottenburgsort were obliterated. 299 major industrial and armaments plants were damaged or demolished, together with a further 183 large factories. But raging fires devastated at least half the city and left 42,600 civilians dead, with another 37,000 wounded. Thanks to Window, successfully used as a countermeasure to radar-directed German night fighters and their controllers, losses on the night of the 24th of July stood at 12 aircraft, just 1.2% of the total force deployed that night. Operation Gomorrah was also a powder keg at home. Churchill's special scientific advisor, Lord Cherwell, had already advocated a policy of what he called dehousing, and Harris sincerely believed that strategic bombing was the one way to catastrophically undermine Hitler's ability to wage war. However, dissident voices were already being raised. The eminent soldier and military historian Liddell Hart condemned such raids. It will be ironical if the defenders of civilization depend for victory upon the most barbaric and unskilled way of winning a war that the modern world has seen. He was joined by another distinguished military thinker of the time, Major General J.F.C. Boney Fuller, who it must be said was for a time suspected of harboring Nazi sympathies. In August 1943, Fuller wrote an article for the London Evening Standard, edited at the time by the socialist journalist and later politician Michael Foot. In it, he writes that the worst devastations of the Goths, Vandals, Huns, Seljuks and Mongols pale into insignificance when compared with the material and moral damage now wrought. Later, the Bishop of Chichester would join the ranks of respected establishment figures who felt the government had gone too far. He told the House of Lords, "I desire to challenge the government on the policy which directs the bombing of enemy towns on the present scale, especially with reference to civilians who are non-combatants and non-military and non-industrial objectives." On a more personal level, Thomas Murray, who after his initial stint in Bomber Command spent much of his war flying secretive missions with the Special Operations Executive, found his special duties role a tonic. I never really believed in bombing, but it was the only thing to do, I suppose. As the defences got more effective, we would try to hit a target in the centre of a town, effectively hitting civilians. I didn't like that. In the SOE role, you were doing something to help. The majority of airmen just got on with the job. Many shared Harris's belief that the end would justify the means, but others shared Thomas's reservations. Some took refuge in the darkest of black humour. "Looks like another mothers and babies run tonight," one anonymous briefing officer was heard to tell his audience. Arthur Harris had indeed fulfilled his vow that Germany had sown the wind and would reap the whirlwind. To ensure Harris's whirlwind could blow at full strength, though, the Bomber Command machine needed to produce large numbers of trained aircrew. And to do that, it required a huge quantity of young volunteers to enter its training system. In 1943, only 1 airman in 6 could expect to survive his first tour of 30 sorties. The training continued, conveyor belt style, while losses at the other end of the process continued apace. Chapter 6. Strike and Return. Until the night of the 24th of June 1943, I had lived an uncomplicated 20 years, 3 months and 15 days. I was about to keep an appointment with destiny. As dusk was falling at RAF Binbrook in northeast Lincolnshire, Gordon Stooke, a 20-year-old, handsome and cheerful Australian, sat at the controls of his Lancaster D. Donald, its propellers ticking over, one of 14 from 460 Squadron, waiting in line for takeoff. Gordon was already a veteran of several mine-laying operations and bombing ops to the Ruhr, not all of which had been run-of-the-mill. On a previous op, he had been shocked to find that one of their ground crew, fellow Australian Corporal Jim Nichol, had hitched an uninvited lift with them. "What the bloody hell are you doing here?" Gordon shouted, barely able to compete with the screaming engines. "I just wanted to do one operation, just one," Nuttall explained. "I just wanted to find out what it's like." "You bloody idiot, you'll find out what it's like, all right. You'll have us all court-martialed." But there was nothing to be done. Nuttall had sensibly brought an oxygen mask and parachute with him, so Gordon sent him to plug into the supply by the Astrodome. They completed the op, and once home, Gordon sent Nuttall packing as fast as he could. Gordon heard later that Nuttall had confided to a mate, "They're all crackpots, the whole bloody lot of them. Anyone who does that more than once ought to be certified." Gordon could only agree with him, but he still went out on another sortie himself the very next night, and the one after that. So the night of the 24th looked like just another day at the coalface for Gordon and his crewmates. They'd gathered edgily in the briefing room, on chairs ranged before the still-covered map of their target. It was always like this. The section commanders stood nearby, together with the Met officer, the flying control officer, the armaments officer, the gunnery officer, the navigation officer, and the intelligence officer, some by their information blackboards. The commanding officer surveyed the scene. The air, as usual, was blue with cigarette smoke. The moment before you flew took people differently. Tonight, some of the men were taking bets on what the target might be. Others were chatting, maybe overexcited, maybe trying to hide their nerves. Most sat quietly, alone with their thoughts, perhaps forcing themselves to concentrate on the job at hand rather than its possible consequences. While waiting, Gordon thought back to a night low-flying exercise had undertaken a month earlier. He was quite happy. He'd signed the low-flying clearance book, which allowed him to drop down to a minimum of 500 feet, and was off. Corporal Nichol had been on board, legitimately that time, as part of an engineering check, and happened to mention a mansion he'd seen a few days before. Maybe they could go and find it. Gordon agreed, and followed Nichol's instructions, until sure enough the mansion came into view. One pass at 500 feet brought only 2 or 3 people out onto the roof and into the garden. Not good enough, I thought, and turned to make another pass lower. 2 more attacks at flagpole height with our 4 Merlins roaring, and soon all vantage points were crowded, everyone waving excitedly. Or so we thought. In fact, they were shaking their fists at us, as I was shortly to find out. Returning to base and landing, Gordon was directed to report immediately to the duty pilot. When I arrived at the control tower, the duty pilot looked grim. "Were you just flying anywhere over Yorkshire?" he asked sternly. "Yes," I said, as there was no point in lying, "but I had a low-flying clearance." "Did you go lower than 500 feet? A smile flickered across his face. "Do you think I'd do a thing like that?" I said evasively. "Well," he burst out laughing, "some silly clod has been buzzing group headquarters in Lancaster, and all the air marshals in the RAF are after his blood." Gordon's reverie was broken as the room quietened, and the briefing staff took up their positions by the covered map. The curtain was finally drawn back. The airman groaned. Not Happy Valley again. The heavily defended Ruhr was all too familiar to them. "I can't say too much," the CO told them, "but we know there are factories in Wuppertal manufacturing parts for secret Luftwaffe aircraft not yet in service. At least you know that it's of the utmost importance that these factories are destroyed." There had been a raid on the same target a month earlier, and it had met with success. "Your task is to ensure that this raid is as successful as the first, so we don't have to go back. A good strike and a safe return," he finished, reflecting 460 Squadron's motto, "Strike and Return." The navigation officer took over, detailing the rendezvous point with other units taking part in the raid over the Wash off the east coast of England, then outlining the route to the target. They'd have to be careful to stick meticulously to it around Düsseldorf and Krefeld, both heavily defended cities, not straying within range of their searchlights and anti-aircraft guns. 460 Squadron is due over the target at 0035 hours, 20,000 feet. There should be plenty of red target indicators, otherwise bomb on the greens. Route home is south around Cologne and then west back to base. The Met officer followed. There'd be moonlight and light cloud, ideal conditions for German night fighters. The gunnery officer repeated this warning and told the gunners to stay behind after the briefing for further instructions. The armaments officer came next, detailing the bomb loads. "You'll carry 1 4,000-pound high-capacity cookie, 2 500-pound general-purpose bombs, 1 delayed action, 6 cans 30-pound incendiary, and 7 cans 4-pound incendiary." The cookie was a large cylindrical blast bomb designed to shatter building structures, leaving them open to allow the incendiaries to do their work on the interiors. Delayed action bombs could remain dormant for many hours, even days, finally detonating to trap rescue workers or returning civilians in the blast. The aerial war was a brutal, deadly business. Briefing over, the pilots gathered in the flight office while the navigators attended their own special brief. Then they all went to the mess for a pre-flight meal, some forcing themselves to eat however disinclined they felt, all silently praying that they'd return safely for the post-op breakfast of real eggs and bacon. It seemed a very long way away. Everyone was supposed to relax during the hour that followed, but few could, and Gordon Stook left his hut early, telling his crew to join him when they were ready, reminding them to relieve themselves before the long flight. Nobody liked the Elsan on board lavatory, the dustbin-like apparatus with the clip-down lid placed in the centre of the fuselage, aft, near the main door. It was one of the Lancaster's major design faults, and crews hated them. Apart from the challenges of aim and balance, men who'd used it at high altitude in intense cold had been known to freeze to the seat, and the ground crews hated cleaning them out. While we were flying in rough air, this devil's convenience often shared its contents with the floor of the aircraft, the walls and the ceiling, though sometimes a bit remained in the container itself. It doesn't take much imagination to picture what it was like trying to combat fear and air sickness while struggling to remove enough gear in cramped quarters and at the same time trying to use the bloody Elsan. If it wasn't an invention of the devil, it certainly must have been foisted on us by the enemy. When seated in frigid cold amid the cacophony of roaring engines and whistling air, away from what should have been one of life's peaceful moments, the occupant had a chance fully to ponder the miserable condition of his life instead. This loathsome creation invariably overflowed on long trips, and in turbulence was always prone to bathe the nether regions of the user. It was one of the true reminders to me that war is hell. Gordon had picked up his parachute and caught an early bus to his aircraft's dispersal point. He found the area alive with activity. The armourers, having transported the bombs from the ammunition dump on long, low trolley trains, had done their job. And looking up at the still-open bomb bay doors, Gordon thought, not for the first time, that a Lancaster was nothing more than a huge flying bomb bay. The massive 4,000-pound cookie dominated, surrounded by high-explosive and delayed-action 500-pounders and cans of fiery incendiaries. Transported from the ammunition dump on long trolley trains, one load could blow the whole aerodrome to kingdom come. That any bomber could fit one complete trolley load into its bomb bay and then become airborne seemed unbelievable. The Lancaster took the lot with ease. Gordon ran over the checklist in his mind, watching as the Browning's ammunition was loaded, and the Bedford tankers filled the wing tanks with 1,500 gallons of high-octane fuel, less than maximum, but sufficient for this op. The same scene was being played out, he knew, not only on the 13 other Lancasters from his squadron that would soon rise in the air with him, but right across the country, for hundreds of other bombers, as air crews prepared for another encounter with death and destruction in the night skies over Germany. At last, the Lancaster was ready, or almost. The last inspection was done from the aircraft's cockpit by an expert, the ground staff flight sergeant engineer. He checked oil and coolant temperatures. Okay. Oil pressure. Okay. Bomb doors closed, flaps down and up, brakes operating, hydraulics all okay, navigation lights okay, instruments okay. Magnetos, damn! A problem. A drop in revolutions in engine number 4. One of the 2 magnetos, the electrical generators that used magnets to produce alternating current. On Gordon's number 4 engine, the starboard outer was unserviceable. They had 40 minutes to replace it. By now the rest of the crew had arrived. "Get aboard and check your equipment," Gordon said. "We have Maggie trouble, and the flight sergeant is doing a slow march." Soon afterwards, however, he regretted his impatience. The ground crew had worked their magic, and the new magneto was installed with 10 minutes to spare. Soon we would again take off for the dreaded Happy Valley. Anticipation, tension, and a hint of suppressed fear began to mount. With a fatalistic shrug, I crawled over the main spar and into the cockpit. Nothing to do now but the job. As Gordon ran the engines up, his flight engineer, Col Broadbent, made final checks on pressure, temperature, hydraulics, and instruments. He nodded in satisfaction as Gordon checked over the intercom with the rest of his crew, a mix of Australians and Englishmen older than himself, and 3 of them married. Gordon was always deeply aware of the responsibility he carried for their safety. They, in turn, placed absolute trust in him. It was a perfect combination for survival, if all went well. At last they joined the queue for takeoff, and time started to race. A green lamp flashed. There was the rush of adrenaline as he released the brakes to give the Merlins their head, and his Lancaster powered along the runway. Gordon had to correct a slight swing to the left by advancing the 2 left throttles ahead of the right. Then, as the slipstream increased, he moved the control column forward to raise the tail, knowing that Col would be watching the engine temperatures like a hawk. Then he pushed the throttles right up to their gate, and with a heave, flexing its muscles against the weight of 11,000 pounds of bombs, 1,500 gallons of fuel, and 7 men, the mighty aircraft took to the sky, heading east. Gordon double-checked their position with his navigator, and as they slowly climbed towards the rendezvous height of 10,000 feet, was told that they'd arrive a minute and a half early. Without thinking, I made a 360-degree turn to port to lose time. I should have realized that there were dozens of heavy bombers in the vicinity, all streaming east. D. Donald, on the other hand, was now for a time flying west against this stream. How we did not collide with another bomber, I will never know. I had been very stupid, and we had been very lucky. Gordon quickly corrected his error. At least they were now on time, and joined the rest of the attacking force without incident off the east coast over the Wash. It was already getting chilly on board, and the air was thinning. Gordon gave the order to don oxygen masks, and as they rose to 15,000 feet, the cold really began to bite. The gunners would be snug enough in their khaki-brown cotton Sidcot flying suits, or at least Gordon hoped they would. They were sometimes not too effective in keeping out the cold. In contrast, the navigator and the wireless operator would be sweltering. The heating duct from the port inner engine entered the cabin near their seats. Gordon and Col were the unlucky ones, wishing they had fleece-lined Irvine jackets, but glad their feet were warm enough in their flying boots. Flying steadily now, and rising to 20,000 feet, this might have been the time to switch to the automatic pilot, nicknamed George. But Gordon had only ever used George once, on a familiarization exercise. It was never used in action, for obvious reasons. But even on the flight into a raid, you never knew when an attack might be coming, and you needed to be ready to take evasive action in an instant. They were flying over the Dutch coast now, and German Me-110s stationed in Holland might already be prowling the skies. Gordon checked that his gunners were keeping their eyes peeled.
"We were all eyes long ago,"
came the reassuring reply. They flew on. Far to his left, and at about the same height, Gordon caught a glimpse of a bright light which flared for a moment and then slowly faded. He pressed his lips together, saying nothing to his crew, but thinking of his error in judgment earlier. What he'd seen was almost certainly a collision between 2 friendly bombers. Another 14 airmen gone. He'd heard that such accidents accounted for an increasing number of losses, as raids intensified in size and number. It wasn't just your crew you were responsible for. You had to make sure you never flew into a fellow Lancaster and brought another 7 men down with yours. There were plenty of aircraft in your wave and at your height, so your life and the lives of 13 others depended on the competence and vigilance of all. Quite a responsibility for 20-year-olds. Soon afterwards, he saw another blaze of light, at ground level this time, a bomber brought down by a fighter. As they approached the target, Gordon saw a kaleidoscope of color, the red and orange of flame. the green and red of target indicators dropped by the preceding Pathfinder force, the glare of searchlights, and now the popping of anti-aircraft guns. We could see Wuppertal ablaze in front of us and still 10 miles away. Dozens of searchlights speared skywards around the now familiar barrage of exploding anti-aircraft shells. Heavy bombers were as thick as flies, thankfully all going in somewhat the same direction. Some, above us, possibly early or late arrivals, were getting ready to drop their bombs on the target and possibly on D. Donald as well. Others, below us, silhouetted against the fires, were positioned in such a way as to receive our load of bombs. The seemingly impregnable wall of fiery anti-aircraft bursts was closing fast. Probing searchlights seeking their prey were much too close. There were only a few Luftwaffe fighters, though. It was too dangerous over the target for them. Most attacked the bombers either before they reached the target or afterwards on the trip home. Only the bravest and most dedicated members of the German night fighter units would face their own flak. Suddenly, night turned to day as they were coned, caught in multiple connecting searchlight beams from different positions on the ground, which all came together to form a cone, with Gordon's Lancaster at the pinnacle. Based on prior experience, his reaction was instantaneous, and he threw the aircraft into a series of violent climbing and diving maneuvers in an attempt to free himself from the deadly cone. Nose down, throttles open, go like hell. The faster you go, the harder you are to hit. Get out as quickly as possible. 15,000 feet and put on speed. Better than corkscrewing. Heavy with bombs, D. Donald quickly dropped from 20,000 to 15,000 feet. They were just about clear of the cone when Gordon saw two bright yellow flashes in quick succession over the nose of the aircraft. I heard the clump of two exploding flak shells, then a noise like hail on a tin roof, and I swore I smelled cordite.
"Bloody hell, Skip!"
Cole yelled.
"The starboard inner's on fire."
Gordon saw that flame was already licking the wing that carried the second fuel tank.
"Kill it fast, now!"
Cole throttled the engine back and feathered the propeller, at the same time pressing the red fire extinguisher button. As if by magic, the fire went out and the engine stopped. But they weren't out of it yet. Where else were they hit? What about the bombs? They opened the hatch to the bay. To their dismay, the incendiaries were glowing.
"Jettison the bomb load, fast!"
Bomb aimer Norm Conklin leapt to obey. Gordon felt the aircraft jump as 11,000 pounds of bombs fell away. But they were free of the searchlights at last. Perhaps they couldn't hold us any longer, or perhaps they knew they'd clobbered us and went looking for other game. A moment of relief, and a moment more when he knew that all the crew was safe. But the other inner engine had stalled now, and they dropped to 12,500 feet, which meant they were vulnerable not only to the flak from below, but the payloads of their fellow aircraft above. Norm reported that the bomb bay doors were stuck open. They exerted a heavy drag and couldn't be closed without the hydraulic power from the damaged engines. Then navigator Clary Craven, another fellow Australian, reported that he could see the port undercarriage hanging halfway down. And at the same time, Cole Broadbent said the same went for the starboard undercart. Without hydraulics, nothing could be done about them either. The remaining engines screamed at full pitch, but the Lancaster went on losing height. In desperation, they jettisoned everything possible, including equipment and fuel, and slowed enough to release a carrier pigeon, though with faint hope it would find its way back home. They were still alive and flying. A Lancaster could fly reasonably well at 10,000 feet on 2 engines. But this wasn't an exercise, and the intercom between Gordon and his gunners was down. If an enemy fighter attacked now, they'd have no means of communicating. They tried unfeathering the dead port engine's propeller to see if allowing it to rotate freely might generate enough hydraulic power to close the bomb doors. No joy. At least they were out of the battle now, flying north towards home. But they were still losing height, and Gordon knew that they'd soon be too low to bail out safely. At last, the decision he knew he'd have to make was taken out of his hands. They were about 20 miles away from Liège, at 2,500 feet, when Coll, watching the instruments, reported that the temperature of the starboard outer engine was off the clock and could seize at any moment. That was it.
Abandon aircraft,
Gordon ordered, sending his wireless operator back to tell the gunners as the bomb aimer jettisoned the narrow escape hatch beneath his position and bailed out. Coll, clipping on his chest parachute, went next, with a brave smile and a nervous wink. Then the wireless operator hurried forward, clambering over the main spar to tell Gordon that the gunners had gone through the main door aft.
They'll be okay. Thanks. Off you go now. Be quick. Good luck, Skipper. See you in Spain.
He checked that Gordon's parachute was secure, and then with a reassuring glance dropped into the night sky. D. Donald and I were alone, just for a moment. The ship's captain syndrome almost overcame me as I felt sadness and shame because I was about to desert my mighty Lancaster. Soon, D. Donald would be no more. It was no consolation to me that many had already gone before, and that there would be many more to follow. They were down to 2,000 feet, no more time to waste. Below, the open hatchway waited, and I hurried down and knelt at its edge. Then, for a moment, I thought of the hundreds, no, the thousands of aircrew who had attempted and were yet to attempt to save their lives by abandoning their stricken aircraft as I was about to do. Gordon knew he was lucky. He wasn't trapped in a Lancaster spiraling on fire to its doom, its crew trapped with no hope of escape. What would their last thoughts have been? As things stood, he'd got all his crew out safely, and now all he had to do was simply roll forward, and his Lancaster, still flying straight and level, would let him go. He looked at the narrow rectangle of the escape hatch and prayed he'd get through it. Why hadn't they made it just a couple of inches longer and wider? He fell forward into the blackness, pulling his ripcord almost immediately. As I tumbled over in the air, I saw the dark outline of my Lancaster above me as it flew on alone. The slender fuselage, the broad rounded wings, the prominent four merlins, and the tailplane with its tall twin rudders was a vision never to be forgotten. As his parachute opened, and its harness yanked at every bone in his body, Gordon sent a silent prayer of thanks to the waif who had packed it. 1,500 feet above the ground, the only sound he could hear was the scream of the Lancaster's engines, as it went unseen into its death dive, somewhere beyond him in the night. He imagined for a moment that it was turning back, to exact revenge for his desertion. Then he heard the screams crescendo, followed by a furious explosion. He could see the inferno, hear the chatter of the small arms ammunition inside the dying giant. Valet D. Donald. Now he was truly on his own. Drifting inexorably downwards, he remembered stories of airmen parachuting into the flames of cities they'd just bombed, or into the hands of civilians whose loved ones had perished, or whose property had been destroyed. Terrorflieger, or Luftgangsters, the civilians called them, terror flyers, or air gangsters. He thought of the accounts he'd heard of men caught in trees or on high buildings, whom no one would come to rescue because of what they'd done. They were left to dangle there and die. Others had been lynched, beaten to death, or shot by the enraged civilians they had been bombing. What would be his fate? In training, they'd learned that a parachute landing had the impact of jumping 12 feet. Now the ground was suddenly rushing up to meet him. He didn't have time to go into a roll, and his heels hit the ground, spraining both his ankles. Wincing with pain, he looked around. He found he could stand up and walk. He was in a field, and he wasn't alone. An amazed cow reared back in fright, wondering no doubt where the devil I had come from. For Gordon Stook, the war in the air was over. He would eventually be captured and spend the remainder of the war as a POW. For others, it was just beginning. Crewed up and fully trained, Stan Shaw could now take the white flash that denoted a trainee out of his forage cap. His own posting was to RAF Dunholm Lodge, one of a cluster of bases near Lincoln, and it was from here that Stan's crew joined the fray. He had told his family that he didn't want the Germans setting foot in England, and was doing something about it now. They'd soon be flying their Lancaster on a major mission to a top-secret German missile site at Peenemünde. I remember Mum once telling me that Dad and his friends were all really afraid, but they went anyway. They had to. His daughter Elaine remembered. I often think about how many hundreds of thousands of people must have felt that way, but never talked about it. My mum also said that during his training, Dad saw a Lancaster crash on landing, killing some of his colleagues. That really affected him. Stan's periods on leave with his family were precious and happy occasions. Elaine's memories of those times are still strong. Once, he took Mum to the pictures to see Gone with the Wind. Another time, I remember falling off a wall, splitting the skin near my eye. Dad had to take me to hospital to have it stitched. He did all the normal things a dad would do, even though there was a war on and he was seeing terrible things on the ground and in the skies. Despite the brutality of war, the normality of life still went on all around him. But he could never stay for long. He had to get back to the war. Often, he'd bring some of his fellow crewmen home with him, his Canadian pilot, Reg Harding, and the other gunner, Peter Peniski. He was from Canada too. And his bomb aimer, Len McDermott, whose parents had been bombed out in London. My dad was 31, the old man of the crew. I think they regarded him as a bit of a father figure. I remember running down Brook Hill to meet him and his mates. It was such a wonderful sight to see them getting off the bus, joking and laughing without a care in the world. My dad came from a mining background where they all chewed tobacco, and he managed to persuade some of his crew to take it up too. They'd bring their sweets ration for me, and Reggie's mum had sent my mum a Christmas hamper full of the most amazing food. Dried fruit, chocolate, chewing gum. It was such a treat. I was so proud to see them all in their uniform. I would hold their hands so tightly, as if they belonged to me. I certainly had a bit of a crush on them. I would write to them, and they would write back and send me photos. I had a little orange desk, which I'd got one Christmas, where I would sit and write my letters and keep their replies, and Dad's letters, and the photos of them all in front of the Lancaster in the drawer. They were so precious to me. Those letters were never thrown away. The memories of a much-loved father doing his duty for his king, country, and family, imprinted on young Elaine's mind. But Stan's time as a father had to be shared with his rear gunner duties on a Lancaster squadron in Bomber Command, and he and his crew had to return to the fight. Chapter 7. It won't be long until I see you again. While Stan Shaw and his crew were flying their first ops during the opening months of 1943, an air tasking order was sent to 430 Squadron's A flight at RAF Lucas in Scotland, far away from their main base in Oxfordshire. A flight operated the photo reconnaissance version of the de Havilland Mosquito fighter bomber, a fast, highly maneuverable aircraft, adaptable to many roles. They were to photograph a hitherto unnoticed segment of the German Baltic coast, comprising the fishing village of Peenemünde, isolated among coastal flatlands, and two small nearby islands. Some 200 miles north of Berlin, and less than 100 east of Rostock, it had once been the site of a Nazi Kraft durch Freude, strength through joy, holiday camp, but seemed otherwise insignificant. The order was very precise, however, and the men on its receiving end jibbed at it, since it involved making several runs through the same airspace, greatly increasing the risk of being spotted and shot down. So unusual was their task that the commander of A Flight, Gordon Hughes, flew down to Oxfordshire to question it personally. He was told, in the strictest confidence, that there were almost incredible anxieties about the Peenemünde area. Hughes and his men flew their mission unmolested. Whatever intelligence the higher-ups had garnered about the place was obviously at fault. There couldn't be anything there if it wasn't defended. But when experts looked at the imagery the mosquitoes had captured, they recognized some of the shapes at a site near the village as rockets. Winston Churchill's chief scientific adviser, Lord Cherwell, never a man to have his authority questioned, had declared roundly that the Germans couldn't possibly have the technology to build rockets, on the grounds that the British hadn't. But British intelligence services knew this was wishful thinking. They belatedly remembered information that had come through years earlier, in November 1939. Delivered anonymously through the letterbox of the British Embassy in Norway, it had contained a detailed summary of German rocketry development. The document, known as the Oslo Report, contained such detailed descriptions, even mentioning Peenemünde, that it seemed too good to be true. Dismissed as a German intelligence bluff, it was consigned to a back shelf and wasn't resurrected even when other bulletins about Peenemünde trickled through later. Effectively, it was forgotten. That is, until a few months before the reconnaissance mission, when its full import was finally discovered. Trent Park, a country house to the north of London, had been taken over as a holding camp for senior German officers. They lived there in relative comfort, though unknown to them their rooms, both public and private, were bugged, and their conversations were monitored by the intelligence services. One set of recordings featured two generals who'd been deliberately lodged together after being taken prisoner during the North African campaign. The two long-time friends were pleased to see each other, and, naively unaware that they might be under surveillance, caught up with each other's news. They openly discussed as much as they knew about the secret rocket program and the brilliant scientists behind it. One went so far as to say how surprised he was that they'd heard no explosions, and that the attack on London hadn't yet commenced. The conversation not only confirmed the validity of the Oslo report, now hastily resurrected, but the other pieces of information that had dribbled in since. The enemy had been quietly developing what came to be known as V, or vengeance weapons, the V-1 flying bomb, which would fall to Earth and detonate when its fuel ran out, the V-2 rocket, which could reach targets many hundreds of miles away, and the V-3 supergun, which would be able to bombard southern England from positions dug into the cliffs of northern France. Tucked away in that nondescript fishing village in northern Germany, was part of the development program that would lead to the V-2, a weapon like nothing seen before, a long-range ballistic missile, nearly 46 feet high and 5.5 feet wide, carrying a 27,600-pound warhead. There was also talk of a crack team of scientists working on the project, including 31-year-old genius Werner von Braun. Something had to be done, and fast. Operation Hydra took 2 months of meticulous planning to prepare, in the utmost secrecy. In the meantime, Bomber Command continued its regular attacks, and men like Stan Shaw, oblivious to the looming threat, continued to fly missions with 4-4 Squadron from Dunholm Lodge. While waging war, they also continued their lives as brothers, sons, and fathers. At the end of June, Stan wrote from the sergeant's mess to his brother Vic, in service with the Royal Navy. His humanity and spirit show through in every line. "Dear Vic, thanks for the letter received the day before yesterday. I was very pleased to hear from you. Yes, it is a beggar when you have set your mind on leave to find it cancelled. however much you were expecting otherwise. Now, apparently, you are to begin what may be a long term at sea. Well, I wish you the best of luck. It is bound to be a hard life. But with the luck of the shores, and the false courage that always comes to a man in times of stress, you and I will be thinking back in better times, under better conditions, of those ghastly and hair-raising moments we are bound to get, both in your branch of the service and myself in mine. I'm sorry, too, for all who have to stay at home and worry about us who are in the forces. But I would sooner go out and fight than have to see them being held in ridicule by any persons, or should I say enemy, who may invade and conquer England. A lot of worry now will be nothing to what may have been, if that did, or even now does, happen. Pray God it never does. Yes, the gardens were lovely when I was there last week. We lay on your lawn in the sun most of the afternoon to watch Pam and Elaine with the flowers. We keep doing an odd trip now and again to give the Jerrys our regards, and although it isn't what you might call pleasant over the Ruhr, I would rather be at the delivering end than the receiving end. It must be plain hell let loose. I'm pleased to see everyone looking so well at Sutton. I thought in particular that Ma looked very well, and of course I booked her up no end by sleeping at home one night. She fussed no end. Well, Vic, I think that is about all for now. So will you send Doris my regards when you write? And for goodness sake, look after yourself, and the very best of luck. Please write whenever you can. Cheerio, see you soon. Stan. Elsie and Elaine send their best wishes, and from Pam to their Uncle Vic. 10 kisses followed, sent from Stan's daughters to their much-loved uncle. Vic replied from HMS Ceylon, then at Scapa Flow in the Orkney Islands. Dear Stan, I'm sorry for the delay in writing to you. I find it very difficult to keep in hand with any correspondence, and I expect you have the same experience. Have you been on any more bombing expeditions? I suppose you have almost completed your tour. I shall be relieved to hear you are on ground duties once more. I have had a very interesting time at my job. We have had the King inspecting the home fleet, and the setting was very impressive, as you'd imagine. I was favourably impressed with the King's behaviour. He was very much at ease during the days he was with us, and carried on the inspection with full confidence, chatting freely with officers and men. Well, Stan, I hope you are well. Do look after yourself. Please give my regards to Elsie and family. Yours sincerely, Vic. By August, Stan was occupied in raids over Italy. During the first half of that month, 197 Lancasters flew sorties over Genoa, Milan, and Turin, the object being to hasten Italy's capitulation following the fall of Mussolini in late July, and her withdrawal from the Axis powers, so robbing Greater Germany of her European ally. Stan didn't go into detail in conversations with his family when he was on leave, or mention anything much about his war in his letters. But he did once show his daughter Elaine a lucky halfpenny he always carried with him, his mascot. He took it with him every time he went off on an operation, as his lucky charm to keep him safe, and to make sure he always came back to us. Although I didn't really understand what it all meant, I knew that he and his friends were flying Lancaster bombers and were attacking Germans who had been bombing us. I had a sense that their job was dangerous, but I didn't really know how or why. I was only 9. The war didn't really mean much to me at that stage. I certainly didn't know it then, of course, but he was putting his life on the line every time he took off on an operation. At the beginning of August, Elaine was again staying at her grandmother's house while she was in hospital being treated for cancer. Stan was allowed home on a short, compassionate leave to see her. It was so brief that he didn't even manage to see his wife Elsie. He only had an hour with his mother before returning to base. At least he was able to reassure his father and his elder daughter. but his time with them flew by. He was in his uniform, and I remember walking down to the bus stop on Pepper Street with him. As we waited for the number 55 bus to arrive, he asked me to be a good girl and look after me mum and me baby sister. I was hoping the bus would be late, but all too soon it arrived. He climbed on board and sat down at a window seat so he could see me. I waved as the red bus pulled away and then stood for a few moments, just staring after it. Then I walked slowly back up the hill to my grandparents' house, already looking forward to his next visit in a few weeks' time, when I'd go back down the hill to meet him. Elaine was the only member of the family to wave her father goodbye. Lancasters from Stan's squadron were soon detailed to take part in Operation Hydra, still so clandestine that crews had no idea of its true objective. Not even the briefing officers knew. The word was that new radar countermeasures were being developed at Peenemünde. This was a useful mistruth, since it created a target serious enough to encourage bomber crews to press home their attack, while at the same time keeping the dangerous and panic-inducing truth that rockets were being developed to attack British cities from the press and public. The men tasked with the mission weren't happy about flying in at 8,000 feet and lower, especially in full moonlight, but were reassured that this was a soft target, not well defended, and a Mosquito section would fly a diversionary raid over Berlin to draw off, everyone hoped, any German fighters. The aim was to hit the experimental works within the Peenemünde compound, the rocket production works just to the south of them, the housing estate where the scientists lived, the army barracks, and the forced labor camp. There was some anxiety about the forced labor population, largely made up of Polish prisoners of war, but taking out the intellectual manpower was of primary importance. If the labor camp was collateral damage, it would be a necessary evil. The night chosen was Tuesday the 17th of August, to ensure that most of the scientists would be in place, rather than away for the weekend enjoying the local attractions. The landscape was of great natural beauty, and the nearby Baltic offered ample opportunities for swimming, socializing, and relaxation. They would approach by a route that steered clear of the most heavily defended night fighter areas, and would go in low to avoid the German Freya radar, which was thought sophisticated enough not to be confused by window. H-2S ground mapping radar would be carried by the pathfinders to assist in identifying the precise aiming points. They would fly in advance of the various elements of the main stream and mark the targets with different colored flares, a task that would continue for the duration of the raid. The battle order was drawn up using the fullest possible resources of Arthur Harris's Bomber Command, 594 aircraft, of which 324 were Lancasters, a measure of how important the bomber had become. The Lancaster group included the new Mark II, powered by Bristol Hercules radial engines, instead of the venerable Merlins. There had been early concerns that with the enormous expansion of the bomber force, and the RAF as a whole, the supply of the incredibly reliable Merlin engines may not keep up with the demand. Such fears did not materialize, however, and only 300 Mark IIs were produced. 13 Lancasters were drawn from Stan Shaw's 4-4 squadron at Dunholm Lodge, and his aircraft DV-202 was one of them. Days before the op, on Friday the 13th of August, Stan found a quiet corner in the sergeant's mess to write another letter to his beloved wife, Elsie. "Darling, this will have to be a rush letter. I'm tired. I've just returned from Italy, so I could go to sleep now, but I want you to get this letter before the weekend, as I know you like to receive one if possible. How are you, darling? I hope you're all well. Did you manage to get back to sleep the other morning with Pam? I thought by the look of her, she had got up to stay. I thoroughly enjoyed being at home again. By the way, Our leave has been brought forward to the 9th of September, so it will not be so long after all, and I am ready. Well, darling, I'm nearly asleep, so cheerio, and God bless you all. Give Elaine and Pam a kiss for me. Tons of love, Stan. The letter closed with the kisses arranged to form the initials RAF. As Stan pondered over his words, perhaps deciding how many kisses to add to that particular letter, 48 appeared this time. Many thousands of other young men across Bomber Command were also putting pen to paper. Some were composing their last letters, only to be delivered after an airman failed to return and was missing, believed killed. They bade farewell to mothers and fathers, wives and girlfriends, whoever would now be missing them. They were heartfelt and clearly incredibly difficult for the airman to write. How did one express love, thanks, devotion, sadness, and loss? A sense of duty done and a life well lived in a few simple words. At RAF Darley-Moor in Derbyshire, pilot Percy Brunt had written a very formal last letter, not to his parents and new fiancée Rags, but to the solicitors who would deal with his affairs. His normal style was a hurried scrawl, which only his closest family, and Rags, of course, could easily decipher. But this letter was for strangers to read, and it was carefully and precisely formed, as if in his last will and testament he was trying to emulate the copperplate he had been taught at school. To my fiancée, Miss R. Newman Newguess, the sum of £50, which she is to spend solely on herself. Clothes, for example. If she would like any of my personal effects, no doubt my parents will give them to her, if at all possible. Thank you very much indeed for all you have done for me, Mother and Dad. No man could ever wish for better parents. And thank you, Rags, for your love. My only regret is that this should have ever to be read to you. You are my life. Cheerio for now, and thank you all for everything. I hope I have done my part as well. There were no kisses, just a very formal Sidney P. Brunt, F.O. Other airmen, like Sergeant J. A. Clough, were far more direct in their instructions to their loved ones. I have no regrets dying for my country. It is a grand country, and any man who can call himself an Englishman should be proud to die in the struggle for freedom. Give this message to my friends, and yours, and to the people of England, if at all possible. Let every Englishman fight to the last drop of blood in his body. Let him keep the golden fields and busy streets clean and fresh, and let him keep the air he breathes free from the stench of Nazism. Many last letters to loved ones were written in a similar style to Percy's, moving and emotional, yet also businesslike. My darling, if ever you get this note, one of two things will have happened. I will either not be alive or will be a prisoner of war. In either case, darling, I shall be leaving you a great responsibility with our two lads. But I know that you will always do your best for them. Please don't coddle them. Many times they will do things that make you fear for them and their safety. But if they have the confidence to carry out their exploits, don't try to hinder them. You must encourage them to be self-reliant. If I should not come out of this war alive, I would like them to complete their vocational training, then travel abroad if possible. They will in that way gather a wealth of experience and get an outlook on life that will get them anywhere. Again, don't forget to impress them that they will get nothing without working for it, and that they will only get out of life what they put in it. In conclusion, dearest, all I have ever done and do is for you and the boys, although I have many times annoyed, disappointed, and let you down. I have always loved you and always will. Cheerio, dearest. Yours, Ian. At this stage of the war, tens of thousands of last letters were being written in preparation for an event few imagined and no one talked about: death. Yet many, like all those above, were actually being delivered to the family homes of those with loved ones flying in bomber command. The heartfelt entreaties for wives to get on with their own lives, to allow young sons now fatherless to experience life's dangers, and for the nation to continue the fight against the scourge of Nazism, must have been felt keenly by those left behind. By 1943, a member of a bomber crew had less chance of survival than a soldier in the trenches during the First World War. Bomber Command pilot Dennis Hornsey, in the thick of the action that year, reflected on this. If you live on the brink of death yourself, it is as if those who have gone have merely caught an earlier train to the same destination. And whatever that destination is, you will be sharing it soon, since you will almost certainly be catching the next one. By the same point in the war, only 1 in 40 men was expected to survive through a second tour of 30 operations. Aircraft and men were being devoured by war as surely as they rained death on Germany, and more were needed. It was no wonder that Arthur Harris remained aloof from his men. It wasn't that he didn't care for them. It was that he knew what he was demanding of them, and knew he'd earned his nickname Butch or Butcher. He knew, too, that the nickname was used as often as not with affection. His aim remained unwavering: to pull out each German city like teeth, always convinced that such destruction would be justified by the greater good of bringing the war to a swifter conclusion. Peenemünde, another precision raid, was not his preferred method of operation. Stan Shaw wrote a letter, not a last letter, to his parents on the eve of the raid. He was clearly cheerful, and looked forward to the possibility of seeing one of his brothers and his wife Elsie and daughters Pam and Elaine when next on leave. Dear Ma and Pa, thanks very much for your letter, which I received on the dot today. I'm glad to hear you are both well, and that Connie and Alan are also. By the way, it is quite possible that Alan may get his leave at the same time as myself, if he is about due for it. Mine is on a fortnight next Wednesday. Anyway, I hope so. It will be grand to see him again. I am glad to hear Elaine was a good girl. Yes, I reckon we are lucky to have such nice kiddies. And old Pam missed her too while she was at Sutton. She kept going round the house shouting, "Lane!" Thank you for having her. I know she likes to come. Well, that seems about all just now, so cheerio. And God bless you. Love, Stan. Stan's thoughts may well have been on his beloved family and upcoming leave, but there was a battle to be fought in the skies first. The next day it was on. The bomber's approach run was planned to start over the beautiful and easily identifiable island of Rügen off Germany's northeast Baltic coast. They'd made their calculations for the final approach and the bomb run as the stream flew south to Peenemünde. All anyone knew was that this operation was of the highest importance, so much so that there would be a master bomber to direct it. This new innovation enabled full coordination of the entire force, including the pathfinders marking the targets, by one pilot directing the whole attack. The master bomber had backup in the form of at least one reserve should his aircraft be damaged or shot down, and master bombers and their deputies were in constant contact, liaising with each other and the main bomber stream as the attack commenced. The onerous task fell to 30-year-old Group Captain John Searby of the Pathfinder Force, a veteran of some 50 operations. Searby was clearly struck by the opening words of the briefing given for the operation. If you don't knock out this important target tonight, it will be laid on again tomorrow and every night until the job is done. He later recalled, The significance of Arthur Harris's words were not lost on my elite Pathfinder crews, assembled in 8-3 Squadron's briefing room on the afternoon of the 17th of August, 1943. To return to a target on successive nights meant stiffer defenses and heavier casualties. The message was clear. This was do or die. From the low dais in front of the map of Europe, with its coloured tapes and pins marking the heavily defended areas of enemy territory, Searby watched the faces of his crews. They were impressed by the urgency, but not worried, for the job would be done to the best of their ability. Against the background of Essen, Berlin, Hamburg, Munich, Cologne, and similar bloodbaths, Peenemünde did not, at this stage, make much impression. In fact, the reactions of the crews were ones of relief at the prospect of a sortie to northern Germany. The only real hazard lay in the long penetration under conditions of full moonlight, with the possible increased fighter activity. No one had heard of this insignificant pimple sticking out of Pomerania, but there was nothing humdrum about the operation. By virtue of his special responsibility as master bomber, Searby was better informed than most of the others at this stage. The previous day he had gathered his own Pathfinder crew to study a beautifully constructed scale model of the target. Based on reconnaissance photographs, analysed at the Specialised Photographic Intelligence Unit at RAF Medmenham, and constructed there largely by WAFs, the model was key to fine-tuning the details of the attack. Searby and his men painstakingly memorized the key features near the 3 aiming points, still unaware that this was anything other than an experimental station. Meanwhile, preparations at bases across Britain were also underway, as ground crews checked every inch of the aircraft each nurtured and cherished. They shared that sense of ownership, and even love for the Lancaster with the men who flew it. In many ways, the ground crews were the forgotten heroes of Bomber Command and the RAF in general. The flyboys received most of the glory and attention, but without the men and women who ensured the aircraft got airborne, properly armed, refueled and equipped, there would have been no bomber war. On the 17th of August, there was little for the air crews to do before their late afternoon pre-raid briefing, apart from a routine test flight of their aircraft. For the men of RAF Bottisford in Lincolnshire, there was a special treat to distract them when a visiting Entertainment's National Service Association troupe put on a matinee of Noel Coward's This Happy Breed, since the timing of the op meant they would be missing the evening show. The airmen enjoyed the production, but then it was down to business. Once inside the briefing hut, there was an ostentatious locking of the door, an obvious turning of the key with a clunk. Guards were posted. The whole atmosphere suggested that the operation was going to be something pretty big, and there was naturally an atmosphere of special excitement and mystery about the whole thing, with much speculation. The speculation was widespread, and intelligence and briefing officers were in the best position to control it. It was also their job to inform crews of the nature of the mission, to the best of their ability given the secrecy, and to encourage enthusiasm for the job in hand. This wasn't the easiest of tasks when trying to stimulate men who went out to bomb on a nightly basis, and Peenemünde presented very particular challenges. When they were cautiously told about bombing experimental works and production facilities, no one batted an eye. But the news that the housing estate was also a target wasn't well received. This was the first time that the deliberate killing of civilians had been mooted, and the thought of knowingly dealing out death to women and children, for the scientists had their families with them, was deeply disturbing. But this was war, and it wouldn't be enough simply to bomb facilities. The specialized scientists and technicians who worked in them had to be destroyed as well. Several squadrons were told that there'd be a concourse of evil Nazi scientists at Peenemünde that night, and that this would be a golden opportunity to neutralize them. Still, no one was happy about it. We weren't too proud about bombing this part of Peenemünde, but we didn't dwell on it. But the moment had come. Stan Shaw, now a veteran of many ops, and looking forward to the end of his tour, boarded the bus to his Lancaster at its dispersal point, as did the 4,240 other aircrew around the country who were sharing his voyage. Every man knew he had a good chance of never returning, though no one spoke of it. No one quite believed it. The last letter had been written, the last supper eaten, the gallows human nickname for the final meal before an op, and the final details covered. The WAF drivers who took the crews to their aircraft would long remember the impossibly young schoolboy faces that turned to say goodbye. Some, the women knew, they'd never see again. They'd also remember the smells of damp kapok, of oil and petrol, and of fear. Some of the WAFs had boyfriends on this trip and prayed for their safe return, but the prayer was also partly for their own sake. A girl who dated a flyer who died often attracted the stigma of being a jinx. Those who dated 2 or 3 doomed men were known as chop girls and were avoided like the plague. Some of the men boarded briskly. No question of turning back, let's get it over with. Others mounted slowly and reluctantly, but they had no choice. Better not think about it and crack on. The final moments before takeoff were charged with tension for every unit involved. Master Bomber John Searby knew that after the days of preparation, this was the moment when something could go wrong. Perhaps one of the aircraft would develop a last-minute fault and have to be withdrawn. It often happened, but so far everything was running smoothly. The armourers had worked hard hauling the bombs aboard, a varied load to suit the different targets at Peenemünde. 1 4,000-pound impact-fused high-capacity bomb, 3 1,000-pound short-finned, short-delay, tail-armed high-explosive bombs, and a number of 30-pound and 40-pound incendiaries. Hydraulics, electrics, radio and radar had been checked and checked again. The magnesium flares had been placed in the flare chutes. Ground and aircrew worked together to check guns, ammunition, and turret rotation. Flight rations were collected, and escape kits containing the essentials for survival if you were shot down and were lucky enough to survive, packed into buttoned trouser pockets. Searby said goodbye and good luck to the other Pathfinder crews of 8-3 Squadron who were flying with him. I can remember Morris Chick and his merry men departing, laughing as usual because with Chick around, nothing could be serious for long. They were clutching the odds and ends of their various trades, the 2 gunners huge in their padded suits. I waved to Chick and set out myself. It was a fine evening, warm and pleasant, the sun about to set and the long twilight beginning. A time for the river pub down at the ferry, where 8-3 Squadron foregathered. I suppose there will never again be gatherings like that, and to recapture the atmosphere is impossible. All was warmth and friendliness, with much laughter. Tommy Blair, doyen of Pathfinder navigators, red-faced and of powerful build, waving his tankard in time to the singing. But this was no time for the ferryboat inn. Tomorrow, perhaps, if all went well. For now, Searby concentrated on his job. The whole raid was expected to last 45 minutes, and he'd be in charge of it throughout, if all went well. There were 2 deputy master bombers ready to take over if he was shot down. Searby fervently hoped they wouldn't be needed. The first aircraft, heavily laden, took off at 8:28 p.m. 90 minutes later, the entire force would be airborne. Searby's Lancaster, W. William, taxied past the squadron dispersals, getting away from the ground crews, then turned into the wind at the runway threshold. The Merlins thundered on full power, and the aircraft moved up the wide runway easily and at increasing speed. This was the moment when the men forgot the anxieties and stress of the preceding days. Up and away. Searby's Lancaster levelled out at 1,000 feet. As they approached the Norfolk coast, they could almost feel the rest of the mighty bomber stream leaving the ground to join them. Dropping to 200 feet for 30 minutes to avoid German radar as they passed over the North Sea, the gunners kept a vigilant eye on the skies, while the others kept a sharp lookout below for German fishing boats equipped with radio. All was calm, even the sea. But calm could be deceptive. You could never be lulled by it. The price of that was often death. They climbed again to medium altitude as they approached Denmark. The worry was always the bright moonlight. It'd be an odd and novel experience, Searby knew, for the bombers in the mainstream following him to be able to see each other. And even he found it deceptively peaceful as they flew on undisturbed. But he knew, too, that the main threat in the early stages would come from the night fighters, equipped with their own radar, based around Hamburg, Kiel, and Lübeck. They were organized according to the Sammersau, tame Boer fighter control system. At the sign of any incoming raid, fighters were scrambled and collected together in groups, orbiting one of several radio beacons throughout Germany. Then, controlled by ground controllers, they were ready to be directed as a mass force into the bomber stream. From there, they'd use their own internal radar sets to single out individual targets for attack. Searby knew that the fighters would rise like a cloud of hornets if alerted by radar, and he also knew that sooner or later the enemy would know that the diversionary dummy attack on Berlin was just that. In any case, he couldn't be sure that enough German fighters would have been diverted. As they flew, Searby weaved their Lancaster gently so the gunners, huge in their padded suits, could see directly below, checking for any threats. His rear gunner was bunched up in his narrow turret, behind his 4 Brownings, and almost certainly perishingly cold despite his suit. His mid-upper swinging in his suspended hammock seat as the aircraft twisted and turned, scanning the wide sky above him, looking down when he could, alert for an attack from below. Reaching a higher altitude, Searby increased the swing into a full-blooded corkscrewing movement calculated to confuse the radar-equipped night fighters as they search for us. The corkscrew is sick-making after long periods, and calls for considerable effort at the controls. But it's stood us in very good stead, and all my pilots swear by it. Meanwhile, the navigator emerged from his cramped desk behind his blackout curtain to take a sight with his sextant through the Perspex astrodome. It was one of the few occasions he could see what was going on outside. Searby knew that his navigator could become very bad-tempered sometimes if asked what he deems to be an unnecessary question, which breaks his thought processes. Searby knew why, too. His navigator was sitting alone, his light screened off, cramped, and having constantly to think on his feet, because, in a matter of minutes, we may be heading into a heavily defended area. And, of course, we are doing the sickening corkscrewing all the time. Ever fearful of attack, sticking out in the bright moonlit sky like a toilet in the desert, but aware that the spoof diversion raid on Berlin must have alerted enemy defenses by now, and praying that they'd be giving their full attention to that, they flew on. At one point their course passed within 50 miles of neutral Sweden, and they could see the lights of the town of Malmö. It was difficult to believe, after having had nearly 4 years of deprivation, danger, and nightly blackouts, that some could still be enjoying brightly lit, peaceful lives. There are people down there actually living like human beings, remarked one of Searby's crew. Many of those flying into danger longed to join them, and the beautiful blonde girls they'd heard so much about.
Navigator to Captain, 5 minutes to Rugen Island, where we alter course to 170 degrees.
On the ground below Searby, the commandant of Peenemünde, Generalmajor Walter Dornberger, was taking a walk on the perimeter of the housing estate. It was 11:30 p.m., and the night was still and calm. As he strolled, enjoying the pine-scented air, he heard the air raid sirens in the compound begin to wail. This wasn't a new experience for the occupants of Peenemünde. It was not at all unusual for Allied bombers to gather over the Baltic before heading for Berlin, and so far they had been overlooked. Dornberger even wondered if the enemy was aware of its existence. Though reconnaissance aircraft had appeared overhead several times in the recent past, his base hadn't yet been attacked. Hitherto we had simply played possum. Our anti-aircraft guns had orders to fire only if we were actually being raided. All was quiet. The blackout was faultless, and it was constantly checked. In the eventuality of an attack, they were covered, since at least one copy of all the production, research, and development files had already been placed elsewhere. In addition, dispersal of the various departments was already underway, and all possible air raid precautions had been taken. Satisfied all was in order, Dornberger returned to his quarters and turned in. In the skies above, Stan Shaw sat at his lonely rear-gunner position in Lancaster DV-202, tirelessly scanning the skies as he and his crew tensed up for the coming attack. The exhaust stubs of the Merlins glowed red in the night sky as John Searby's aircraft turned south, feeling naked and alone, several minutes ahead of the main attacking force. Searby was concerned at first to see a ledge of cloud ahead, but it was higher than he'd expected, and he found he could fly below it. Soon, the men could see what hitherto they'd only observed as a model back in the briefing room. How unreal it looked, but there it all was. The airfield at the tip and the experimental works and the other targeted buildings, the massive production works, and the neatly laid-out housing estate spreading along the east coast. Searby flew along the line of buildings to check off the three principal targets: the development factory, the rocket assembly plant, and the housing estate. But their arrival, after all, was not unexpected. Hundreds of smoke canisters on the ground had already begun to belch out fumes, the wind from the sea blowing the smoke across the target area.
"Light flak opening up, skipper,"
the bomb aimer warned. The green and red shells shot past the aircraft, and we turned out to sea, where I noticed two ships anchored. As we neared them, they both opened up with heavy and light flak, Searby recalls. But the German gunners hadn't got their aim in, and Searby knew they were in no immediate danger. 2 minutes to each hour, when the attack would begin. He pulled off to the north and waited for the preliminary marking of the targets to begin. The method selected for that night was one of first illuminating the whole area with powerful magnesium flares dropped by the first Pathfinders, using their H2S ground mapping radar, utilizing the tiny island of Rügen as their reference point. From previous experience, we knew this to be the best way of ensuring accuracy. It was 12:11 a.m. when the first wave of the attack began. Its target, the housing estate. The first markers were dropped inaccurately, however, falling on the nearby forced labor camp. Thus, the first wave of bombers followed suit. There were many fatalities before the error could be corrected. Hit by the first wave of bombers at 15 minutes past midnight, the housing estate very soon looked to Searby's experienced eye like anywhere else, under massive attack, bursting bombs, masses through which the sliding beams of the searchlights crossed and recrossed. The red burst from their heavy anti-aircraft fire mingled with it all, and yet we could not say that the defense systems were anything but relatively light in character. This happy situation continued for some 20 minutes, until the second aiming point, the actual rocket factory, was under heavy bombardment. Pandemonium already, but so far no sign of heavy defenses. Perhaps the Berlin spoof raid had paid off. Perhaps they'd get away with it and make a clean escape. One never knew one's luck. On the ground, Peenemunde's commandant, Walter Dornberger, was dragged from his sleep by the unmistakable pounding of the compound's anti-aircraft guns. I sprang out of bed and had breeches and socks on in record time. Dornberger didn't have time to find his boots, as the first bombs exploded, so he pulled on his slippers. The first window panes tinkled out. Tiles came hurtling and crashing down the sloping roof, crashing to the ground. As more bombs fell, every window pane blew out and the rest of the tiles came down. The frame of the hall door had been driven outwards, and it was jammed. I managed to push through it. Once outside, Dornberger saw flights of bombers passing uninterruptedly over the works. There was a distant hollow rumble of many bombs falling, mingled with the noise of the anti-aircraft guns. All my senses were concentrated on the whistle of bombs dropping close. Alternately throwing ourselves down and leaping up again, we reached the west side of the building, which housed the instruments, guidance, and measurement department, at the time the most valuable part of the works. Tongues of flame shot, crackling and hissing out of the shattered windows. Iron girders, twisted and red-hot, rose above the outer walls. Parts of the roof collapsed, crashing down into the interior. Help here would be too late. Things were moving fast. At 12:31 a.m., Searby turned the attention of the attack, the second wave made up of 113 Lancasters and their 18 Pathfinder aircraft, to the V2 production works. The whole target area was now an inferno, and it was hard to distinguish where the works lay. Searby decided to fly in lower in order to identify the targeted buildings precisely. To my horror, the gunners informed me that they had seen large 4,000-pound bombs falling past our aircraft. This was most alarming, but was to be expected, since many bombers were flying above the height at which we were orbiting. Throughout the raid, Searby continued to direct his Pathfinders to mark the various targets with different colored flares, then allocated the various elements of the incoming bomber stream onto each target. Timing and accuracy were vital, and this performance, though planned in detail, had had no rehearsal. A clutch of red target indicators fell in a dazzling cascade to the ground, but almost immediately, Searby's bomb aimer, watching like a hawk, yelled that they'd fallen over a mile south of the target. Another clutch of reds fell wide to the north, but by good fortune or better judgment, a yellow dropped midway between them. This was swiftly backed up by the dropping of green indicators in the correct position. Searby quickly ordered the incoming bombers to use the green flares as their aiming point and ignore all others. I broadcast to the main force and warned them of the errors, and successive backers-up brought the marking back again to the correct spot. Some stray greens fell along the coast, and I broadcast again to stop the waste of bombs. The attack was going as planned, and the results could be clearly seen and heard by the next elements of the bomber stream. Approaching the target, we could see the raid ahead progressing as the first and second wave aircraft bombed the red and green target indicators laid down by the Pathfinders. From our position at the rear of the bomber stream, there appeared to be little enemy opposition, with only light flak and few searchlights. Over our radio set, we heard the calm voice of Group Captain Searby assuring the third wave crews the raid was progressing in a satisfactory way, and to await further orders. Then came a new threat.
Bomberman to Captain, look out for fighters. I've just seen a Lanc blow up over target.
It was 12:40 a.m., and as the words reached Master Bomber John Searby, he saw the burning Lancaster himself. There was no doubt that German fighters had arrived. The bombers were silhouetted against the bright flames and illuminated by the clear moon. The enemy had no need of searchlights to find them now, and the Germans had introduced a second, more unpredictable interception tactic than tame boar, wilde Sau, or wild boar. Generally, in single-engined day fighters such as Me-109s, the free-ranging wild boar pilots would seek out the British bombers, sometimes in cooperation with the searchlight crews on the ground. After the fighters had reached the combat zone, pilots tried to identify and intercept enemy bombers visually, sometimes diving from above after spotting them silhouetted against the burning targets. Both were to be feared. The wild boars because of their unpredictability and boldness, their willingness to risk being taken out by their own flak, and the tame boars because of their accurate and powerful cannon. One short burst was enough to blow off a bomber's wing or kill all the crew in the cockpit. The bombers, so far relatively unscathed, were in for a deadly surprise. After our bombing run, we made 2 complete circuits of the area, no indication of fighters or flak, when suddenly aircraft began to go down. The night fighters had arrived. Our excitement at a successful operation was immediately squashed as Lancs began to fall out of the sky. It was a perfectly clear night, and the Lancs made perfect silhouettes against the brightly lit target areas. The fighters had originally been decoyed to Berlin, which had worked in their favor for the first elements of the attack. But then the German controllers realized their capital wasn't the real target and ordered them to refuel. Those that had the range were dispatched to Peenemünde. Ironically, the German pilots had no more idea of precisely what the British were attacking than the British themselves. They were too late to defend the production works, which were now a mass of flame, but they could certainly try to avenge it. Oberleutnant Friedrich Karl Miller arrived early at the scene in his single-engined Focke-Wulf 190 and attacked at once. It was so easy. I could see 50 bombers. I was a bit nervous as I seemed to be alone then, but I picked out a Lancaster. The tail gunner fired back, of course. His first hit was in the spinner in the middle of my propeller. Then he knocked out a piece of my engine cowling. It was a quick combat. I tried to hit the fuel tanks between the engines and the right wing, and I think I must have hit both engines on that side, because I saw the propellers windmilling, and he kept swinging to the right. He couldn't maintain altitude. I watched him make a forced landing among the breakers off the shore. I didn't see any parachutes. There was a great cloud of spray. I flew back to the target area and found another Lancaster easily visible against the smoke. I attacked again, but this tail gunner was not so well trained, or else he was nervous. His first shots went past me on the left. He swung his turret and fired again, but I had moved to the left and easily avoided him. His right wing caught fire, and about a minute later the wing fell off and he spiraled down. I couldn't see any parachutes again. It was very difficult to bail out when an aircraft is spinning. It fell into the sea. Out of ammunition, Miller now withdrew. He had fired far longer bursts than recommended, and had risked destroying his own cannons. I thought it made good business sense to make sure of getting the bombers, even if it meant putting in new cannon. The cost of a Lancaster was far greater than that of an FW-190, let alone its weaponry. It was close to 1:15 a.m. when the third wave of the attack flew in, its target the experimental works. Mercilessly harassed by German fighters, the bombers drove through a net of lethal tracer shells, their gunners often blinded by the flashing of their own guns. In the melee, escape was never going to be easy. Confusion reigned in the firelit sky as bombers ducked and weaved to avoid being hunted down. One of Stanshaw's colleagues on 4-4 Squadron, Sergeant Bill Sparks, was leaving the target area in his Lancaster when it was hit. We kept on going down. I thought we were still trying to evade by a straightforward dive, but we continued on. Down, down, down. We got instructions to abandon the aircraft. My job was to get the front hatch open, and I had to get the bundles of window we were carrying off the hatch. It didn't take me long, not the way I moved. I tossed it all forward onto the bomb site. I opened the hatch and almost immediately heard the command to abandon the aircraft. Because I'd been so busy, I'd stopped taking note of the altitude and of what the rest of the crew were doing. I just didn't know what the damage had been or whether any of the others had been hit. I do know that there was no doubt in my mind about getting out. There was no hesitation. So I suppose I must have known the situation was rather dire. Normally, in training, the crew always lined up behind me, waiting to get out. And it has always puzzled me why there was no one there. It never occurred to me that they were all dead. The bomber crews on the Peenemünde raid were experiencing yet another brand new and very unpleasant surprise. Two of the Me-110s targeting the Lancasters, the bombers most feared by the Germans, were flying beneath them and carefully positioning themselves, raked the bombers' wings and fuselages from below with a strange new device. The Germans knew Lancasters by now, knew that none had ventral guns positioned beneath the fuselage. They'd therefore mounted diagonally inclined, upward-pointing cannon to shoot at their soft underbellies. The Germans called this Schräge Musik. Slanting music, the German slang for jazz. It could have done even more damage, but for the fact that it was brand new, and so far only fitted to 2 aircraft flown by experienced pilots. Its great success was borne out by Lieutenant Peter Erhardt, who positioned himself beneath his selected victim, holding steady while his guns strafed the Lancaster from below, shattering the wings and engines before the crew knew what had hit them. He then got clear fast and watched with grim satisfaction as the bomber veered over to the side, belching flame, before arching over and down, plummeting away from the battle. Erhardt listened to the scream of the engines fade and turned his attention to his next prey. His Schräge Musik was a triumph. Within the next half-hour he sent 3 more bombers to their deaths. The second Schräge Musik pilot flew right under a bomber, so close I couldn't see the sky, only this huge aircraft. Then I pressed the button, aiming as best I could at the left inner engine. I only fired 4 or 6 shots, and the petrol immediately came pouring out on fire, and the bomber started to go down. I slid out from underneath it, and we flew alongside it as it fell, because it was our first success, and I was determined to get credit for it. A new fear had entered the souls of the bomber crews, but Schräge Musik was not enough to stop the onslaught. On the ground, Commandant Walter Dornberger surveyed the damage. The farther south I penetrated, the more bomb craters I found. They rose before me among the smoking, splintered trees. The view was wide across a strangely altered landscape. Where were the huts, the fire station, and the big canteen? Nothing remained but a mass of craters and smoking ruins. The raid had been a terrific one. Our carefully laid scheme, covering all eventualities and rehearsed several times, had failed completely. The dense fog of smoke, the destruction of the roads, the rubble and the fallen trees, made it impossible to get through by car or bicycle. At 1 a.m., John Searby surveyed the massive destruction wrought below him. Nothing more remained to be done at Peenemünde. These 50 minutes of time would remain long after other experiences had been forgotten. We turned for home.
Crossing the coast, Skipper.
The bomb aimer said to Searby, who immediately felt a great wave of relief. How many times had one heard this simple but significant phrase, the feeling of escape from danger, and things that go bang in the night? One felt as if this were the last time, but I knew that tomorrow we were likely to be called again. Maybe the Ruhr. If we were lucky enough, we might enjoy a free evening. Ours was a strange war. The Heavy Brigade of the Royal Air Force. There was no glamour in what we did. A long, cold ride, spending 8 or 9 hours in the darkness, shot at and bound to a rigid flight plan. The nature of our task involved crushing fatigue, and it is truly remarkable how very few ever cracked up. Staying power was a prime requirement if one flew under Air Marshal Harris's orders. 40 aircraft did not reach home, including 23 Lancasters, 3 from Stanshaw's 4-4 Squadron. Operation Hydra also cost Bomber Command 16 Halifaxes, 3 Mosquitoes, and 2 Sterlings. In more than half the bombers shot down, there were no survivors at all. Among those left behind on the ground was Bill Sparks, who made a safe landing and was taken prisoner. He was treated relatively well, avoiding the fate of many Allied Terrorflieger, who had the misfortune to fall into the hands of angry victims of their raids. Soon after his capture, Bill had a visit from Peter Spoden, one of the German pilots who had been involved in the Battle of Peenemünde. He looked a typical, clean-looking German, square-cut, trim and blond. He treated me with great respect. He spoke to me in English and told me that he had shot my aircraft down. I felt amazed that I was talking to him. I don't remember my answer. Peter had also travelled by motorbike to the site of his kill to collect in his youthful enthusiasm some kind of souvenir from the wreck. He was shocked to see the bodies of the RAF men. The image remained with him forever. Spoden brought down 24 British bombers during the war, and recalling those days from the care home he shared with his wife in his later years, he cried at the memory of how he shot down 3 Lancasters in 10 minutes. I was going out of my mind. Those young men in their early 20s were just the age of my sons today. It all seems like nonsense now. But this was the reality. This was no longer a game of derring-do in the skies. At Peenemünde, buildings had been badly damaged, and the deaths of the chemical engineer and the site's overall chief engineer were among the worst consequences of the attack. Some 180 civilian personnel were killed, out of a total housing estate population of 1,400. The key man at Peenemünde, the leader and prime mover of the V2 project, Werner von Braun, had been spared. His work would be delayed by 4.5 months, and this, according to President Roosevelt, may have seriously helped D-Day's later success. However, the crucial time bought by the raid on Peenemünde and those that followed it meant that the V2 couldn't be used in anger until just over another year had passed. And by September 1944, though it accounted for an estimated 2,750 civilian deaths in London, its appearance as a weapon came too late to affect the outcome of the war. On the 18th of August, little Elaine Shaw was looking forward to seeing her dad again. He'd be back on leave in less than a fortnight now. That day at school, however, I was told to go to the headmistress's office. Her name was Mrs. Boltrop. She had even taught my dad earlier. I thought I must be in some sort of serious trouble and was very worried. But Mrs. Boltrop was very upset and crying, and she said, "Go home. Your mother needs you." I knew something was wrong, but I had no idea what it could be. It took me just a couple of minutes to run back to our house. Her heart pounding, Elaine climbed the steps to the back door and went into the kitchen. It was empty, and everything looked normal. As she walked through to the sitting room, she saw her mother on her knees in front of the fire, pushing the coals to the back and trying to put out the flames. It seemed a curious thing to be doing. As she turned towards me, I could see that she had been crying, and she glanced towards a telegram lying on the table. My little sister was there, and there was a bag in the middle of the floor, packed as though we were going somewhere. I just couldn't understand what was wrong. Tears in her eyes, Elsie Shaw put her hands on her little girl's shoulders and simply said, "Your dad's reported missing. He won't be coming home." Elaine couldn't understand what her mother meant. This was her dearly loved father, the most important person in her life. I was only 9, and it was so much to take in. What did not coming home mean? Surely it didn't mean forever. Chapter 8. Towards the Big City. At the recruiting office in the old town behind Edinburgh Castle, former Glasgow police cadet Don McIntosh had waited in a queue with a number of nervous, shabbily dressed young men. Eventually, he was ushered into a room where a small, elderly RAF flight lieutenant sat behind a desk. His eyes were bloodshot with age, and unfamiliar medals from a forgotten war decorated his chest. After spending some time perusing Don's paperwork through his monocle and quizzing him on aspects of his school days and former career, he eventually growled, "Ha! Keen to fly and fight the Hun, are ye?" "Yes, sir," Don replied with complete honesty, at the same time thinking, Jesus, is he having me on? I didn't know anyone who talked like that. Maybe he'd seen it done in a film. A few more questions, and that was it. He was in. I applied to be an air gunner, but they decided I might make pilot, which I was delighted to hear. I returned home, surprised and elated at how easy it was to become a flyer. For the 19-year-old, the decision had meant the beginning of many long journeys. The night train from home in Scotland to the aircrew reception centre in St John's Wood, London, was long and dreary. His dirty, smoky compartment dimly lit by a blue bulb. The less light there was, the less chance of it catching the eye of some German intruder high above. But nothing lessened his excitement at the prospect ahead of him. Arriving at Euston Station on a sunny day in August 1941, he had joined the throng of men and women in their different uniforms. Soldiers, sailors, WAFs, Wrens, Poles, Sikhs, Canadians, looking for the connection to their next destination. Don joined the hundreds of new recruits heading to Lord's Cricket Ground, one of the RAF's reception centres. Everything was new, bewildering and exciting. Induction was a production line. Mass inoculations, a bored medical officer in rubber gloves telling them to drop their trousers and cough while he tugged their testicles. Then billeting at flats, 6 bunks in what used to be a single bedroom, and marching in columns of 60 for meals at the London Zoo Cafe. But he was going to train as a pilot, so Don happily went through the phases of initial training, which would take up his first year of service. London was followed by Cornwall, where there was gunnery, drill, meteorology, aircraft recognition, aerodynamics, and navigation. Training was like getting onto a conveyor belt. Finished airmen churned out at one end as raw recruits arrived in St John's Wood at the other. Not everyone completed the course. Not everyone had what it took to be a bomber pilot. Not everyone survived. Finally, however, in June 1942, the day came for Don's next phase, pilot training in the USA, where the wide skies, free from the risk of enemy attack, provided the perfect arena. Here, and in South Africa and Canada, future aviators were nurtured and burnished. Don found himself travelling again, via Manchester, and a holding camp where his RAF uniform caught both welcome attention from the girls and unwelcome reactions elsewhere. There was often tension between the Army, the Navy, and the RAF. Soldiers and sailors who went to war didn't see their homes for months. RAF crews, they knew, came back to safe beds and billets after every night's action. They were glamorous, too. Girls made a beeline for them, hence both the mockery and the envy. Soldiers and sailors didn't always realize just how many airmen were not returning to the comfort and safety of those beds. Walking 2 girls home after a dance in the company of a fellow recruit from New Zealand, a weedy-looking soldier shouted from across the street, "Bloody brill cream boys, poncing about, fuck off back where you came from." Don's friend, a huge, part Maori former schoolteacher, went over to have a word, and a fight broke out, during which the squaddy proved not to be nearly as weedy as he looked. A major battle seemed on the cards when the police arrived and the combatants scattered. Don went on to join 799 other pilot cadets on the Letitia, a ship designed to carry just 200 passengers. So, Much of our time was spent queuing up for the lavatories and waiting in shifts to eat. We disembarked at Halifax, Nova Scotia, early in July 1942, and were then sent to a vast training camp at Moncton, Ontario, near the U.S. border, where we had to wait several weeks for posting to one of the many flying training schools. Moncton was a dismal barracks, but Don's time there was enlivened by a close encounter with a female primary school teacher. She made the first move, but when after coffee at her place they progressed to the bedroom and started to get to know each other better, Don went a button too far, was hysterically rebuffed, and had to beat a retreat. Maybe she'd heard of the lurid films about the horrors of venereal disease shown regularly at the camp in glorious technicolor by the medical section. I realized that I didn't understand women. A few days later, he met her again, and she wondered why he hadn't been in touch. He told her he'd ring her, but never did. This was early days, and the young Scot had a lot to learn. As one door closed, however, another opened. The moment for flying school allocation finally arrived in mid-August. Keeping his ear to the ground, Don learned from one of his fellow trainees that the best school was in Florida and the worst in Phoenix, Arizona. We assembled in a wooden hangar with an enormous floor and jockeyed to get on the list for Clewiston, Florida. Don got the posting he wanted and boarded the train for the 3-day journey to the training school. As we neared our destination, there was a tremendous roar as a single-engine Harvard trainer proceeded to fly at the train. The pilot came back repeatedly, the profile of his Pratt & Whitney radial engine growing, then pulling to one side and flying down the length of the train half a wingspan away. On the final pass, he waved 2 reversed fingers at us, grinning beneath his cloth helmet and Ray-Bans, and shot up into the sky, leaving a train full of elated and excited cadets. Clewiston, run by American civilian instructors, but administered by the RAF, was to be Don's home for the next 7 months. The new boys sat down to their first lunch, only to learn from the senior cadets that the day before their arrival, 2 training aircraft had collided, killing their occupants. Daunting though this news was, there was no time to reflect. That same afternoon, Don found himself taking to the air with his instructor at the controls of a Stearman biplane. The novelty and excitement of my first flight was so great that I hardly paid any attention to what my instructor was telling me. It was a joy to be in the air. The feeling of the freedom of the skies, the excitement of being airborne. I felt privileged. Flying was still a very novel experience. The weather was beautiful. It was so peaceful and calm. Very different from flights I presumed I would experience over Europe in a Lancaster in the not-too-distant future. Long months of hard work followed, on the ground and in the air, and a progress to solo flying from Stearman biplanes to Harvard trainers. Then came the low-flying exercises. Among the others on his course were 2 former public school boys, inseparable friends. To Don's eye, one looked like a Saxon and the other a Norman. Low-flying appealed to Don, and he took to the Harvard like a duck to water. Going up with my instructor, I really thought this might be an opportunity to shine and display my skill. I flew over the cane fields, blowing the green stalks flat with my wash and lifting over the low dikes. I found it immensely exhilarating and enjoyable, although I did occasionally feel my instructor pull back on the stick. Pleased with himself, Don was surprised to hear that his instructor didn't share his enthusiasm. Don had been flying far too low. Didn't he realize how many people had been killed doing just that? A week later, the Saxon and Norman pilots were sent on a detail together, and failed to return. The crashed Harvard was found in a swamp. It appeared that they'd caught a wingtip on a tree, causing them to cartwheel over and over. Both wings had broken off, and the fuselage had come to rest right side up and relatively undamaged. The two young men were found dead, still strapped inside the cockpit, inseparable in death as they had been in life. The deaths of the two cadets didn't affect me. I thought they were absolutely bloody silly to be taking risks like that. No one discussed what had happened. We never discussed death. Nothing would be achieved by that. I didn't concern myself with fears of death. I was absolutely convinced I would survive. That belief would help me through the war. You had to believe you would survive. There was no other option. Of course, many others told themselves exactly the same thing and didn't survive, but whatever will be, will be. A total of 5,327 Bomber Command aircrew were killed in training during the war. Don's path through training had been smoothed, though he didn't know it, by a fellow Glaswegian. Born in 1922, James Penny was a post-First World War baby, and the youngest by far of 5 brothers. Sons of the owners of a small fish and chip shop chain, they were keen rowers, and with Jim as their cox, they were known as the Fourpence Halfpenny team. Jim was a bright lad, and would have been the first of the family to go to university. But when war intervened, he joined up as soon as he was able. Like Don McIntosh, he was selected for pilot training. Jim passed muster in the initial training, and it wasn't long before he found himself on his way to the USA. But his destination wasn't Florida. His training took him first to Alabama, then Georgia. And here he learned another lesson. Meals in the mess hall, tremendous and plentiful after the austerity at home, were served by black waiters who addressed the trainees as Massa Birdman. One afternoon, long after lunch, Jim was in the sitting room of the mess hall, writing a letter home. One of the waiters came in and in a cultured voice asked, "Would you care for some coffee, sir?" I was startled by his tone and choice of words, so different from the usual mess hall language and subservient attitude of the waiters there. I said I would like coffee, and as he poured, I commented on his educated tone and language and asked what he was doing there as a waiter. He said he was a graduate of a Negro college and taught at a school for the local black children in the evenings, reminding me most courteously that we were in the Deep South, and that the only jobs for black people were menial. He needed his job to support his teaching work. Jim had already noticed the white mess hall supervisor looking their way with a none-too-friendly expression on his face. Warning the waiter not to look round but to bow and leave, Jim finished his coffee and folded his letter before getting up to go himself. The supervisor approached Jim angrily, and, in a hectoring tone, he asked me, "What were that nigger and you talking about?" I told him I'd asked for coffee, and when he'd brought it, I'd thanked him, as was the British custom when anyone did us a service. Segregation and discrimination were new phenomena to Jim, but he was in for further surprises, especially when one Southern gentleman asked him about Britain's troubles with your Indians, and why we didn't put them in reservations the way they had with the American Indians. I tried to explain without much success. Pilot training was going swimmingly until the advanced section, when Jim hit a serious snag. Unlike Don, he hadn't gone straight from Stearman's to Harvard's, but via another trainer, the Vultee, which had far heavier controls. Jim then had great difficulty adapting to the lighter touch the Harvard required. On one flight, he inadvertently let the speed drop so low coming into land that the aircraft came close to stalling, and his instructor sent him for 2 further check rides. He failed both. He was told he'd be going back to Canada. Jim knew what that meant. He was washed out. He had failed pilot training. He was devastated, but he wasn't finished. At the Personnel Dispatch Centre in Ontario, where the interview panel would decide which non-pilot role he would now take up, they asked for his opinion of what had gone wrong. Jim's explanation for his apparent failure was clear and honest. The whole thing was his fault. His trouble was adapting from the Stearman to the heavier Vultee and then back again to the lighter Harvard. I think it would have been better if I'd gone from the Stearman straight to the Harvard. The officer looked at him and smiled. We've been worried about the number of washouts at advanced training, and we sent a team of experienced pilots to investigate. They agree with you. I'm going to recommend you go back on flying training. And you didn't blame the Americans. Your admission that it was your fault was your first good mark. It wasn't quite over yet. Jim still had to go before another panel, chaired by a group captain. He seemed to have answered most of their questions to their satisfaction when they came to what sounded like the clincher. Do you think you'll make a good pilot? The answer, presumably, was yes, but Jim didn't want to appear boastful, and scrabbled around in his mind for a better reply. Good enough to beat the Hun, sir? Later, Jim shuddered at how gung-ho he must have sounded, but it did the trick. The panel collapsed with laughter, and told Jim he was indeed back on pilot training. It would be many months before the full ramifications of that decision became apparent. Back in Britain, as bombing sorties increased, relentlessly targeting industry, U-boat bases and cities, Arthur Harris pushed for more and more Lancasters. As operations stepped up, so losses mounted, but it was clearly the premium weapon for the war that Harris envisaged as he set his eyes on his next major target. By 1943, Avro's first factory at Chadderton, near Oldham, had increased its floor space to 1 million square feet, and Lancaster production, using a workforce of close to 11,500, touched 150 per month. The factory at Woodford, south of Stockport, had 3 assembly lines, each 1/4 mile long. Woodford was an assembly plant for the manufactured sections, with an airfield and test flight centre attached. As 1943 progressed, production increased to 170 aircraft per month, later peaking at 293. Such a high rate was increasingly necessary. The average life of a Lancaster was a mere 23 operational flights. Not many, given that they were undertaken on an almost nightly basis. The presence of an airfield meant that after a final lick of paint, finished and tested bombers could be flown directly to the RAF stations that were to use them. This task was performed by pilots of the Air Transport Auxiliary, many of whom were women. Women, too, drove the tractors that hauled the finished Lancasters on their 5'6" diameter main wheels, out onto the runways from which they began their flights to destiny. There are few records of women flying Lancasters, though they certainly ferried the giant Halifax and Stirling bombers to their operational units. Sometimes the appearance of these women pilots from the cockpits caused quite a stir. Jim Penny clearly remembered the moment one of the aircraft was delivered. Several of us were sitting outside the crew room waiting to fly when a Stirling landed and taxied round to stop on the perimeter track across from us. It was big. The door at the rear opened and a ladder was slipped out. A slight figure descended, paused at the foot of the ladder and took its helmet off. Long golden hair fell to her waist, and there was a gasp of awe from the watching young pilots. She was flying this monster alone, with no crew to help, and but she was a bonny lass. Another ATA pilot, Mary Ellis, met with similar disbelief when she delivered a Wellington to East Anglia. As she came into land, the ground crew assembled to see their new bomber complete its journey from the factory to the front line. Gathered at the dispersal point, They watched in admiration as it taxied towards them and came to a standstill. The engines shut down, and as the propellers slowed to a halt, they came forward to greet the pilot. They couldn't believe their eyes. To their astonishment, it was not a man, but a petite woman who climbed down from the cockpit, carrying her parachute. "Where's the pilot?" they shouted in disbelief. "I am the pilot," Mary replied. They simply didn't believe her. It must have been a practical joke. A couple of them clambered in to check the aeroplane for the missing pilot. They could not believe women could fly these aeroplanes, so it was a huge surprise for them to see me, a slim, blonde, 5'2" female, flying such a giant aircraft. Regardless of stature, women adopting those major and important roles in the war effort was something new wherever it occurred. When Sophie Pape started work at the Woodford Lancaster factory, she remembered that the presence of the first women employees caused some disquiet among the predominantly male workforce. On my first day, 2 other girls and I had to wait while the union officials met to consider the reaction of their members to our arrival. I was sent to work on the shop floor, where the Lancasters were assembled. As my small stature was ideal for working in restricted spaces, I joined the team that fitted oxygen systems into the aircraft. I also did other tasks, such as pop-riveting the skin to the fuselage and fitting the rubber seals to the undercarriage. Sophie worked long hours under stressful conditions. There were few health and safety requirements 80 years ago, but she was a skilled worker. Unskilled workers earned £2 per week at the most for a woman, £3 for a man. This, however, compared quite well with the wage of a Bomber Command sergeant pilot, who received £4.75 a week for the privilege of risking life and limb nightly, taking the war to the enemy. The presence of so many women working alongside men on the factory floor was something everyone had to get accustomed to. The war, with its tensions and threat, supercharged an atmosphere in which traditional social and sexual attitudes were being challenged, added to which many women missed male companionship with their partners away at the front. Long night shifts provided a perfect theatre for romantic and sexual liaisons to flourish. Many of these were sincere, and Avro sweethearts were quite common. Others were more opportunistic. Sophie Pape remembered working alongside a handsome but shy bachelor who stimulated a lot of interest among Sophie's female workmates, while Joseph Barry, a male fitter who started work as an apprentice at Chatterton, soon found himself besieged by female colleagues, some of whom could be alarmingly forward. In one job, when I had the duty of collecting tools, there would be girls saying, "Come round here," trying to get me to go with them behind their machines. Some even started to take off their overalls. Men were equally keen to form liaisons, casual or permanent. There were a lot of babies born at Avro, and there were a lot of abortions too. If the lads from the Air Force had known what had gone on in some of their Lancasters, and not just on the night shifts either, they would have been really surprised. Some babies were started in them, and a few were born in them too, recalled a female worker at Yeadon, Avro's other main factory, a few miles northeast of Bradford. Yeadon was another massive plant. It employed 17,500 workers, 60% of whom were women. But even at its most efficient, Yeadon wasn't enough. Lancasters and their components were produced in factories all over the country. Their manufacture was even expanded to include a plant in Canada, where Victory Aircraft built them under license. The Canadian Lancasters only differed from their British counterparts in that their instrumentation and electrics were American, and their Merlin engines were built locally by Packard. Ford had been approached initially in the USA, but declined, possibly because Henry Ford thought Britain unlikely to win the war. In the meantime, Packard made a huge success of the Merlin concession. and its engines were to equip the Mark III Lancaster. The use of the Packard Merlin 28, capable of delivering 1,420 horsepower at takeoff, was the only real difference between the Mark I and the Mark III, and 3,020 Mark III Lancasters would eventually be built, some modified to carry the famous bouncing bomb used on the Dambusters raid. Many Merlins were, in fact, subsequently produced by Ford in Britain, after cordial talks between the head of the Ford Motor Company in the UK and RAF Mandarin Sir Wilfrid Freeman. The reason was simple. Demand for Merlins overreached Rolls-Royce capacity. A factory was established a few miles from Manchester city centre, and part of another factory nearby was given over to drawing offices and tool-making. Rolls-Royce was delighted with the arrangement, and the two companies found on meeting that they already held each other in high esteem. However, Rolls was in for a shock when it came to discussing the technical nitty-gritty. Ford was a car manufacturer. Would it have the sophistication for aircraft engines? Stanley Hooker, a young designer at Rolls who was behind huge improvements to the Merlin supercharger and would go on to pioneer the jet engine with Frank Whittle, was sceptical when he first met them at his Derby offices. A number of Ford engineers arrived at Rolls-Royce HQ and spent some months examining the drawings and manufacturing methods. One day their chief engineer said, "You know, we can't make the Merlin to these measurements." I replied loftily, "I suppose that is because the drawing tolerances are too difficult for you and you can't achieve the accuracy." The Ford man replied, "On the contrary, the tolerances are far too wide for us. We make motorcars far more accurately than this. Every part on our car engines has to be interchangeable with the same part on any other engine, and hence all parts have to be made with extreme accuracy, far closer than you use. That is the only way we can achieve mass production." Hooker was duly impressed, and though the new technical drawings required by Ford took a year to draw up, the subsequent production proved immensely successful. Hooker saw Ford producing engines like shelling peas, and very good engines they were too. Precision brought its own problems, however. Specialist machinery was needed to make the tools that made the components, and Britain didn't have enough of them. 3 attempts were made to freight a crankshaft machining tool from the USA, but 2 of the 3 ships were sunk by German U-boats. Their Swiss-made jig borers could work to within .00005 inches. Merlin engines had 72 gear wheels, and under Ford's regime, measurements for their manufacture were in millionths of inches, a higher specification than would be needed for a chronometer. And not one of the 30,400 Merlin engines produced by Ford failed the Air Ministry's standards. Quite an achievement, and a tribute to the automobile manufacturer's production technique, whereby any given worker specialized in one particular part, and each part was rigorously inspected. Of their 17,316 employees, well over a third of whom were women, working on the Merlin, fewer than 300 had any prior experience of making cars, let alone aircraft. American aid was also enlisted in a very different way. A vital installation like Eden, pumping out the one war machine whose use against the enemy could be viewed as all but infallibly destructive, had to be protected at all costs. It needed an elaborate system of camouflage. To do this, Roy Dobson engaged the services of designers from Hollywood, including the young Xavier Atencio. Atencio had joined the Walt Disney Company at the age of 19 in 1938. After America had entered the war, he served as a photo reconnaissance analyst for the United States Army Air Forces, USAAF, stationed in England. Atencio and his design colleagues from the film world